discuss? Java source file structure. Very, very important, sir. What is that? Can you spell out? Java source file structure. Okay, here we have to talk about package statement, import statement, all these things come in the picture. Very important. Slowly we are entering into next level of Java. Means basics completed. Now the second module is ready to start. Sir, you require to take a bit special care about these things, right? Sir, now I have one small doubt, sir. What's my doubt is, in Java program, sir, we write several Java programs. In Java program, how many classes we can take? Can you spell out? How many classes we can take? Is it only one class, or can I take any number of classes? Is it only one class, or can I take any number of classes? Yes, make sure in Java program we can take any number of classes, no problem at all. Suppose I am writing a program, sir. Yes, class A. Class A. Next class B I am taking. Next class C. Okay. Class D I am taking, sir. So total A, B, C, D, like this, four classes are available, right? Okay. Now, sir, this total is a single Java program. Remember this one. A Java program can contain any number of classes. Don't feel, sir, it is applicable, it allowed only one class. No, any number of classes we can take. Okay, well. Sir, how many classes are there? A, B, C, D, like 4 classes are there. Can you please tell which class name I want to use for this program name? Can I use A.Java? Or can I save this program with the B.Java name? Or can I save this program with the C.Java name? Or can I save this program with the Durga.java? Have you observed Durga.java? Durga class is not there yet. Can I save this one with the Durga.java? Yes, please confirm. Based on which rule we have to give the name for this Java program? Sir, very simple for you people. Okay. Here, for this example, you can use any name, no problem at all. Regarding any name, no problem at all. Sir, what is the rule to name a Java program? Sir, very simple. A Java program can contain any number of classes. Any number of classes, no problem at all. How many public classes we can take? Have you observed? How many public classes we can take? Sir, you are taking several classes and any name you can use, no problem at all. How many public classes we can take? Sir, make sure even it contain several classes, but a Java program can contain at most one public class. Are you getting what is the word? At most one public class. What is the meaning of at most one? Either 0 or 1. Sir, 0 number of public classes are allowed. Or if you want to take one public class is allowed. At most one public class. By mistake, more than one public class if you declared in the same Java program, compiler will give left and right. Remember that syntactical mistake it is. Sir, how many public classes are allowed? Only one public class is allowed. More than one public class if you are trying to take, immediately compile error by default you are going to get. I hope everyone can able to understand, right? Okay. Sir, now if I can take, if there is no public class, assume if there is no public class, any name we can use for Java program. Any name you can use for Java program, no problem at all. But if there is a public class, assume that class B is the public, sir. Class B is the public. Compulsory, the name of the Java program should be B.Java only. Regarding compulsory name of the Java program should be B.Java only. By mistake, if you are using any other name, immediately compile time error we are going to get. Remember that. Sir, let me repeat again so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Sir, here observe, a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared the public. If there is no public class, if there is no public class, any name you can use, no problem at all. But if there is a public class, compulsory name of the public class, name of the program must be same. If a class be the public, the name of the program should be b.java only. Is it clear for all of you, right? Sir, now let me show a small example so that you people can aware much clearly, right? Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking, here I want to take a separate Java code. Here observe that, sir. I am taking class A, okay, class A. Next, and after that class B. Next, class C I am taking. Next, class D I am taking, sir. Have you observed? Class A, class B, class C, class D. Sir, how many classes are available? Can you please tell how many classes are there? 4 classes are available. Which name I can use for this program? Because there is no public class. Because there is no public class, we can use any name for Java program, no problem at all. Any name you can use, no restrictions, right? That's why I want to save this name, this file as durga.java. Acceptable or not? Why not? Happily you can take. Here just observe. I want to save, sir, I want to save this program. Yes, I want to save this program. Yes, here observe that durga.java I'm taking, sir. Durga.java, like this I'm taking. Have you observed? Sir, now which name I used? Which name I used? If you observed, at the bottom you can able to see durga.java. Are you getting? At the bottom you can able to see durga.java, right? Now let me compile this code, sir. Let me compile this code. Here d colon durga classes. Here let me compile Java C. Java C. What is the name of the program? Durga.java. Perfectly it's going to work. No problem at all, sir. Yes, happily the code compiles fine. There is no syntactical mistake. That's why itself is acceptable, right? Suppose if I declare B as the public, I want to declare B class as the public. If I declare B as the public, what will happen, sir? Observe that. If I declare B as public, compulsory name of the program should be b.java only. By mistake, if you are using any other name, immediately error you are going to get. Have you observed, right? Class B is the public. Compulsory name should be b.java, but I used the name durga.java. Are you getting? I used the name durga.java. That's why. So take a bit special care. Now if I can ask the compiler will give left and right. Hey Durga, class B is the public, should be declared in a file named b.java, but you are saving inside durga.java. Sorry, I can't accept this code to compile. Like observe carefully, right? Now here just have a look once. Now I'm trying to compile Java C durga.java. Immediately compile error you are going to get. Have you observed? Class B is public, should be declared in a file named b.java. Class B is public, should be declared in a file named b.java. This is the compile time error you are going to get, sir. So to avoid this compile time error, I have to save this program as b.java. If I save this program as b.java, happily the code is going to compile. Have a look once. I'm trying to compile. I'm trying to save as b.java. I use which name, sir? b.java. Now I hope you can able to see. You can able to see what is the name I used? b.java. Are you getting? Now let me compile this code b.java. Let me compile this code b.java. Java C b.java. Happily the code compiles fine. There is no problem at all. So the important conclusion is a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared as public. So more than one public class is not allowed, because public means outside person can access. So that the outside person, only one class should be exhibited. Remember this one. So a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared as public. Remember, if there is a public class, the name of the public class, name of the program must be matched. If there is no public class, then we can use any name for Java program. No restrictions, right? Are you able to understand, right? Suppose if I can take two public classes, if I can take two public classes, immediately compiler will get left and right, because more than one public class in the same program not allowed. Correct, right? Sir, now B is already public. B is already public. C also I want to declare as the public, sir. Observe that. C also I want to declare as the public. Now, how many public classes are available? Please respond. How many public classes are there? Public class B, public class C. Okay. What is the name of the program we used? B.Java. B.Java. So, public class B, B.Java, no problem. But the problem is public class C. So, immediately error we are going to get about this C class. C is public, must be declared inside C.Java. But why you are taking inside B.Java? Like that compile time error we are going to get. Clear, right? Sir, let me compile. Let me compile. Here, have you observed? Have you observed? Immediately compile time error. Class C is public, should be declared in a file named C.Java. Class C is public, should be declared in a file named C.Java. This is the compile time error by default we are going to get. Everyone in the position to understand, right? So, a Java program can contain any number of classes. Any number of classes, but at most one class declared as a public. If there is a public class, name of the public class, name of the program must be matched. If there is no public class, you can use any name for Java program, no restrictions, right? Are you getting? So, is it possible to declare more than one public class in the same program? No. By mistake, if you are trying to declare, immediately error by default you are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, next, whenever I asked this question, which name I want to use for this program, whenever I ask this question, most of the people are going to feel, sir, the class which contain main method, that class name we have to use, sir, for the file name. So, the class which contain main method and the name of the program, there is no relation at all. So then, which two things are related? Public class name and the name of the program. These two are related, but the class which contain main method and the name of the program, there is no relation at all. Even for that also, I want to clarify a small point right here. Listen carefully, sir. Okay, well. Now, here just observe that. I want to take a small another program, just a matter of 5 minutes. Take very special case, sir. I have one program is there, class A. Are you getting? I have one program, class A. Public static void main method string array args. Now system.out.println A class main. This is which class, right? A class main method. Now, class B public static void main method string array args. I'm taking public static void main. Now, system.out.println B class main. Are you getting? B class main? Okay. So this is A class main, B class main. Now class C I'm taking public static void main string array args. Now system.out.println C class main, like this I'm taking, sir. So how many classes are there? 3. A class contain A class main method, B class main method, C class main method. One more class I'm taking, class D, sir. Now observe. Total, how many classes are there? 4 classes are there. Now can you please tell, this total is a single program only. Assume single program only. Can you please guide which name I have to use for this program? Yes, friends. Think a bit very carefully and then tell the answer. Which name I have to use for this program? Either A.Java, B.Java, C.Java, D.Java or any name. Why you are thinking? Any name. Can I use any name? Yes. Yes, you can use any name, no problem at all. What is the reason for that? Is there is no public class. If there is no public class, any name you can use. Now I want to use name of the program as Durga.java. Perfectly acceptable. Are you getting? I'm taking Durga.java, perfectly acceptable, right? Because there is no public class. Are you getting? So the class which contain main method, name of the program, no relation at all. Remember this one. So any name you can use because there is no public class. Okay, well, now I want to compile. Then immediately you ask, sir, a program contain these many classes. Class contain main method. If I run this program, which main method has to execute? That thing you should have clear clarity. Here, I want to compile this code. Observe, Java C, Durga.java. Java C, Durga.java. Can you please confirm how many dot class files will be generated? If I compile this code, how many dot class files will be generated? Very simple. In this, how many classes are there? A, B, C, D. Total how many classes are? 4 classes. A, B, C, D. Like 4 classes are available, right? Now, the important conclusion, the important point is, whenever we are compiling a Java program, for every class present in that program, a separate dot class file will be generated. Remember, for every class present in that program, a separate dot class file will be generated. That's why. So how many classes will be generated? A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, D dot class. Very unfortunate, Durga dot class file is not going to be generated because there is no Durga dot class. Clear, right? Now, here observe A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, and then D dot class. So total, how many classes are going to be generated? A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, D dot class. 4 classes are going to be generated. Okay. Now, if I run A class, because observe that we can compile a Java program, Java source file, .java file. But we can run a Java class file, not program, a Java class file. Sir, now Java, yes sir. Can you please run A class? Whenever we are executing A class main method will be executed. Remember, whenever we are executing A, which main method will be executed, sir? A class main method will be executed. A class main. Next, if I run Java B, which main method will be executed, sir? B class main will be executed. Sir, if I run B class main method. If I run A class main method. If I run C class main method. That's why Java C. If I can take C class main. Regarding C class main, then immediately you may ask. Observe very carefully, sir. If I can take Java D, sir. Java D. Can you please tell, is the D class contain main method? No, D class doesn't contain main method. Whenever we are executing a class, if that class doesn't contain main method, immediately we will get an error. Regarding boss, main method is not available. Please declare main method. Yes, public static void main. Error we are going to get. Clear, right? Suppose, if I can ask Java Durga. Immediately error we are going to get. Hey, Durga dot class file is not available. How you are going to ask me to run, man? Durga dot class file is not there. Again error saying no class def found error, or something like some error saying class definition not available, dot class file is not available, like that. Are you able to understand? So, a Java program can contain any number of classes where every class can contain main method. Remember, whenever we are executing a particular class, that class main method will be executed. If that class doesn't contain main method, error we are going to get. If that dot class file is not available, we will get error. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, please make sure this knowledge must be required. Sir, let me execute this code so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe carefully. Let me take one separate program. Okay, here I'm taking separate file. I'm taking, sir, class A. What is this one? A class main method. Like this I'm taking, sir, class A class main method. Now B class main, next C class main, and then class D. Like this I'm taking, sir. Let me change the names. Class A, next class B. This is the B class main method. Next class C, sir, C class main method. Like this, I'm trying to change the names. A class, B class, C class, D class, all. Sir, can you please tell how many classes are available? A class, B class, C class, D class. Can you please tell which name I have to give? Any name you can use, because there is no public class. That's why here what I'm trying to take, let me save this code as durga.java. Are you getting? I want to save inside D colon Durga classes. Inside D colon Durga classes, I want to save this code as durga.java. Okay, like I'm taking, sir, durga.java. Now I want to compile this code. Java C durga.java. If I compile this code, how many dot class files will be generated? For every class, a separate dot class file will be generated. A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, D dot class. Okay? So now let me compile this code. Java C durga.java. How many? 4 dot class file. If I execute Java A class main method, right? Okay. Now observe A class main method. If I execute Java B class main method. If I execute Java C class main method. If I execute Java D, can you please observe? D class doesn't contain main method. Are you getting? D class doesn't contain main method. Immediately error we are going to get. Observe carefully, right? Sir, Java D, error, main method not found. Main method not found in class D. Please define the public static void main. Like that we are going to get the error, right? Okay. Now my target is Java Durga I'm taking. Sir, Durga dot class file is not there because there is no class named with Durga. Durga dot class file is not there. What will happen, sir? Error, could not find or load the main class of Durga. Are you getting? Here main method is not available, but here dot class file is not available. Like this it's going to tell. Okay? Please make sure you people should have clear clarity up to this. Sir, let me repeat, matter of 1 or 2 minutes. A Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared as public. If there is no public class, we can use any name for Java program. If there is a public class, compulsory name of the program and the name of the public class must be matched. Okay, next, sir, we can compile a Java program. Whenever we are compiling a Java program, for every class present in that program, a separate dot class file will be generated. Are you getting that? A separate dot class file will be generated. Suppose, sir, whenever we are executing a Java class, sir, we can compile a Java program .java file, but we can run a dot class file. Whenever we are executing any dot class file, the corresponding class main method will be executed. A class main, B class main, C class main, like that, right? If the corresponding class doesn't contain main method, then we will get an error saying main method is not available. If the corresponding dot class file is not available, then we are going to get error. Are you able to understand, right? This is first thing what you people should be aware about Java source file structure. Clear, right? Sir, in the last video, we covered very clearly within a Java program, how many classes we can take, how many main methods you can take, how many public classes we can take, how to compile, how to run, all the things are very clear. Now, the next important concept, import statement. Let me perform postmortem on this concept. Observe carefully, sir. Sir, I'm taking class test. I'm taking class test. Public static void main method. Public static void main method. String array args. Public static void means string array args. Here, array list L is equal to new array list. Array list L is equal to new array list. Like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, if I'm trying to compile this code, if I'm trying to compile this code, sir, what I'm doing? I'm taking a class test. Within that main method, inside main method, I'm creating an object for array list class. Array list is a class which is present inside java.util package. You know, collections. Array list, I'm creating array list object. Now the point is, can you please confirm if I will compile this code, is it going to compile or not? Respond. If I'm trying to compile this code, if I'm trying to compile java c test.java, either code will compile or not? Yes or no? Immediately, compiler will give left and right. Durga, you are using array list. You are using array list. Where this array list is available? Where this array list is available? Please let me know. Okay, then only I can compile. Are you getting? Then only I can compile. Please let me know. Array list L is equal to new array list. You are using array list. Where this array list is available? Please let me know. Then only I can compile. I can't recognize you are using array list where it's available. I don't know. I'm not finding. Like compiler is going to tell very clearly error, sir. Okay. Let me show up to this. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking a simple class test. Public static void main. Array list L is equal to new array list I'm taking, sir. Array list L is equal to new array list. Like this I'm taking. Now have a look once, sir. If I'm taking array list L is equal to new array list, let me compile this code. Java C test.java. Java C test.java. Immediately error. Cannot find symbol. Which is symbol? Array list. Are you getting? Durga, you are using some class named with array list. I'm unable to find this symbol class array list. Where it is available? Please let me know. Like that, compiler is going to tell that. Are you getting right? Now, how I can solve this problem? Yes, compiler is telling very frankly, Durga, I'm unable to identify array list class. Please let me know. Like, then two ways are available. What is the first way is, can you please confirm where is array list is available? Inside java.util package. If I use a fully qualified name instead of this line, instead of array list, java.util.array list. Java.util.array list L is equal to new java.util.array list. Java.util.array list L is equal to new java.util.array list. If I use this one, then the code is going to compile. Now I'm conveyed to the compiler. Hey, I'm using array list from util package. Util package is available inside Java package. Like fully qualified name we are using, sir. Java.util.array list L is equal to like this. Now compiler is going to feel, oh, this person is using array list class from Java.util package. Like that, he is going to take happily the code is going to compile. Everyone can ever write? Sir, let me cross check here. Observe carefully. Here I'm taking, let's see this point well. Okay, instead of array list, java.util.array list is equal to new java.util.array list. Sir, this type of name is called fully qualified name. Are you getting what is this name, sir? Can you spell out? Fully qualified name. If I use fully qualified name, happily the code is going to compile. There is no problem at all. Now observe this one, sir. Here I'm trying to compile. Happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Yes, the code compiles fine, sir. We are not seeing any error. So Sir, whenever we are using fully qualified name, automatically the code compiles fine. But it is not permanent solution. The reason for that is 10 times I want to use array list. How many times? 10 times I want to use array list. 10 times you have to take java.util.array list, java.util.array list. Unnecessary. Length of the code is going to increase. Readability by default is going to be down. Are you getting? Java.util.array list, java.util.array list. Readability by default is going to be down. Remember that, okay? Sir, best example. Let me consider 10 times. 10 times. If I want to create 10 array list object, how the code looks like? Yes, have you observed how the code looks like? Java.util.array list, java.util.array list, something like it is the design kind of thing. Are you getting? Something like it the design kind of thing, which is never be recommended. Readability is going to be down, length of the code is going to be increases. Are you getting? So for that, some shortcut I want. Are you getting? Some shortcut I want. So I have to convey to the compiler. Array compiler, whenever I'm using array list, can you please consider from java.util package? Can you please consider from java.util package? I have to convey. What is the way for that is import statement. Are you getting what is the way, sir? Import statement. Now observe carefully, sir. Sir, now whenever we are using import java.util.array list. Import java.util.array list. Anyway, full form, sir. Import java.util.array list. Whenever we are importing this, then we can use short names directly. Are you getting? We can use what? Short names directly. So the biggest advantage of import statement is we are not required to use fully qualified name. Length of the code is going to be reduced. Readability by default will be improved. Everyone can aware, sir. Length of the code will be reduced. Readability by default is going to be improved. That is the biggest advantage of import statement. Everyone in a position to understand clearly, right? Are you able to understand, right? So how many times we are going to use import statement? Only once. So, but every time, how many times I can use short name? Any number of times you can use short names. Length of the code will be reduced. Readability by default will be improved. Import statement acts as best typing shortcut. Remember, sir, let me show this one. Have a look once, sir. Now, I don't want to use fully qualified name. Observe. I'm taking array list is equal to new array list. That's all. I'm taking array list is equal to new array list. Can you please confirm? Is it going to compile? You respond. Is it going to compile? No. It won't compile. What the reason? You didn't use fully qualified name. You didn't write import statement. That's why the code is not going to compile. Now observe that. Let me compile this code. Immediately error, cannot find symbol like this, right? Sir, we solved this problem by using fully qualified name. But now I don't want to use fully qualified name. Let me use import statement. Import java.util.array list. Import java.util.array list. Sir, whenever we are writing import statement, now you can use a short names directly. We are not required to use fully qualified name. Are you getting? Whenever we are using import statement, we can use a short names directly. We are not required to use fully qualified names. Clear for all of you, right? Okay? That's all. Sir, now observe very carefully about this one. Okay? Happily the code compiles fine. Yes, there is no problem at all. Happily the code runs up fine also. Itself is acceptable. Clear, right? So, what is the need? What is the purpose of import statement? Clear? If you want to use a short names directly, compulsory at the top, import statement must be required. Import statement whenever we are using, we are not required to use fully qualified name. Clear? Are you able to understand? Import statement acts as best typing shortcut. Now, I hope you people are getting some clarity about import statement. What is the advantage of import statement? How to write import statement? Okay. Sir, now there are two types of import statements are there. What is the first one is explicit import. Are you getting what is the first one, sir? Explicit import. Remember this one. If the first one is the explicit, automatically second one, respond. What is the second one? Implicit. Implicit import. Implicit import. Sir, what is the first one? Import. Sir, let me go for a small example for this. Import java dot util dot array list. Sir, explicitly I am specifying, boss, I want this class. Are you getting? I want this class java dot util dot array list. Directly we are specifying, right? But implicit means import java dot util dot star. Are you getting? Import java dot util dot star like this, right? Okay. Now the point is all classes present inside java dot util package. Can you please make it available? Can you please make it available? Such a type of import is called implicit import. Next, I want a particular A class only, array list class only. Such a type of import is called explicit import. Are you getting? Now I have one bigger doubt, sir. Which import statement is recommended to use? Either explicit import or implicit import. Remember this one. Just for the sake of exam, for exam point of view, it's not required. For your day-to-day coding, compulsory you people should aware on good programming practice. Most of the people are going to feel, sir, if you are using one or two classes, better to go for explicit import. If you are using multiple classes, huge number of classes, better to go for implicit import. Some people are going to feel like this. No. Even you are using 100 classes from the same package, compulsory we should go for explicit import only. Readability of the code by default is going to be improved because of this explicit import. Are you getting? That's why readability is the very important, not typing. Typing is one time activity, but readability is multiple times we have to do. That's why in real time, readability is always highly recommended. Compulsory we should go for explicit import. Almost implicit import not at all recommended to use because readability going to be down, but this one readability wise too good. Because simple, sir. Here listen a small example. If I'm taking import com dot hdfc dot star, like this I'm taking, sir. Import com dot hdfc dot star. Is it implicit import or explicit import? Okay, implicit import. Next, import com dot ICICI bank dot star I'm taking. Com dot ICICI bank dot star. So somewhere in the program, if I use account A is equal to new account A is equal to new account. Now this account class coming from com.hdfc or com.ICICI bank? We don't know. We have to open this one. Is there any account class is available? Then only I will come to know. Sir, because you are not specifying from where the account is coming. You use it simply star. Suppose I am taking loan L is equal to new loan. Can you please tell loan class is coming from which package? Loan is coming from which package? We don't know. We didn't specify explicitly, sir, star. That's why readability wise explicit class import is good, but not implicit class import. Are you getting? Suppose this implicit class import I want to remove, and here I'm using loan. Here I'm using account. Now, is it implicit or explicit? Respond, man. Is it implicit or explicit? Explicit import. Are you getting right? Explicit import. Now, can you please observe? Account class is coming from which package? Account class is coming from which package? com.ICICI bank dot account. Oh, from com.ICICI bank account is coming. Next, loan class is coming from which package? com.hdfc. From that loan is coming. Readability is more if you are not using star. Are you getting? That's why in real time, compulsory we should go for explicit or implicit are highly recommended. We should go for explicit because it improves readability of the code. Sir, if you are working on IDEs like Eclipse, My Eclipse, like we have IntelliJ, like IDEs are available. In the IDEs, we are not required to write import statement. Automatically, sir, IDE itself is going to generate. Sir, in the world, every Java IDE is always going to generate explicit import only. If you want, you can cross check in the Eclipse. In the Eclipse, it's always going to generate explicit. No IDE is going to generate implicit class import because readability wise not good, implicit, highly recommended. We should go for what? Explicit class import. Is it clear for all of you, right? Sir, how many types of import statements are there? Two types. Explicit class import, implicit class import. Which one is the recommended? Highly recommended. We should go for what? Explicit class import because it improves readability of the code. Clear? Sir, in the last video, we covered how many types of import statements are there. What is the need of import statement? Which import statement is recommended? Clear up to that. Now, for the exam's sake, there are two important conclusions are there. Let me talk about these things. Here, do you know, there are two packages we are not required to import. The classes and interfaces present inside two packages we are not required to import because these are things by default available in every program automatically. Sir, for these packages we are not required to keep any import statement. What is the first one, sir? Java.lang package. Regarding what the first one? Java.lang package. Because Java.lang package classes are commonly required for every program. That's why. So we are not required to import classes present inside Java.lang package because by default these classes are available. Best example, sir, we are using string class. If I'm creating an object, string s is equal to new string of Durga, any import statement is required? No, import statement is not required. Import statement is not required. Remember that. So Java.lang. So all classes and the interfaces present inside Java.lang package, happily we can access without writing any import statement because by default these are available for every Java program. Sir, second one, default package. Default package. Which is the default package, right? Current working directory. Again, which is the default package, right? Current working directory. Remember this one. So if any class present inside current working directory or in the current package, we are not required to import. Are you getting? If you want to use from outside package, compulsory import statement must be required. If we are using the classes present in the same directory or same package, import statement is not required. Sir, if you are using from outside package, import statement is required. Remember that. So these two packages, import is not required. Are you able to understand, right? Let me show a small example for this. Here, observe. I'm taking a class test. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking class test. No import statement. No import statement. I'm not taking any import statement, right? Now, string s is equal to new string of Durga. String s is equal to new string of Durga. Thread t is equal to new thread. Thread t is equal to new thread. Next, exception e is equal to new exception. Next, string buffer sb is equal to new string buffer. Like this I'm taking, sir. Have you observed? These many classes I'm using. One is string object I'm creating. Second one is thread object I'm creating. Exception object I'm creating. String buffer object I'm creating. But I didn't write any import statement. Are you able to understand? Sir, can you please tell either code is going to compile or not? Respond, man. Either code is going to compile or not? Yes. perfectly the code is going to compile, no problem at all. What is the reason? What is the reason for that is, yes, can you spell out what the reason? Because all these classes present inside java.lang package. Because the class is present inside java.lang package, we are not required to keep any import statement. Automatically available for every Java program. Clear, right? Have a look once, sir. Observe carefully. Here, have a look once. The code compiles fine. The code runs fine. No problem. Happily the code compiles and runs fine. So, the class is present inside. The class is present inside java.lang package. We are not required to import because all classes and interfaces present inside java.lang package by default available for our program. One important conclusion. Second one, sir. Assume I took a test class. I am taking test class inside D:Durga classes folder. Do you know inside D:Durga classes I took a test class, test.java file, of course a test class, right? If any other class present inside same folder means current working directory. If any other class present inside same folder, to access this class, import statement is not required. I told, right? All classes present inside current working directory automatically by default available for our program. We are not required to import. So let me test this condition also. Observe carefully. Here I am taking another program. I want to take another program. Sir, here class student, like this I am taking, sir. Class student like this I am taking, and one method also, public static void m1 method I am taking, sir. Here student class static method like this, just the student class static method like this I am taking, sir. Student class static method like I am taking. Sir, where have you observed, right? It is the class student. It is the class student. Student class contains static method m1. Where I want to save this program is where test.java is available in the same location, D:Durga classes. Let me save this code here. Let me save. Can you please observe my location, sir? Inside same location, D:Durga classes. Here I am taking student.java I am taking, sir. Inside D:Durga classes, student.java, I am taking like this. Now, sir, where test.java is available? In the same location only. Have you observed? Test.java is available in the same location only. Now, inside test.java, let me create student object. Student s is equal to new student. Next, dot m1 static method you can call by using object reference also, no problem at all, or otherwise class name like this, right? Now I have one bigger doubt. I am creating student object, I am calling student class m1. Can you please tell any import statement is required? Please respond. Any import statement is required? No, import statement is not required because student class is available in the same location where test class is available. That's why all classes present inside current working directory by default available to our program. We are not required to keep any import statement. Clear, right? Observe carefully. Here what I am trying to take. Let me compile this code, sir. Happily the code compiles fine. Here 1 minute. The problem here is, have you observed, it is not import. Variable s is already defined in. So s is already I used here, but I am using second time. Let me take s1. Now happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Happily the code runs fine, no issue at all. Student class static method like this. So the important conclusion you people should aware regarding all classes present inside current package, current working directory by default available for our program. We are not required to keep any import statement. All classes and interfaces present inside java.lang package by default available for every Java program. For lang package, import statement is not required. Clear? Sir, the next important conclusion related to import statement, a bit dangerous point, very important for the exam sake. Take special care. Sir, I have pattern class is available. This pattern class present inside java.util.regex package. Are you getting? What is the package? java.util.regex. In that pattern class is available. Observe that. So regex is the sub package present inside util. Util is the sub package present inside Java. This regex came in the 1.4 version of Java, sir. Remember. Now my important conclusion is, I want to use this pattern class in our program. But how to use that, while discussing regular expressions you may learn, but currently not required. How to use, just observe. I'm taking class test, public static void main method, string array args. Public static void main string array args. Let me create pattern object. Pattern p is equal to pattern dot compile of ab, pattern dot compile of ab, like this I'm taking, sir. So what is the meaning of this line? Don't worry, it is not in our context. Just I'm creating pattern object, that's all you should aware. To use a pattern class in our program, I'm using pattern class in our program. Which import statement is required? Regarding to compile this code, which import statement is required? Option 1. Where this pattern is available? Please respond. Where this pattern is available? Java, util, regex, in that it is available, right? Now, here I am taking import java.star. Import java.star. Second option, import java.util.star. Import java.util.star. Third option, import java.util.regex.star. Sir, like these are the three import statements are there. Obviously, which import statement we have to take to compile this program successfully? Very, very important point. Please make sure. Anyone, can you please guess? Yes, friends. Anyone, can you please guess? Remember that. Very important conclusion. Very important conclusion. You people should have clear clarity. What is the point is? Whenever we are importing a package, sir, import java.star. Import java.star. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not the sub package classes. Are you getting? All classes and interfaces present inside Java by default available, but not util, but not regex. Remember. So very important point related to import statement. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not the sub package classes. Okay? If you want to use any class present inside sub package, compulsory we have to write import statement until sub package level. Are you getting? So where pattern is available? Java.util.regex. To use pattern, compulsory we require to use import statement. Import java.util.regex.star. That's why which import statement is the valid to compile this program is this import statement, sir. Please make sure you should have clear clarity about this terminology. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, let me repeat again. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not a sub package classes. If you want to use a sub package class, compulsory import statement must be required until sub package level. Clear? Sir, let me execute this code so that you people may get some idea. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking a small program. I want to take a small program. Here just have a look once. I'm taking a simple program, sir. Public class test. public static void main pattern p is equal pattern dot compile of ab. Don't worry about this line. Syntactically this line is valid in the regular expressions. We will discuss in detail, right? Now the point here is, if I'm trying to compile, is the code is going to compile or not? No, because we didn't use any import statement. Clear, right? Okay, well, have a look once. Observe that. If I'm trying to use Java C test.java, yes, immediately it's going to tell cannot find symbol class pattern. Are you getting cannot find symbol class pattern? Like that, immediately we are getting compile time error, right? Now I want to solve this problem. What I want to do is import java.star. Import java.star I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Hey, please respond. Is it valid or invalid? Invalid, because pattern is not available inside Java package. Pattern is available inside java.util.regex package. That's why this one is invalid, right? Okay, have a look. Even you are taking, immediately error we are going to get. Observe that. Observe, same error we are getting, because in the util it is not there. Suppose in the Java it is not there. Suppose if I can take java.util.star. Can you please confirm? Import java.util.star. Is it going to accept or not? Please respond. Is it going to be accepted or not? Yes. If I can take like this, the code is not going to compile, because pattern is not available in the util. Pattern is available inside regex package. Are you getting? Pattern is available inside regex package. That's why it is not going to accept. Now have a look once. Observe carefully. Yes. Here immediately error we are going to get. Now, sir, java.util regex.star I'm taking. Java.util regex.star I'm taking, sir. If I can take like this, happily the code compiles fine. There is no problem at all. So let me repeat the important conclusion again, because most important, minimum 1 or 2 questions you can expect in the original exam, sir. Whenever we are importing a Java package, all classes present inside that package available, but not the sub package classes. If you want to use sub package level classes and interfaces, compulsory we have to write import statement until sub package level. Clear? In the last videos we covered what is import, what is the purpose of import, what are various important points related to exam. But do you know, related to import, there is a big story is there, but I'm not covering all those things at the part of this course. So because this course purely meant for exam specific. So for the exam, whatever points are required, just only those things I'm discussing. The people who are very much interested, just to go through the material. In the material, I added all those things. Don't worry, sir. Sir, next, after import, the next thing what I have to discuss, packages. Are you getting package statement? Sir, what is the package? Package. Do you know, we have Europe tour package, US tour package. Okay, like we have core Java, Java package. Okay, advanced basic Java package. Next, a frameworks package, something like. What is a package? Package is a group of related items, a group of related things is nothing but package. Sir, same in the programming, what is a package, right? A group of related things, a group of related classes and interfaces are grouped into a single unit, which is nothing but package. Best example for you. Sir, I want to perform database operations. DB, database operations I want to perform, sir. So, to perform database operations, the required classes and interfaces are grouped into a separate unit, which is nothing but java.sql package. Regarding what is that, sir? Java.sql package. Java.sql package. So package is an encapsulation mechanism to group related classes and interfaces into a single unit. Regarding it is an encapsulation mechanism to group related classes and interfaces into a single unit. Java.sql package contain all classes and interfaces which are meant for database operations. Clear, right? Similarly, suppose, sir, I want to perform IO operations. Sir, I want to write some data to the file. I want to read some data from the file. IO input output operations I want to perform. If you want to perform IO operations, all required classes and interfaces are grouped into a separate package which is nothing but java.io package. Regarding java.io package. So what is package? Package is a grouping mechanism, encapsulation mechanism to group related classes and interfaces into a single unit which is nothing but package. Everyone in the position to understand what the package, right? Now the next important terminology what you people should aware, sir. Okay, sir, how to write package statement, how to compile, how to run. Sir, before that, what are various advantages are there because of package statement? There are multiple advantages are there, sir. Do you know? In Java, there are two date classes are available, sir. Two date classes are available in Java. One is inside SQL package, inside util package. Regarding inside SQL package, inside util package. Now how many date classes are there inside Java? Two date classes. One is date present inside SQL, another date present inside util. Sir, how two date classes are present? Yes, what is the possibility? Because of package statement only. So by using package, I can able to differentiate java.util.date, java.sql.date. I can able to differentiate. So if a package statement is not there, then it is impossible to have two date classes. That's why the biggest advantage of package statement is naming conflicts we can able to resolve. Naming conflicts we can able to resolve, sir. Uniqueness, unique identification will be there for our components. Next, sir, related things we can group. Suppose best example, database relation. All the database operation required classes and interfaces present inside SQL. All classes and interfaces related to IO present inside IO package. Like, sir, it is a grouping related things into a single group. Modularity of the application is going to be improved, sir. Modularity of the application by default is going to be improved. Maintainability of the application will be improved. Regarding maintainability of the application will be improved, sir. Even sometime we can get security also. We can get security also because of package statement. How, sir? Very simple. Suppose assume it is the pack 1. Sir. Pack 1. Now I have class test is there. Sir. Sir, this class test is not public. Assume it's not public. If it is not public, outside person can't access. So default means within the package only. So this package acts as a wall so that outside person can't access our components. Are getting? Package itself is going to provide security also for our components. Everyone can aware? Sir, there are lot of advantages are there because of package statement. Sir, compulsory recommended to use packages in the real time. Sir, best example, we have several classes are there like a string class, string buffer, system class like. Can you please tell? I have string class is there. String class present inside which package? Java.lang package. String buffer is there present inside java.lang. Array list is there present inside java.util package. File reader is there present in java.io package. Regarding present in java.io package, like, sir, do you know every class in Java, almost around 5,000 plus classes are there. All those things part of some package, man. Okay, it is a mandatory. It's a part of some package. That's why while defining our classes also, highly recommended to make yata part of package. If you are not writing package statement, clear indication that this person is not coming from the real time, he is coming from, he is just a learner, like so the person who is seeing your code definitely is going to feel that. So in real time, every class, every interface should be part of some package. Remember, package statement is good programming practice, compulsory we require to use. Almost it is mandatory, but not really mandatory, but highly recommended to use package statement. Clear, right? So what is package? What are various advantages are there? Can you please tell what is the package? Hurry, respond, man. What is the package? It is an encapsulation mechanism to group related classes and interfaces into a single unit. What advantages are there? We can resolve naming conflicts. Modularity of the application is going to be improved. Maintainability is going to be improved. Security by default is going to be improved, sir. Are you getting? So these are various advantages are there because of package statement. Clear for you people? Any doubt? Okay. Sir, now I hope you people got what is package, what advantages, right? Now, how to write package statement, how to compile, how to run. Just observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking package. Sir, we can write package statement by using package keyword. Regarding package is a keyword in Java. Package, sir, com dot durgasoft dot OCJA. Like this I am taking. Com dot durgasoft dot OCJA. Sir, there is a universally accepted naming convention for the packages. There is universally accepted naming convention for the packages, right? Use a client internet domain name in reverse. Regarding, suppose I am working for ICICI Bank. What is their website? com.icicibank.com. Okay? While naming the package com.icicibank. Bank. Regarding, this is universally accepted naming convention. Why internet domain name they are using? Because it is the unique in the nature. Regarding, what is the purpose of package? For unique identification for our components, right? So, which is the unique in the universe? Internet domain name is the unique in the universe. Then, use the internet domain name to name the packages. Then, obviously, uniqueness by default we are going to get. That's why, so what is universally accepted naming convention for the packages is use the internet domain name in reverse. Okay, well, this is the basic. Now, I am taking public class test. Now, public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Here, system.out.println package demo, like this I am taking, sir. System.out.println package demo, like this I am taking. That's all. This is about, sir, how to write package statement in our program. Now, how to compile? Usually, if you want to compile, Java C test.java. But now package statement is there. How to compile this one, sir? Take very, very special care. If you want to compile, sir, Java C test.java. Okay. Is it going to compile or not? Array, respond. Is it going to compile or not? Because package statement I used. Now I am trying to compile Java C test.java. Is it going to compile or not? Okay. 100% pakka. The code is going to compile. Generated .class file will be placed in the current working directory. Are you getting? Test.class file will be generated. Where it will be placed, sir? Inside current working directory. Remember that. But now, my requirement is, array, tester.class file should be part of this package. If you are going to place in the current working directory, meaningless. Regarding, that's why, so should be part of com.durgasoft.ocja. I want, then what we have to take? Java C -d. What is the meaning of -d, sir? Destination to place generated .class files. Boss, I'm talking about destination to place generated .class files. dot hyphen d dot test dot java. Are you getting? Hyphen d dot test dot java. This dot means which one? Can you please confirm? Dot means which one? Current working directory. Are you getting? Current working directory. So what is the difference between this line and this line, sir? What is the difference is hyphen d dot text I am taking in the current working directory. Can you please observe what is our package statement? Have a look once. com.durgasoft.ocja. In the current working directory, com within that Durgasoft, within that Durgasoft, within that ocja, in that test.class file will be placed, sir. Are you getting? In that test.class file will be placed. Sir, now test.class file is the part of our package. Are you getting? com.durgasoft.ocja in that test.class file is there. Remember that. So if I am not using hyphen d dot option, where it will be placed, sir? Where it will be placed in the current working directory. Whenever we are using package statement, don't compile like this. Compulsory we require to compile hyphen d dot test dot java like this. Happily the code is going to compile. This is the way, sir. Now here I have one small doubt. What the doubt is? Dot means current working directory. Com Durgasoft ocja. If these folders are not already there, sir, com folder is not there, or com folder is there but Durgasoft is not there, or Durgasoft is there, ocja is not there. If these locations are not, folders are not already available, what will happen, sir? So this Java C command itself is going to create this folder structure. So whether the required package structure, package folders available or not, we are not required to check, because if these are not available, automatically this command itself is going to create that, no problem at all. Everyone can able to understand? Next, that is one point, sir. Second point, instead of dot, can I take any other location? Yes, why not? E colon you can take, E colon you can take, any valid directory name you can take. Now instead of current working directory, inside E folder, E colon, com will be created, Durgasoft will be there, ocja will be created, in the tester.class file by default will be placed. So any valid destination you can able to specify, acceptable, no problem at all. Are you getting? So whenever we are using package statement, how to compile hyphen d dot, this is the option we require to use. Of course, instead of dot you can take anything, sir, no problem at all. Clear, right? It's a very, very important. What is the difference between this one and this one? You should have clear clarity, right? Sir, let me take up to this so that you people can feel more comfortable. How to run, that part I will discuss. Have a look once up to this, up to compilation. I want to show for you, right? Here, sir, I'm taking package. Can you please guide, sir? I forgot. Package com dot durgasoft dot ocja. Like this I'm taking com.durgasoft dot ocja. Now here just one statement, system.out.println, sir, package demo. Okay, package demo, like this I'm taking, sir. Okay, well, sir, here if you observe java c test.java, happily the code is going to work, no problem. Now dir test.class, can you please observe where it will be placed, sir? In the current working directory. In the current working directory, it got placed. Are you getting? Current working directory it got. Sir, now I don't want java c hyphen d dot test.java. If I can take java c hyphen d dot test.java, now generated dot class file is going to be placed in the current, it will be generated dot class file will be placed in the corresponding package structure. Now observe this one. Now observe. Yes, happily the code compiles fine. In our current working directory, com will be there, Durgasoft will be there, inside ocja will be there, in that ocja test.class file will be placed. Now observe that. Now here cd com, next cd Durgasoft. Yes, cd com cd Durgasoft, cd ocja. In that if you observe test.class file by default there. Regarding test.class file will be there, sir. So this is what you people should aware clearly, right? Are you in the position to understand, right? Whenever we are writing package statement, how to compile, this is what you should aware. Sir, I have to run this code. I want to run this class. If you want to run this class, there is one special care you have to take. Java test.class file is available where? Inside com durgasoft OCJA. Com durgasoft OCJA. Compulsory you require to use fully qualified name. Regarding Java com dot durgasoft dot OCJA. Regarding if I can take com dot durgasoft dot OCJA dot test OCJA dot test. Regarding Java com dot durgasoft dot OCJA dot test. Now happily this one is going to run. Regarding whenever we are executing a Java class, if it is part of package, compulsory at the time of execution, package statement fully qualified name we require to use. If you are not using fully qualified name, it is not going to run. Remember this one, sir. Sir, let me use fully qualified name. Let me execute this code. Observe that. Observe carefully, sir. Java com dot durgasoft dot OCJA dot test. Okay, like happily package demo by default we are going to get. I hope everyone can aware how to write package statement, how to compile package if the program if it contain package statement. Next, how to run program if it is a part of package. Clear? Any doubt? Sir, in the last videos we covered what is package statement, how to compile, how to run if our program contain package statement. Okay, clear for you people, right? What is the next concept we have to talk? Sir, related to this package statement, there are two important conclusions are there. These two things I have to explain. I will look once, sir. I'm taking package, pack1. Of course, this type of naming convention is not good, but syntactical checking purpose I'm taking package pack1. Package pack2, sir. Package pack2 I'm taking. Sir, can you spell out how many packages are there? How many package statements I'm writing? 2 package statements. Now, public class test, like this I'm taking. This is my program test.java. Regarding this is the program I am taking test.java. If I compile this one, can you please tell? If I compile java c -d dot test.java. If I compile this program, how many dot class files will be generated? 1 or 2? Because 2 packages are there. That's why inside pack1 I have to place 1 dot class file. Inside pack2 I have to place another dot class file. That's why 2 dot class files will be generated. Yes or no? How many dot class files will be generated? Point number 1. Okay. Assume if it is only 1 dot class file, is it going to be placed inside pack1 or pack2 or inside both? Hey, respond, man. Are you able to understand? Very important point for the exam. Remember that. Sir, if I can take like this, compiler will give left and right. What is the reason for that? Is in any Java source file means Java program. In any Java source file, at most 1 package statement is allowed. But the meaning at most 1, either 1 or 0. By mistake, if you are taking more than 1 package statement, compiler will give left and right. Are you getting? First one accepted. Why you are taking pack2? Immediately at this line compile time error we are going to get. That's why important conclusion. Inside any Java program, how many package statements are allowed? Respond. How many package statements are allowed? at most one package statement is allowed. By mistake, if you are taking more than one package statement, immediately compile error we are going to get. Clear, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Let me consider, let me show. Here I am taking package pack 1. Assume that package pack 1, package pack 2 I am taking, sir. Now public class test. All this nonsense I don't want. Here just simple, very simple, right? Sir, how many package statements are there? Please respond. How many package statements are there? 2. Pack 1 and pack 2. 2 package statements are there, sir. Now let me compile this one. Okay. Here Java C -d dot test dot Java. Observe carefully. Immediately error by default you are going to get. At which line the problem is coming? Package pack 2. Class interface are enum expected, but not this package statement. Are you getting? But not this package statement. Like this compile time error we are going to get. So the important conclusion what you people should aware, in any Java source file, at most one package statement is allowed. Clear for all of you, right? Next, another point, sir. Very important. Take special care about this point. Here, this is the first conclusion. Second conclusion I am ready to talk. Very important. Listen. Sir, I am taking import java dot util dot star. Import java dot util dot star. Next, package pack 1. I am taking package pack 1 and public class test. Public class test. Like this I am taking, sir. Package pack 1 public class test. If I can take like this, can you please tell either code is going to compile or not? Respond. Very important for the exam sake this point. Please make sure. Is it going to compile or not? Okay? No chance at all. No chance at all. The reason for that is, in any Java program, the first non-comment statement should be package statement. Are you getting? But not import. So already you took import. After import, package is not allowed. First package. After that you can take import statement. The first non-comment statement should be package statement. That is, if you want to take package, compulsory first package, after that import, after that classes, any number you can take. So order is very important. First what we have to take? Package. After that import, sir, by mistake, after import package, immediately error we are going to get. Very important for the exam sake. Remember that. This point especially. Sir, after package, after import, you should not take package statement. Package statement must be first statement. Comments anywhere you can take. Other than comment, package statement must be first statement in our program. Clear for all of you, right? Now let me execute this code, sir. Here I'm taking import java dot util dot array list. Import java dot util dot array list like this. So first import statement, after that package statement, and then I'm trying to, sir, take a class. Now invalid immediately error by default we are going to get. Have you observed, right? Same error we are getting. Sir, here package statement is not allowed. Instead of package, class or interface are enum expected. Like that, right? Clear, friends? So these two are very important statements related to the package statement. Clear for all of you? So what are the first points, sir? So how many package statements are allowed? Only one. At most one package statement. More than one package statement is not allowed. Next, the compulsory package statement should be first statement only. After that you have to take important classes, right? Now let me give the finishing touch for this point, sir. Observe carefully. First we have to take package statement. Sir, after package statement, we can take import statements, import statements, and then we can take either class or interface or enum declarations we can take. Okay. Now this is, sir, first what? package statement. Second one, import statement. Third one, either class or interface or enum. Okay, like you can able to take. Sir, please make sure this order is very, very important. Order is important. Order is important. Remember. So first compulsory package and then import and then class or interface or enum. Next, how many package statements you can take? Hey, respond man. How many package statements you can take? At most one, either one or zero. So how many? At most one. At most one. How many import statements you can take? How many import statements you can take? Any number. Any number. Any number. Acceptable. Either 0, 1 import, 2 import, 3 import, 10 import statements acceptable, right? Sir, how many class or interface or enum declarations are allowed? Any number. No problem at all. Any number. So, restriction is applicable only for package statement. More than one package statement is not allowed. Second restriction, order is important. That's all. These are various important loopholes you people should be aware about the Java source file structure. If you feel comfortable, then some possible bits, some practice bits we are going to discuss. Clear up to this? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered what is Java source file structure, what about import statement, package statement, how many types of import statements are there, important loopholes and practice bits also we covered. Sir, now the next topic, very important concept, class modifiers, class level modifiers. That concept we have to discuss. Sir, what class level modifiers, right? Very important concept, class level modifiers concept. Just observe that. Sir, whenever we are writing a class, sir, I am writing a class test. Now observe, I am writing a class test. Whenever we are writing a class test, we have to specify some information about our class to the JVM. Regarding, we have to specify some information about our class to the JVM, like whether this class can be accessible from anywhere or not. Regarding whether this class can be accessible from anywhere or not, whether child class creation possible or not, whether object creation possible or not, like we have to specify some information about our class to the JVM. How you can specify this information about our class is by using corresponding modifiers. Regarding modifiers describe the behavior of the class. Regarding modifiers describe what? The behavior of the class. Suppose this class accessible from anywhere or not. This class is accessible from anywhere or not. How you can specify, sir? By using public. Okay, remember, if the class is public, then you can sir, access this class from anywhere within the package, outside package, no restrictions at all. So how you can specify is by using public. Sir, if the class is not public, default means where you can able to access, where we can able to access only within the package. Regarding default means if it is not public, default means where we can access only within the package only. Remember, similarly, sir, whether for this class object creation is possible or not, for this class object creation is possible or not, how you can specify? By declaring abstract, sir. If the class is abstract, then object creation is not possible. If the class is not abstract, happily you are allowed to create object. So how the JVM can decide whether object creation is possible or not? Sir, simply based on abstract modifier. If the class is abstract, object creation is not possible. Instantiation, object creation is also known as what? Instantiation. Instantiation is not possible. If the class is not abstract, happily instantiation is possible. JVM will consider this behavior based on this abstract. Next, whether child class creation is possible or not. In the OOPS concept I will discuss in detail, don't worry. Child class creation is possible or not. How you can specify, sir? By using final modifier. If the class is final, then child class creation not possible. If the class is not final, then the child class creation is possible. So means that by using appropriate modifier, we can describe the behavior of our required class. Everyone can able to understand, right? So whenever we are creating a class, sir, we have to specify information about our class to the JVM. How you can specify this information about our class to the JVM, sir? By using corresponding modifiers. Clear for all, right? So JVM, based on these modifiers, JVM is going to use these modifiers while using this class, while accessing this class. Clear, right? Okay, that's all. Now the next point is which modifiers applicable for these top level classes. Are you getting? Can you spell out what are various allowed modifiers for the top level classes? Very important, man. Which modifiers are applicable for top level classes? Please make sure. Okay, but for our OCJA exam, we are not required to be aware all the modifiers. Just the basic idea about the minimum modifiers itself is enough. The people who require complete information just to go through the material, right? So which modifiers applicable for top level classes? Just aware. Happily we can declare top level class as public. Sir, we can declare top level class as default. Default means if we are not taking anything, it is the default. Public default. Sir, we can declare top level class as abstract. Next, we can declare top level class as final. We can declare top level class as strict FP. Remember, strict FP behavior, we are not required to worry. Sir, it's not required at all. Okay, sir, please make sure just a strict floating point. Okay, not in our exam scope, just aware. So the only applicable modifiers for top level classes are public, default, abstract, final, strict FP. Remember this one. So if it is inner class, sir, sometimes maybe we can take a class inside another class. A class inside another class, right? If it is inner class, the extra modifiers allowed are private is allowed, protected is allowed, private is allowed, protected is allowed, static is also allowed. Are you getting? So for top level classes, how many modifiers are applicable, sir? These 5 modifiers are applicable. But for inner classes, how many modifiers are applicable, sir? 8 modifiers applicable. Remember, these modifiers applicable only for inner classes, but not for top level classes. Is it clear for all of you, right? But for the exam sake, especially one modifier which is going to play very, very important role. What is that modifier? Is abstract. Okay, here we have to perform post-mortem about abstract class, because compulsory at least 1 or 2 questions you can expect from this area. This area for the exam sake very, very important. Is it clear for all of you, right? Sir, which modifiers are applicable for top level classes? Respond. Which modifiers are applicable for top level classes? 5 modifiers are applicable. Public, default, abstract, final, strict FP. These 5 modifiers are applicable, right? Next, which modifiers are applicable for inner classes? These 5 plus 3 modifiers are applicable. But among these, for the exam sake, which one is the very, very important, sir? Abstract modifier is the very, very important concept. You people should aware complete behavior of abstract class, abstract method, like that, right? Sir, now anyway, let me explain very briefly about public, default, and then we will perform postmortem on abstract. Can you please tell, if a class is public, what is the meaning of that? Okay, respond. Public transport, public toilet. Are you getting? Public toilet, public transport. What it means? any person, public telephone, any person is allowed to use. Are you getting? Any person is allowed to access. Okay, like, so if the class is declared as the public, sir, I have package, pack1 is there. Assume that, sir. Package, pack1 is there. Now, I have public class A is there, sir. Public class A is there. Sir, if the class declared as public, we can access this class from anywhere, either within the package or outside package. Anywhere you can access, no restrictions at all. Now I am taking here, just observe, package, pack2, sir. Package, pack2. Now, sir, public, class B. I am taking public class B. Public static void main method I am taking. String array args. Now A is equal to new A I am taking, sir. A is equal to new A. Next, sir, if you want to access a class from outside package, import statement must be required. Import pack1 dot A. Now, can you please tell, is it valid or not? Perfectly valid. The reason is, class is what? Public. If a class declared the public, you can access that class from anywhere, no restrictions at all. Are you getting? Within the same package or outside package, anywhere you can access, no problem at all, right? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, if the class is not public, what will happen? That behavior we are going to discuss. Sir, now let me go for a small example. Let me execute this code. Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking just a small, here I'm trying to take package pack1, public class A, sir. Public class A I'm taking. Sir, let me save this code. Let me save this code as a.java. Here D:(Durga classes. Inside D:(Durga classes, just I'm taking a.java. Sir, that's all. This is about my A class, which is the public, present inside pack1. Now, let me take, sir, class B, sir. Class B, sir, here it is the package pack2. Observe that package pack2, complete different package. Import pack1 dot A. Now I'm trying to create A is equal to new A, sir. Regarding A is equal to new A, I'm taking, sir. And, sir, this class B, let me save this code as, here just observe that. Let me take this code as b.java. Okay, b.java, like. Can you please confirm? Is it valid or not? Please respond. Is it valid or not? Yes, what is the problem? This A present inside pack1 is the public. Happily we are allowed to access from anywhere. No restrictions right now. Let me compile A.java and B.java. Here, let me go to D:(Durga classes javac -d dot A.java. Are you getting? javac-d dot A.java. Immediately compile. Of course, happily the code compiles fine, sir. Sir, javac-d dot B.java I'm taking. If I can take B.java, happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all. So, it's a very clear for you people. Sir, if the class declared the public, then you can access that class from anywhere within the same package or outside the package, no restrictions at all. Clear, right? Now, I have one small doubt, sir. My doubt is, if this class is not public, sir, up to this, what is the meaning of public class? It's very clear for you people. What is the meaning of public class, right? If a class declared the public, from anywhere you can access that class, either within the same package or outside package, no restrictions at all. Clear, right? If the class is not declared the public, sir, I didn't declare this class as the public. If we are not declaring class as a public means it is default. Are you getting? It is default. What is the meaning of default classes? What the meaning? What the meaning of default classes? Very simple, sir. If a class declared as a default means that if we are not declaring public, okay, if a class declared the default, then we can access that class only within the current package. Outside of the package, we can't access. Are you getting? Outside of the package, we can't access. Within the same package, you can access, no problem at all. But outside of the package, sorry, we can't access. Are you getting? Now, I'm trying to access inside pack 2. Sir, which is the outside of pack 1? I'm trying to access inside pack 2, which is outside of pack 1. If I do like this, and if class A is the default, immediately compiler will give left and right. Hey, class A is the default, class A is not public, cannot be accessed from outside package. Default access means within the same package we have to access. Outside of the package, is it possible to access? No chance at all. Clear for all of it, right? Sir, where you can access only within the package. Outside of the package we can't access, right? Now let me cross check. Have a look once. Observe carefully, sir. Now here, have a look once. I'm removing public here. If I remove this class as the public, if I remove public, can you please tell what is the access modifier for this A? Please respond, friends. What is the access modifier for this A? The access modifier for this A is default. If we are not declaring any modifier, by default it is a default in Java. You know, right? It is the default. Default means only in the current package you can access. Outside not possible. Okay? Now let me consider here from B. It is the outside package. It is the outside package. So now what I want to take, Java C -d dot A dot Java. A.Java. Happily it compiles fine, but whenever we are trying to compile B.Java, immediately compile time error you are going to get. Have you observed, right? A is not public in pack 1. Not public in pack 1 cannot be accessed from outside package. A is not public in pack 1 cannot be accessed from outside package. Everyone can able to understand? So this is what you people should aware clearly, right? I hope not required to keep much explanation. What is the default class? What is the public class? Public class means no restrictions. Anywhere you can access. Default class means only within the current package only we can access. From outside package, sorry, you can't access. Clear, right? Now I have one small doubt, sir. Assume I'm taking here class test, public static void main method, string array args. Sir, now do you know this test class is also present inside pack 1 only. Now A is equal to new A, like this I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it accessible or not? Respond, is it accessible or not? This is a test class present inside which package? Same package only. Within the happily you can access, but outside package you can't access. Correct, right? Now let me consider this code. Here observe carefully, sir. Here I'm taking class test I'm taking public static void main method string array args I'm taking public static void main string array args. Now A is equal to new A I'm taking. Are you getting? A is equal to new A. Sir, is it valid or not? 100% pakka itself is valid, sir. Now Java C -d dot A dot Java, complete A dot Java. A dot Java means, do you know this total program I saved as A dot Java? No syntactical mistake. Now if you want, observe that. Okay, perfectly valid. Java pack 1 dot test. I'm trying to execute test class. Now is it going to work or not? Yes, perfectly. We are not going to get any error, right? So what it means, what you people should aware clearly, the important conclusion, public class means from anywhere you can access. Default class means only within the current package. That's why default access is also known as package level access. Clear, right? What is public class? What is default class? These two are very, very important for the exam sake. Next, most dangerous, most important abstract modifier. That thing I will discuss. Sir, in the last video, we covered about class level modifiers, public and default. Now, the next modifier we have to discuss, the most valuable, very important for the exam. That's why please make sure you have to take special care about this one. What is that modifier? Is abstract modifier. Regarding what the modifiers are? Abstract modifier, you people should aware, sir. So now the point is, what is the need of abstract modifier? What is the meaning of abstract where you can apply? Point number 1, very important, sir. Abstract modifier applicable for methods. Happily you can apply for the method, no problem, abstract method. Next, the abstract modifier you can apply for class. Abstract class, abstract method is applicable, abstract class is available, like abstract modifier applicable for variable, abstract variable. Have you ever heard about this? Here respond. Have you ever heard about abstract variable? No such type of terminology. Remember, abstract modifier applicable only for methods and classes, but not for variables. First point is very clear. Next, what is abstract? General. Forget about programming. Regarding general in our day-to-day life, where we can use abstract. Abstract means not clear. Not clear. Array, his mind is abstract. He is not open-minded person. It is not completed, just only abstract. Abstract means not complete. Something partial implementation, such type of terminology is the abstract. Okay, just a K which is not complete, just a partially completed, which is nothing but abstract. Keep this point in your mind. Okay, anyway, now let me talk about what is abstract method, what is abstract class. These two things I will discuss. Very important for the exam. Please make sure, take special care. So first, what is abstract method? What is abstract method, sir? Sir, very simple. I have one vehicle class is there, sir. Public class vehicle. Public class vehicle class is there. Every vehicle contain number of wheels, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, like wheels are there. Public int get number of wheels. Public int get number of wheels. Assume, can you please tell how many wheels vehicle has? I have to return some number. Some number I have to return. How many wheels vehicle has? Can you spell out? Yes, friend. How many wheels vehicle has? Can you spell out? How many wheels vehicle has? We don't know. That depends on type of the vehicle. Sir, I have bike, 2-wheeler. I have car, 4-wheeler. I have bus, 6-wheeler. I have auto, 3-wheeler. Like, so if we don't know the type of the vehicle, then we can't tell how many wheels this vehicle has. Sir, even though we don't know about implementation, still we can declare a method. I don't know about implementation. I don't know how many wheels, which number I have to return. I don't know. Even though we don't know about implementation, because sometimes I may not aware implementation for the method. If you don't know about implementation, no problem. Happily we can declare a method with the abstract modifier. Remember this one, sir. You don't know about implementation. If we don't know about implementation, okay, if we don't know about implementation, keep semicolon and declare this method as abstract. Are you getting right? So, what is the meaning of abstract method? Abstract method has only declaration but not the implementation. So, sometimes we don't know about implementation. Still, is it possible to declare a method in Java? Yes, possible by using what? Abstract method. Abstract method has only declaration but not implementation. That's why abstract method declaration ends with a semicolon but not the curly braces. Are you able to get very important question? Abstract method declaration should end with the curly braces, but should end with the semicolon but not the curly braces. Are you able to understand? One scenario, right? Sir, one more scenario I will explain. Suppose I have public class, fruit class is there, sir. Okay, mango, apple, orange, like there are lemon, like multiple fruits are available. Now my question is, every fruit having taste, correct or not? Every fruit having taste. Now, sir, public string, get taste like this. I have to return some string. Are you getting? I require to return some string. Return. What the taste of the fruit? Respond, man. What the taste of the fruit? Sir, if it is the mango, very sweet. If it is a lemon, a bit some other taste by default. So until if you don't know the type of the fruit, we can't tell what is the taste. If you can't tell what is the taste, then how you can declare that method? No problem at all. Even though we don't know about implementation, still we can declare a method with the abstract modifier. That's why what you can take, just keep semicolon, and let me take this class, this method as abstract. Are you getting? Abstract method has only declaration but not implementation. Remember, who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation. That part we are going to take care next step. First, aware what is abstract method? The method which has only declaration but not implementation. Such type of methods are by default considered as abstract method. Abstract method should compulsory answer with semicolon. Remember that. Now, sir, you are telling vehicle, fruit. Sir, can you please give a programming example? You people may ask, sir, best example. Here, see. I want to implement loan module. Are you getting loan module, right? Everyone is going to be attracted if there is a loan facility is there. Assume that loan module. What is the interest rate? Sir, if I can take class loan, sir. Public double get the interest rate. Are you getting? Public double get the interest rate like this, right? Sir, I have to return interest rate. Sir, 10.5, 13.4, 8.5 only. Like, do you know? Sir, interest rate. What is the interest rate of loan? Array, which loan? If it is a personal loan, 15% or 15. If it is the gold, if it is the car loan, 12% or 12. If it is the house loan, 8.5. Something like the interest rate, you can't tell at the loan level. It is varied from loan type to loan type. Sir, we don't know about implementation. No problem. Happily, you can declare this method with the abstract. This method with the abstract and the compulsory, this method should answer with the semicolon. Everyone can able to understand, right? Now I hope you have some basic idea by seeing this vehicle, by seeing fruit, by seeing the loan. Everyone can be right? Sir, can you please tell what is abstract? Please respond. What is abstract? Abstract method? The method which has Only declaration but not implementation. Who is the responsible to provide implementation, right? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation. But as of now, I don't know about implementation. Then such a type of method we have to declare with the abstract modifier. Everyone can able to understand, right? That's all. Now from this exam sake, what important question is there? Let me talk very important points, sir. Let me talk about this one. Here I'm taking public abstract, void M1. I'm taking, sir. Public abstract, void M1, okay, like this. Next, public void M1, like this I'm taking. Public abstract void M1, like this I'm taking. Public void M1, like this I'm taking, sir. Very important for the syntax, for the exam sake. Now take a bit very special care. Can you please tell, is the first one valid or not? Among these four, which are valid, which are invalid? This knowledge must be required for the exam sake. Out of public, default, all these abstract, very special for the exam sake. Can you please tell which is valid? Can you please tell, is it valid or not? First one. If I can ask compiler, can you please compile my code? Compiler, can you please compile my code? Compiler will give left and right, because the reason is you are declaring this method as abstract, but you are providing implementation. Curly brace open and close means implementation. Abstract methods cannot have body. Abstract methods cannot have body. This is the compile method we are going to get. Point number 1. So this is invalid. Can you please tell if the second one is valid or not? Observe carefully, man. If the second one is valid or not? Public void M1. Public void M1. Array, you didn't provide implementation. You are keeping semicolon. If you didn't provide implementation, compulsory we have to declare this method as abstract. Compulsory we have to declare this method as abstract. But you didn't declare this method as abstract. You didn't declare this method as abstract. Then without abstract, compulsory you should provide implementation, but you didn't provide implementation. That's why immediately error by default we are going to get. Remember that. Sir, next the third one. Sir, public abstract void M1 semicolon. Oh, meaningful. Public abstract void M1. Yes, sir, it's the meaningful because the reason for that is it is abstract method not having implementation. Hence with semicolon, right? Acceptable. Sir, public void M1 curly brace. It is not abstract. That's why having the body meaningful, no problem at all. Are you getting? So very important, this syntactical thing you should aware. How to declare abstract method. Very important point. Clear for all of right? Sir, how you can declare as abstract method? Compulsory abstract method should end with semicolon but not curly braces. Clear, right? Now let me go for a small chota example to cover all these things so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Sir, have a look once. I'm taking here, observe that carefully. Here I'm taking class test. Assume that class test. Sir, now public abstract void M1 curly brace open and close. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Oi, please respond. Is it valid or invalid? Class test public abstract void M1. Is it valid or invalid? Compiler will give left and right because the method is abstract, but you are providing the body. Curly brace open and close means body you are providing. That's why it is invalid. Now observe, if I can ask the compiler, can you please compile this code? Java C test.java. Are you getting Java C test.java? Here, what is the compile method we are going to get? Abstract methods cannot have a body. Are you getting? Abstract methods cannot have a body. Like this compile method we are going to get, sir. Clear for all of you, right? Suppose I'm taking semicolon. Okay, sir, is it valid or not? Very important point. Is it valid or not? What is the problem? Perfectly it is valid. A small point is missing. That I will explain in detail. If a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory class should be declared as abstract. Remember this one. Can you please repeat again? If a class contains at least one abstract method, compulsory we have to declare class as abstract. Otherwise it is syntactical mistake. Okay, anyway, this class contain at least one abstract method. That's why I'm taking the class also as abstract. What is the reason? I will explain soon. Don't worry, sir. I will explain. Sir, now either code is going to compile or not? Yes, perfectly itself is valid. Regarding perfectly itself is valid, sir. Suppose I'm taking public void m1. Public void m1. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Public void m1, is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Because you didn't declare the body, you didn't declare method as abstract. So if you don't want to provide body, compulsory you have to declare method as abstract. But you didn't do that. That's why error we are going to get. Have a look once, observe that carefully, sir. Here, what that comparative error? Please, sir, missing method body or declare abstract. Missing method body or declare abstract. Okay. Now I'm taking like this. Public void m1. Sir, I'm providing the body. Then happily the code is going to compile. Okay. That's all. So what is abstract method? How to declare abstract method? These two things must be very, very important. Okay. What is abstract method? Abstract method having only declaration but not implementation. Remember. So that's why abstract method declaration should compulsory ends with semicolon. Okay. But not curly braces. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation. Clear? Any doubt? Sir, in the last video we covered what is abstract method. Now everyone having the clarity about abstract method. Now let me talk about abstract class. We are getting very, very important word, abstract class. Can you please tell what is abstract method? The method which is not having implementation, only declaration. Such type of methods are called what? Abstract method. Same way, what is abstract class? The name itself indicates not complete class, partially implemented class. Sometimes if the implementation of a class is not complete, regarding sometimes if the implementation of a class is not complete, maybe because of not proper implementation or because of abstract methods in that class. Anyway, some reason, sir. I have one class is there. I'm not feeling this implementation is not appropriate. Okay, not proper. May contain some abstract methods or even implementation is there, dummy implementation like that. So if the implementation is not complete, if the implementation of a class is not complete, such a type of partially implemented classes we have to declare as abstract. Okay, we have to declare as abstract. So if a class declared as abstract, what it means is partially implemented class. Remember this one, partially implemented class. So if you feel implementation is not appropriate, if you feel implementation is not proper, then happily we can declare class as abstract. What the advantage is, if I declare this class as abstract, then no one is allowed to create object for this class. Are you getting? Tester T is equal to new tester. No one is allowed to create an object. No one is allowed to call these methods directly. Regarding no one is allowed to call these methods because this class is not complete implementation. This class is not having complete implementation. Just a partial implementation is available. Okay, such a type of partially implemented class we have to declare as abstract. So abstract class means a single word partially implemented class. Are you getting? So how you can conclude partially implemented class? Because it may contain abstract methods or or it may contain methods implemented but not complete implementation, but not dummy implementation is there for the methods. Such a type of implementation is by default considered as abstract class. Are you able to understand? Now my important point, is it possible to create object for abstract class? Ayo, respond man. Is it possible to create object for abstract class? Not possible. Not possible. Sir, the reason why, what is the reason for that is very simple. Suppose assume I have class vehicle is there. Assume that class vehicle is there, sir. Vehicle is there. This vehicle contain abstract method, public abstract int, get a number of wheels. Have you remembered? I covered this example in the last video. Get number of wheels. If this class is not abstract, if this class is not abstract, then every person can create an object. If a person can create an object, vehicle V is equal to new vehicle. Next up, V dot get number of wheels. V dot get number of wheels. If any person calling this method, what response you have to provide? Boss, no, I'm not having implementation. Can you please create an object for child class? Can you please create an object for the child class? Like I have to convey. Then why, sir, you are bringing this object? That's why if a class implementation is not proper, if the class implementation is not completed, just like having partial implementation, object creation should not be allowed. How I can restrict object creation? Declare the class as abstract. Okay, well, for abstract classes, object creation possible or not possible? What the answer you can tell? Respond, man. For the abstract classes, object creation possible or not possible? Not possible. Remember this one, it's not possible. So only 2 points you people should aware. What is abstract class? Partially implemented class is called abstract class. Sir, for abstract classes, it is not possible to create object, means instantiation is not possible. If any person trying to create an object for abstract class, immediately compiler will get left and right. Hey, it is not fully implemented. How you can create an object for this class? Immediately compile method by default we are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Let me show this small example. Observe carefully, sir. Sir, I have a class test is there. Assume this test is abstract, sir. Okay, some reason I'm taking this class as abstract. Now I'm taking test T is equal to new test. Test T is equal to new test. Like this I'm taking, sir. If I can take test T is equal to new test, let me compile. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Please respond. I'm trying to create an object for test class, but the test class is abstract. Immediately compile method you are going to get. Okay, let me show this one. Here, have a look once, sir. What is the error? By default we are going to get test is abstract, cannot be instantiated. Regarding test is abstract, cannot be instantiated. Suppose assume class test is not abstract. Assume class test is not abstract. Then is it acceptable or not? Yes, perfectly it is acceptable. So what important conclusion you people should aware, right? So for abstract classes, it is not possible to create object. Next, partially implemented classes are called abstract classes. Clear, friends? I hope it is very clear for you people. What is abstract class? What is abstract method? Now, what is the relation between these two things? Sir, just observe. Abstract class versus abstract method. Very, very important, very, very dangerous point. Take special care, sir. Sir, if a class contain at least one abstract method, remember that if a class contain at least one abstract method, sir, I have one class is there, sir, class test. This test contain one abstract method is there, public abstract void M1 is there, sir. If a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory the class should be declared as abstract method. Because the reason is, if I'm not taking this class as abstract, Assume I'm not taking this class as abstract, then any person can create an object for this. Tester T is equal to new tester. T dot M1. He may call M1. If he is calling M1, which response you are going to provide? Sorry, this method not having any implementation. So if a class contain at least one abstract method, that the class is partially implemented class only, object creation is not possible for that class. That's why compulsory we have to declare that class as abstract. Regarding compulsory, that class we should declare as abstract. Remember this one. So abstract class can, if a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory the class should be declared as abstract. Otherwise, compiler will give left and right, compile time error we are going to get. Remember, very, very important point. Let me repeat again. If a class contains at least one abstract method, compulsory we have to declare that class as abstract. Otherwise, compile time error. Sir, let me show up to this one, right? Have a look once. I'm taking a simple example, tester.java. Assume that class tester, public abstract void M1 method is there, sir. Public abstract void M1 method is there. Now, if I'm trying to compile this code, can you please tell either code is going to compile or not? Class test, public abstract void M1, is it going to compile or not? No chance at all. Compiler will get left and right because the class contains at least one abstract method, but the class you didn't declare as abstract. That's why. Observe carefully. Immediately, error by default you are going to get, sir. Have a look once. Test is not abstract and does not override abstract method M1 in test. Test is not abstract and does not override abstract method M1 in test. This is the compile time error we are going to get. But if I declare class as abstract, then happily the code compiles fine. There is no problem at all. So very, very important point, mantra about this abstract class and abstract method. If a class contains at least one abstract method, compulsory that the class should be declared as abstract. Clear, right? Otherwise, compile time error. Next, immediately you may ask, sir, I have one class is there. My class doesn't contain any abstract method. Regarding the class doesn't contain any abstract method. Abstract method is not there. Still, can I declare that class as abstract or not? Sir, observe. Abstract. I have one class. That class doesn't contain any abstract method. No abstract method at all. Still, can I declare that class as abstract or not? Means abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods. Possible or not? Yes, perfectly possible. Even though class doesn't contain any abstract method, still if you feel that implementation is not appropriate, implementation is not proper, happily you can declare class as abstract, no problem at all. Best example, sir, I'm taking class tester. Have a look once. Class tester. Do you know public void M1, it is not abstract method, having the body. Public void M2, sir, this is also having the body. Now, can you please tell, is this class contain any abstract method? No abstract method. Happily implementation is there. Next, if I create an object, tester T is equal to new tester, T dot M1, what response I will get? Syntactically it is valid. Tester T is equal to new tester T dot M1, what response I will get? So nothing, empty. So even these methods having implementation, but that implementation is what? Dummy implementation, man. If the implementation is not complete. Dummy implementation. What is the use of creating an object for that? That's why if you don't want object creation for this class, even though this class doesn't contain any abstract method, still happily you can declare this class as abstract, no problem at all. Remember, so means that abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also. Is it clear, right? Sir, do you know dummy implementation? No problem, no abstract method. Still, we can declare class as abstract if you don't want object creation like this, right? Sir, do you know in our OOPS concept somewhere, you may have adapter classes. Adapter class doesn't contain any abstract method. Every method having curly brace open and close implementation, but still there is no use of that implementation. That's why every adapter class highly recommended to declare as abstract. Remember this one, okay? Maybe in the next level we may get, or otherwise just open the Google what is adapter class, then you can able to get much clarity. Second point here is, listen very carefully. Of course, I included this in our material related to interface concept. Next, second point, sir, very important point. HTTP servlet, because after completing our Java, we have to go for web applications. There we have to learn web technologies like servlets and JSP. In the servlet, HTTP servlet is one class. HTTP servlet is one class. This HTTP servlet is abstract class, but very specialty, this HTTP servlet class doesn't contain any abstract method. Regarding HTTP servlet is the best example, doesn't contain any abstract method, still it is abstract class, right? So means that abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also, no problem at all. Clear, right? Let me consider, have a look once, sir. Sir, I'm taking a class test. Sir, public void m1 having the implementation m2, m3, m4, m2, m3, m4. Oh, 4 methods are there, but all the methods are empty implementation only. Curly brace open and close. What is the use? Nothing. Like it may be adapter class. It may be adapter class, something like we are going to use. Sir, now I want to declare this class as abstract. Is it possible or not? Yes, why not? Happily. Can you please observe that? I am declaring this class as abstract. Now, happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Clear for all of you, right? We are not getting any compile error. Happily the code compiles fine. So, meaning that, very important terminology. Meaning that, sir, just even though class doesn't contain any abstract method, still we can declare class as abstract. Abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods. Is it clear for all of you, right? Only 2 points. Point number 1. If a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory we should provide if a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory we should declare class as abstract. Even class doesn't contain any abstract method, happily we can declare class as abstract. That's why abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also acceptable. Clear? Now the next point related to abstract class, listen very carefully, sir. I have one abstract class test is there, sir. Abstract class test is there. Public abstract void m1 method. Public abstract void m2 method is there. Now listen very carefully. I have one abstract class is there. Sir, public abstract void m1, public abstract void m2. There are two abstract methods are there, sir. Can you please confirm who is the responsible to provide implementation for these abstract methods? Who is the responsible? child class is responsible to provide implementation for parent class abstract methods. What I want to take, I'm taking public class subtest, public class subtest extends test, public class subtest extends test, like this I'm taking. Now I'm trying to implement public void m1, public void m1. Can you please tell, is this code is valid or not? Respond, man. Is this code is valid or not? Sir, this is the child. Subtest means child class. Is it valid or not? Sir, now take a bit very special care about this one. Parent class abstract methods, who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child class is the responsible. So parent class contain how many abstract methods are there? 2 abstract methods are there. Compulsory child class is the responsible to provide implementation for every abstract method. But here you provided only for m1. Who is going to provide m2? You didn't provide m2. That's why compiler will give left and right. Hey, subtest, you didn't provide m2 implementation. How I can accept this code? Like a compatible error we are going to get. So let me conclude again. So whenever we are extending an abstract class, sir, for each and every abstract method of the parent, compulsory we should provide implementation in the child class. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. Clear, right? Let me show up to this. Have a look once, sir. I have abstract class test is there. Next, here I am taking public abstract void m1 I am taking, sir. Public abstract void m1, public abstract void m2, like this I am taking. Perfectly itself is the valid, sir. Now just observe that class subtest extends test. I am trying to provide public void m1 like this, right? I am providing implementation for only m1. Are you getting? I am providing implementation for only m1 method, but I am not providing implementation for m2. Sir, is it valid or not? Immediately compiler will get left and right. Compile time error we are going to get. Clear, right? Let me show this one. Let me show this here. Have a look once. Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Subtest is not abstract and does not override abstract method m2 in test. Sir, you didn't provide implementation for m2, so that's why how I can accept this code? Like this compile time error we are going to get. Then how I can solve this problem? Can you please confirm how I can solve this problem? We can solve this problem in 2 ways. First way, you can provide implementation for m2. Sorry, I don't know about implementation. No problem. Declare this class is abstract. Are you getting? Declare this class is abstract. If I declare child class as abstract, then we are not required to provide implementation for every abstract method. Then who is the responsible to provide implementation for this remaining method? Next level child class. Who is the responsible, sir? Next level child class is the responsible. By declaring this class as abstract, temporarily we can fix this problem, but still m2 method is not implemented. Who is the responsible to create? Child. Next level child class is the responsible to provide implementation. Now, if I take as abstract, is it accepted or not? Observe that subtest extends a test provided implementation only for m1, only for m1. Now I am taking abstract, right? Now have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. Okay, well, temporarily the problem solved, but the problem in this case is you can't create object for test class, you can't create object for subtest class, because both are abstract. Even you have m1 method, sorry, you can't call. Then what I have to go for? I have to go for subtest. Are you getting? Next level child class subtest extends test. Okay, this person should compulsory provide implementation for M2 method. If he is not providing implementation, immediately compile time error we are going to get, sir. What is that error? So compulsory you should provide implementation for M2 method, then it is valid. Okay, like so. Parent class abstract methods, who is the responsible to provide implementations are child class is the responsible to provide implementation. Everyone can able to understand? Yes, friends. Are you in the position to understand, right? What is abstract method? Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Like this, that's all. This is what you people should aware clearly. Okay, now I have just a matter of 2 minutes. I want to review the whole story with a small example, meaningful example, so that you will get much clarity. Let me take a vehicle class. Here I am taking, let me take vehicle class. Class vehicle. Are you getting class vehicle? Now, public abstract, int get number of wheels. Public abstract get number of wheels. Sir, because at a vehicle class level, we don't know about implementation. That's why this method I declared as abstract and ends with a semicolon. Next, if a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory the class should be declared with the abstract. Okay, it is mandatory. Now I am taking class bus. Class bus extends a vehicle. Class bus extends a vehicle. Now bus can tell how many wheels it has. Are you getting? Public int get number of wheels. Public int get number of wheels. Return. Can you please tell how many wheels bus has? Front 1 plus 1, left and right. Back 2 wheels will be there. Left side 2 wheels, right side 2 wheels. Left back, right back, 2 plus 2. So total 6 wheels are there. Return 6. Valid perfectly, because once you know the bus, how many wheels bus has, we should be in a position to answer. Are you getting? Same way, class auto extends a vehicle. Class auto extends vehicle. Public int get number of wheels. Public int get number of wheels. Return 3 I am taking. Auto get number of wheels, return 3, like this, right? So because auto having 3 wheels, bus having 6 wheels, like this, right? Now, sir, is it possible to create object for the vehicle? No. Is it possible to create object for bus? Yes, happily, because it is not abstract. Auto, yes, it is not abstract. Happily you can able to create object for this. Now I am taking here, observe. Class test. Public static void main method string array args. Class test public static void main string array args. Here bus b is equal to new bus. Bus b is equal to new bus. I am creating bus class object. System.out.println b dot get number of wheels. B dot get number of wheels. Bus b is equal to new bus. B dot get number of wheels. Similarly, auto a is equal to new auto. Auto a is equal to new auto. System.out.println a dot get number of wheels. Get number of wheels. Happily the code is going to run. In the case of bus, we are going to get 6. In the case of auto, we are going to get a 3. Clear for all of you, right? Now meaningful example, vehicle not having, sir, we don't know about number of wheels. Abstract method. Who is the responsible to resolve that abstraction? Child classes are responsible. Now happily, what is the output by default we are going to get, sir? Simple 6 followed by 3. Clear, right? Sir, let me execute this code so that you people can feel more comfortable. Observe that. Okay, now observe that. Sir, we have abstract class vehicle. Under this vehicle class contain one abstract method, get number of wheels. Because at vehicle level, we don't know how many wheels it has. Because if you know the type of the vehicle, then we can able to tell is it contain 2 or 3, something like. Okay. So public abstract int get number of wheels. If a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory that a class should be declared as abstract. We did already, right? Now class bus extends vehicle. Sir, public int get number of wheels, return 6. Okay, well, class auto extends vehicle, public int get number of wheels, return 3. Okay, like. Now have a look once, sir. Now I'm creating an object for bus. Bus B is equal to new bus, B dot get number of wheels, auto A is equal to new auto, A dot get number of wheels. That's all. Let me run this code perfectly. It is the valid, sir. Okay, now observe that the code compiles fine. We never going to get any error. The code runs fine. What is the answer? Bus having 6 wheels and auto having 3 wheels. Like it's a clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. So this is about what is abstract method, abstract class, this type of discussion. Very important for the exam. Here, one small thing just for your interest sake I'm telling, but not required for the exam. Anyway, don't worry. Just aware one small point. Sir, anyway, we are not providing implementation for this abstract method inside vehicle. Who is the responsible? Child already providing. What is the advantage of declaring this abstract method in the vehicle class? Are you getting? If I remove this abstract method in the vehicle, still the code is going to run. Still the code is going to compile. No problem at all. Compile and run. Let me remove this one. Is it going to work or not? Yes, I'm removing, sir. I removed. Yes, have you observed? This method I want to remove. I removed, sir. If I remove this one, can you please tell if the program is going to work or not? Perfectly, it is going to work. It's going to work. No problem. We are not going to face any problem, right? Perfectly, it's going to work. Then, what is the use of declaring abstract method in the parent class? Can you please confirm? What is the advantage? The simple advantage is very, very simple, sir. The simplest reason. The simple advantage is if here take very, very special care about this terminology, right? The biggest advantage what we are, if I'm not taking this abstract method in the parent class, child class may provide implementation, may not provide implementation. Child is not mandatory to provide implementation. Child may provide, may not provide. But every child class of vehicle should compulsory provide implementation for get number of wheels. If you have such a type of programming requirement is there, then declare this class as this method as abstract. Are you getting? If I declare abstract method in the parent class, compulsory, mandatory, every child should compulsory provide implementation. So, for child classes, which methods compulsory should provide implementation, such type of methods we have to identify and we have to declare as abstract in the parent. Then, without implementing that, child class cannot skip. It is mandatory for the child class to provide implementation. Everyone can able to understand? Of course, another advantage is also there, polymorphism. Of course, it's not required for the exam sec. Maybe in the polymorphism, I may explain. Clear for all of you, right? Up to this, any doubt? Okay, that's all, friends. Hi friends, in the last video we covered about class level modifiers. Sir, if I declare class as the public, default, abstract, like we did, we performed a great postmortem on that. Sir, now I have to explain, sir, member modifiers, variable declared as the public, method declared as the public, what will happen? Are you getting? So what is the topic we have to discuss? Member modifiers. Member means it may be a variable or it may be a method. So for method, which modifier applicable? For variable, which modifiers are applicable? Member modifiers. Okay, these are things we have to discuss. But anyway, one thing you should aware. So just for members, public, private, protected, default, like 12 modifiers are there. All those 12 modifiers, happily we can apply for some methods, for some variables and so on, right? But anyway, we are not required to talk all those 12 modifiers for the exam sake. Just the required things are public, private, protected, default. Anyway, abstract we covered already. Final, we are not required to worry. If it is required, I will discuss for that, right? Okay. Purely this video course based on for our certification exam. It is not to learn each and every concept, right? Clear, right? So now the important point what we have to discuss. For member modifiers, first modifier, public member. Public, sir. Sir, if I declare a variable or method as public, I declare a variable or method as public, then, sir, we can access that member from anywhere, either within the class or outside the class, either within the package or outside package, no problem at all. Sir, public means any person is allowed to access. If a member declared as public, it may be a method or it may be a variable, we can access that member from anywhere, either within the same package or outside package, within the same class or outside the class. Okay, clear, right? Sir, now let me go for a small example, and here there is one small twist is also there. Observe carefully, right? Sir, I'm taking, okay, I have a package, pack 1. Observe very carefully, sir. Package, pack 1. I'm taking a class A class, right? Class A. Now, here I'm taking public void M1. Regarding public void M1. System.out.println. Okay, A class method, like this I'm taking, sir. Now take very special care. So first important conclusion, is it public or not? Yes, friends, is it public or not? Yes, this method is the public. You can access this method from anywhere, no problem at all. Now here I'm taking, sir, this is a.java. Regarding this total file, I saved as a.java. Now I'm taking b.java. Here observe package pack 2, sir. It is a different package pack 2. Now here I'm taking, sir, public class B, sir, public static void main method, string array args. Okay, here my target is a is equal to new a dot m1 method. So I'm creating an object for this, and then I'm calling a dot m1. Sir, first, if you want to access any class from outside package, compulsory we require to use either fully qualified name or import statement. Let me write the import statement. Import pack1 dot a. That's all. Sir, first I will compile this code. I will compile this code. Java C -d dot a dot Java. Happily the code is going to compile. No problem at all. The code will compile, sir. But if I compile this code, can you please tell, is it going to compile or not? Array, very important. Is it going to compile or not? Yes, compiler will give left and right. The reason for that is, array, it is the public method. You can call, but corresponding class is not public. Regarding corresponding class is not public. Sir, if the class is not public, so you can't access that member from outside the package. Regarding from outside the package, Because even though member is the public, but class is not public, that's why you can't access. Immediately, compiler will get left and right. Remember, so if a member declared as the public, you can access that member from anywhere, either within the package, outside package, no problem at all. But make sure the corresponding class also visible. If the class is not visible, the member is the public, there is no use. Are you getting right? So class should be public, method should be public, then only we are allowed to access. Sir, let me show this one, sir. Have a look once. Sir, here I am taking, sir, A class. I am taking A class, right? Same, whatever I explained on the board. Sir, package pack 1, class A. Class is not public, but method is the public. Are you getting? Method is the public. Now, let me go for, sir, B.Java. Here B.Java, I'm trying to access A is equal to new M1 like this, right? First, let me compile A.Java. Here, Java C -D dot A.Java. Happily, A.Java will be compiled, no problem at all. Now let me compile Java C -D B.Java. If I'm trying to compile B.Java, compiler will give left and right, because the reason is A is not public. Are you getting? A is not public. How you can access from outside? Like immediately we are going to get the problem right. Sir, observe that. How many compile errors are there? 3 errors. A is not public in pack 1. Cannot be accessed from outside package. Okay, like immediately we are going to get the problem right. Are you in the position to understand, right? So even though method is public, but class is not public, that's why the problem is coming. So the conclusion here is, before checking visibility of member, compulsory we have to check class visibility. If the class is visible, then only we have to think about member visibility. Clear, right? So now let me take this class is also here the public. Class is accessible because it is the public. Member is accessible because it is the public. Happily, this code is going to compile, sir. Now let me compile Java C -D dot B.Java. Happily, the code compiles fine, no problem. Now Java pack 2 dot B, sir. Because B class is the part of package, compulsory fully qualified name we have to use Java pack 2.b. Happily this method is going to get the chance. Clear for all of you, right? Now have a look once, observe carefully, right? Sir, now let me take A is the public. Public, right? Okay. So class is public, and the method is also public. Regarding both are public, happily we can allow to access, no problem at all. Now let me compile A.Java. The code compiles fine. Let me compile B.Java. The code compiles fine, no problem at all. Java pack 2 dot B. Let me run B class. Happily B class is going to run. A class method will be executed. Everyone in the position to understand, right? So if a member declared as the public, we can access that member either within the package or outside package, no problem at all. But make sure corresponding class should be accessible. If the class is not accessible, even though member is the public, there is no use at all. Are you able to understand the important twist? If the class is not public, even member is the public, there is no use at all. Up to this is the clear for all of you, right? Next, there is one small next modifier, right? Sir, up to this what we covered? Public member. Regarding up to this what we covered? Public member. Public member anywhere you can access. Suppose if I am not taking this method as public. Observe that. If I am not taking this method as public. If I am not taking this method as the public, what is this one? Default member we can access only within the same package. Outside package you can't access. Regarding within the same package we can access. Outside package you can't access. By mistake, if you are trying to access M1 from outside package, immediately comparative error you are going to get. So if a variable or method declared as default, declared as the default means if we are not taking any modifier, if we are not taking as the public or private, if you are not taking any access modifier, then it is considered as default. If a member declared as the default, we can access that member only within the current package. That's why, so default access is also known as package level access. Are you getting? Now can you please tell, is it possible to access M1 from outside package? No chance at all. Immediately compiler will give left and right. Remember, have a look once. Have a look once. Now see this one, I'm not taking as the public. I'm not taking as the public. So class is the public, sir. Class itself is the public, but the method is not public. Method is not public means a default, right? Now I'm trying to access this M1 from outside package. Now what will happen? Outside package means b.java. Outside package means b.java. Here from b.java, I'm trying to access a.m1. Yet this line, yet line number 8, immediately error we are going to get, sir. Have a look once. Sorry, 1 minute. First let me compile a.java. Because a program, source code modified. Now compile b.java. Let me compile b.java. Have you observed right? A.m1. M1 is not public in A. M1 is not public in A, cannot be accessed from outside package. Everyone can able to understand? So if a member declared as a default, we can access that member only within the current package. It may be a method or it may be a variable. Clear, right? So two modifiers are very clear. Public modifier, okay, default modifier for members. Sir, up to this, we covered very clearly public members and the default members. Now the next one what I have to discuss, private members. Remember this. Sir, if a variable or method declared as private, are you getting? If it is a variable or method declared as a private, the name itself indicates, right? Private member, accessible only within the same class. Remember this one. So private means class level. You can access only in the same class is called private. Okay. Default means, have you remembered? Default means within the same package. That's why we can use the word package level. That's why we can use the word package level. Next, the public means global level. Any person can able to access either same package or outside package, anywhere, no problem at all. Remember this one, sir. So private member means within the same class you can able to access, but from outside of the class, sorry, we can't access. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now let me go for a small chota example to demonstrate this one. Here I'm taking, I have class A is there, sir. Assume that class A. And I'm taking private void M1, private void M1. Sir, system.out.println A class private method, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. This is the class A class contain one private method. You can access this private method only within the same class. Even it may be private variable also, rule is the same. Now here I'm taking class test. Assume that class test, public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Sir, from this both are available in the same program, same package. Now I'm taking A is equal to new A dot M1. A is equal to new A dot M1. If I can take like this, immediately comparative error by default we are going to get, sir. Bus M1 is the private, cannot be accessed from outside class. Like that comparative error we are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now let me show this example, right? Here I have 1 minute. Let me take a separate program. Here package, all these things are not required. Class A, private void m1 a class method, public class test I'm taking, sir. That's all this is. Now let me save this code as test.java. Test.java. Sir, class A, private void m1 a class method, sir, public class test, like this, right? Now sir, java c test.java. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Please respond. Is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Immediately compiler will give left and right. What is the reason? Private method outside of the class of you can access. Okay, like we are going to get error, right? Now have a look once. Have you observed? M1 has a private access in A. M1 has a private access in A. Like this compatible method we are going to get, sir. So these are various important things you should aware about private. Is it clear for all of you, right? Sir, now take a bit very special case, sir. Private means within the same class. Now one small conclusion I have to tell. I have data members are there, sir. Data members are there. Data members means variables, right? Every class having data members and methods also, variables, right? Highly recommended modifier for variable is private, sir. Highly recommended modifier for variables is private, because the reason for that is private members cannot be accessed from outside. Our data should not be accessed directly from outside, because in our OOPS concept, data hiding is the very important, sir. That's why recommended modifier for variables is always what? Private. Remember that. So next, what about methods? What about methods? Sir, you know, method is a service. Whenever you are calling a method, that method is going to do some business logic. Method is something like a service. That's why. So methods should be accessible by multiple people, as many as possible. Recommended modifier for methods is public, sir. Observe carefully, sir. Recommended modifier for variable is private. Recommended modifier for method is public. Very important points you should aware. So what is public member? Default member, private member. Public member, any person is allowed to access. Default member, within the same package only. Private member within the same class only. That's it. Sir, in the last video we covered public member, default member, private member. Now the next one what I have to discuss, protected members. What is that, sir? Can you spell out? Protected variables, protected methods. The most misunderstood modifier in Java is the protected, sir. There are several loopholes are there. Just at least 1 or 2 points I'm trying to explain, which are very important for the exam sake. Please observe carefully, right? Sir, what is the first important conclusion? Listen a bit carefully, sir. If a variable or method declared as protected, if a variable or method declared as protected, where you can access within the current package, anywhere you can access, no problem at all. Within the current package, anywhere you can access, but from outside package only in child classes. Are you getting right? So within the current package, anywhere you can access, but from outside package only in child classes. That is nothing but protected. Sir, can I use the word protected is equal to default? Protected is equal to default means what? Within the current package, anywhere, but outside package only in child classes. Child class is nothing but child classes. This is nothing but protected. Of course, I will explain with an example so that you people can feel more comfortable. Next, one more small twist is also there. That twist I will explain, sir. So what is the meaning of protected, sir? If a variable or method declared as protected, then we can access that member within the same package anywhere, but outside package only in child classes. Okay, well. Next, before going our main example, sir, just aware, I have one class A is there, sir. I have one class A is there. Assume. Sir, now public void M1 method is there, sir. public void m1. Sir, parent class members are automatically available to the child class. Correct or not? Sir, class B extends A. So parent class methods and variables automatically available to the child class. Now you can call sir A is equal to new A dot m1. This is one style. If you want to call m1, this is one style. Remember that. Sir, R B is equal to new B. Sir, I'm creating B object and B reference B dot m1. Are you getting B dot m1? Yes. On the child reference, happily you can call parent class method. No problem at all. Next, do you know parent reference can be used to hold child object. A is equal to new B. Sir, parent reference can be used to hold child object. No problem at all. But on this, I am calling m1 method. On this, I am calling m1. Yes, m1 is already available in the parent. No problem, acceptable. Perfectly, it's going to work. Now, this knowledge also you have to aware. I hope already in the last sessions I covered all this. Okay, but let me repeat anyway, right? So now this total discussion, let me convert into an example style so that you will get much clarity, right? Here I am taking package pack 1. Observe this very carefully, sir. More concentration must be required. Package pack 1. Okay. Now I am taking public, sir, R simply I am taking class A. This class having protected void m1. Sir, do you know system.out.println A class protected method. A class protected method like this I am taking, sir. That's all. Sir, class A is the part of pack 1. Under this A class contain protected method like this, right? Now, sir, class B extends A I am taking. Class B extends A. Sir, it is the child class of A and the class B is also part of pack 1 only. Now, here observe public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args I am taking, right? Now my target is very important, sir. I want to call m1. Within the same package, anywhere you can access, no restrictions, right? That's why what I am trying to take, A is equal to new A. Sir, just I am creating A class object with A reference. A class reference, A class object, A dot m1. A class object, A class reference, A dot m1. First way, sir. Second way, yes, valid, don't worry. Second way, parent class member by default available to the child class. Because B is the child class, right? That's why it is now B is equal to new B I am taking B dot m1. Again, B is equal to new B dot m1. Perfectly it is going to work. So you can call A dot m1, you can call B dot m1, no problem at all. Now parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Then automatically A1 dot m1 like this I am taking. Again, parent reference can be used to hold child class. By using that, you can call the method available in the parent class. No problem at all. A1 dot m1 happily it is also work. So means that, sir, parent class protected member you can access anywhere within the same package in the child classes also, anywhere, even it is not child class also acceptable, man, because within the same package you can access either child class, non-child class, no problem at all. Next, in the child class you can access either parent reference or child reference, no problem. All these are valid ways, okay, to access parent class protected members. Sir, how many packages I'm using? You respond. How many packages I'm using? Only one package. There is no big speciality. Once if I'm introducing second package, then the cinema is going to start. Remember this. But anyway, let me execute up to this one, sir. Have a look once. Okay, now observe that the same code whatever I wrote on the board. Okay, package pack 1, package pack 1, public class A contain protected method, A class protected method, class B extends A, it is the child class. Sir, now main method, parent reference, parent object, A.m1, child reference, child object, B.m1. Sir, A1 is equal to new B, parent reference, child object. Now, here just observe that A1.m1. Are you getting A1.m1 like this, right? Sir, let me compile. Sir, in this example, how many classes are there? Oi, respond. How many classes are there in this? 2 classes. What is the first one? A class and B class. Next, both are part of same package. Okay. Which is the parent class? Which is the child class? A is the parent class. B is the child class. Okay. Here I am using parent reference, parent object, child reference, child object, parent reference, child object like this. You can use any reference, no restrictions at all within the same package. Remember this. Okay, let me execute this code. Now have a look once, sir. Java C -d dot a dot Java. Let me compile. Compiles fine. Now Java here main method is available inside B class. This B is the part of pack 1. That's why Java pack 1 dot B. How many times we are calling M1? Can you please tell? How many times we are calling M1? 3 times we are calling M1. That's why 3 times we have to get that print statement. A class protected method. A class protected method. Like this we are going to get, sir. Sir, everyone in the position to understand parent class, protected members within the same package, you can access anywhere, either by using parent reference or by using child reference, no problem at all. Sir, what the specialty is there? Okay, if this B class present inside outside package, assume that this B class present inside, child class present inside outside package, then the cinema is going to start. Take very, very special care, sir. Sir, I want to remove this B class. This B class is not available in the pack 1. Okay. I am taking pack 2. Package, pack 2, sir. Package, pack 2. Next, here public class B extends A, sir. Public class B extends A. Public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Take very special care. Here the point is A is equal to new A dot M1 method. A is a parent or child? A is the parent class or child class? Parent class. This parent class available where? In the same package or other? Yes, here in this package. So A present inside pack 1, B present inside pack 2. Okay. Now B is equal to new B I am taking B dot M1. Child reference, child object. A1 is equal to new B, A1 is equal to new B, A1 dot M1 I am taking. That's all. Can you please confirm? Now, all these method calls valid or not? Ayo, respond carefully. Observe very carefully, sir. Sir, here A dot M1, parent reference, parent object. B dot M1, child reference, child object. Parent reference, child object, A1 dot M1. Among all these, sir, which method calls are valid, which method calls are invalid? Very important bit for the certification exam. Please make sure you people should aware. Yes, remember that. Parent class protected members, of course, protected members we can access anywhere within the same package, no restrictions. Within the same package, no restrictions. Remember, either parent reference or child reference, any reference you can use. But from outside package, protected members we can access only in the child classes. Point number 1. Only in the child classes. Yes, man, it is the child class only. Public class B, it is the child class only. And we should use that child class reference only to access protected members from outside package. Remember that. So means that, let me repeat again. Sir, protected members from outside package you can access only in the child classes. Okay, well, within the same package, anywhere you can access. But outside package, only in child classes. And extra masala here is compulsory we should use child class reference only. It is also one restriction. So if you want to access protected members from outside package, parent reference cannot be used to access. By mistake, if you are trying to use parent reference, compiler will give left and right. Remember that. So now observe here, which reference I am using? Parent reference. Parent reference. That's why immediately compile time error we are going to get. Are you getting? Next, which reference I am using? Child reference. Child reference. Perfectly it is the valid. Now, which reference I am using? Parent reference. Parent reference. Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Okay? M1 has protected access. M1 has protected access in pack 1 dot A. This is the compile time error we are going to get, sir. Sir, protected members, if you want to access from outside package, only in child classes, and we should use that child class reference only. Suppose you are accessing in the B, child class B, you should use child class B reference. If you are accessing in the child class C, then we should use a C reference only. We are not allowed to use any other reference to access protected members. By mistake, if you are trying to access protected members by using sir parent reference, immediately error by default we are going to get. Are you getting the point, right? So this much time I spend only to cover this important point. Let me execute this code so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe that. Last example. Observe that. Last example. Let me remove B class from here. Are you getting? Package pack 1, class A. Class A is available inside pack 1, and let me take class A the public. Otherwise you can't call this M1 method outside. Okay, class is the public. Now let me take B dot Java. Okay, let me take this is B dot Java. Here what I'm trying to take here is just have a look once, sir. Public class B. Okay, extends A, main method A like this. So total how many files are available? This is A dot Java. Pack 1 A dot Java. And this is pack 2 B.Java. Are you getting? This is the pack 2 B.Java. Now, sir, inside pack 2, B the child class of A, and the M1 method is the protected method inside pack 1. Now, can you please tell, sir, among these 3 method calls, which method calls are going to work? Only this method call. Because from outside of the package, we can't use parent reference to access protected members. Here I am using parent reference. That's why immediately compile time error you are going to get. Remember this, okay? So let me comment. Of course, I am not going to take any comment. Observe. Have a look once. Let me compile A.Java. Happily A.Java compile is fine. Let me compile Java C -D.B.Java. If I can take B.Java, immediately compile time error you are going to get. Have you observed? M1 has protected access in A. M1 has protected access in A. Line number 8, line number 14. These are the 2 areas, right? Line number 8 and line number 14. Have you observed, right? Line number 8 and line number 14. These 2 places we are getting the problem. Let me comment these 2 lines. Then happily the code compiles fine, because we are not calling right. Yes, the code compiles fine, Java pack2.b I can take, then a class protected method like this, right? So please make sure you people should aware very clearly, right? Parent class protected members, if you want to access from outside package, compulsory we should use child reference only. Parent reference cannot be used to access protected members from outside package. Everyone can able to understand? This is the very, very important conclusion, right? Okay, please understand, very important for the exam. So in the last videos we covered member modifiers like public, private, protected, default. Just let me summarize all these modifiers, right? Sir, observe that visibility. Are you getting visibility? Sir, if it is the public, protected, default, private, four modifiers are available within the same class. Sir, I mean the same class. Within the same class, public member. Yes, happily you are allowed to access. Public members are visible in the same class. Within the same class, protected members available, default members are visible, private members also visible. So if you want to access any variable or method within the same class, no restrictions, all modifier data is by default available. Next, from child class of same package. Oh, you are in the same package only. You are in the same package, but from child class. From child class, sir, public, no restrictions. No restrictions. Next, protected within the same package, anywhere you can access, no problem at all. Protected, whether it is a child or non-child, no problem. Next, default members also inside same package you can access. Okay, what about private? Sir, private from outside of the class you can't access. Have you observed, right? What it is telling? From child class of same package. From child class of same package, not in the same class. So from outside of the class means from child class of same package. Private not visible. Next, from non-child class of same package. Boss, you are in the same package only, but it is not child class. So, public, anywhere accessible, protected within the same package, whether it is a child or non-child, no restriction, happily you can. But outside package, only in child classes. That's why, so within the same package, even it is a non-child, no problem, acceptable. Default also acceptable. Okay, from outside of the class you can't, that's why private not possible. Next, from child class of outside package. Sir, not in the same package, outside package, but it is the child class. From child class of outside package. What about public? What about public? Yes, anywhere, no restrictions, right? Sir, what about protected? Remember that. From outside package in child class. From child class of outside package, protected member acceptable. But one restriction I told, we can access protected members in child class from outside package, but compulsory we should use child reference only. Okay, so we should use child reference only, child reference only to access protected members from outside of the class. Next, default, outside of the package, default members you can't protect, private is nothing but not possible, right? Next, from non-child class of outside package. From non-child class of outside package, public, anyway acceptable, no problem. But protected, non-child class from outside package, not possible, not possible, not possible, right? Everyone can able to understand? Sir, just summary of public, protected, default, private must be compulsory. You should aware 1 or 2 questions you can expect for the exam from this area. Remember, right? Sir, now can you please tell from this diagram what is the most accessible modifier? Any person is allowed to access. Can you please tell? This diagram itself is going to tell public, no restrictions, anywhere you can access. The most accessible modifier is the public, sir. What is the most restricted modifier? Is the private, only within the same class. But outside the class, either same package, outside package. Sir, here outside of the class not possible. The most accessible is the public, the least accessible, the most restricted modifier is the private. Remember this one. Next, for variables, data members recommended is the private, for methods recommended is the public. Remember. Next, so which is the most restricted modifier? Private is the most restricted. So it is class level, within the same class only. Next restricted is default. Okay, default. So private is less than default. Default is less than protected, sir. Protected having more scope when compared with the default. The reason for that, default within the same package, but protected outside package also, but in child classes. Outside package also. Next, protected is lesser than public. So, with respect to scope, do you know this formula? You people should aware, sir. Why I am telling this one? Even in the OOPS concept overriding, this formula compulsory we have to use. Are you able to understand, right? So, public, private, protected, default. All the things are very clear, right? Sir, in the last videos we covered, sir, what are various member modifiers? Public, private, protected, default. What is abstract class, abstract method? All these things we covered, right? Sir, now the next topic, very important for the exam, sir, interface concept. What is the concept, sir? Interface concept we should aware. So anyway, just theoretically few minutes I will explain. What is an interface? Regarding what is an interface? Anyone, can you please define? Can you define what is an interface? Yes, friends. So this is one area where very common question for the interview room, sir. Sir, not for certification exam. Interview room, what is the difference between interface and abstract class? The most common question. Okay, can you define an interface? Okay, so from some specification, Java specification, so exact definition is not there. Based on the usage, we can able to tell itself is an interface. Okay, multiple definitions are available, right? All those definitions I will discuss for you so that you people will get some clarity. Suppose, can you define what is an interface, right? Sir, very simple. Interface itself is considered as any service requirement specification. Are you getting? Any service requirement specification. Service requirement specification. So, short word we can use the word SRS. Are you getting? Any service requirement specification itself is considered as an interface concept. Sir, best example, right? Suppose I want to develop web server. Are you getting? Sir, after completing your core Java, you have to learn advanced Java. I mean servlets and JSPs. So servlets and JSP applications, if you want to run, compulsory server must be required. Are you getting? If you want to develop a server, okay, WebLogic, WebSphere, or otherwise Tomcat, Resin, like there are multiple web servers are available, right? So now I want to, I developed one web application. So now I'm using Tomcat. Okay, just to take a bit very special case, Tomcat I'm using. So this Tomcat, happily, by using Tomcat, happily we can run Java based web application, right? Suppose, sir, same application, if you want, you can copy Oracle HTTP server, happily it can able to run. Are you getting? On the Oracle HTTP server, you can run that. Suppose, same application, sir, you can run on Resin. Resin is also one web server. Are getting? Same application you can. Sir, same application even you can run on WebLogic. Of course, it is the application server, right? Sir, same application it can able to run. If you go for WebSphere also. Now, I have one small doubt, sir. The application which is running on Tomcat, how it is going to run on Resin? How it is going to run on WebLogic? The reason for that is all these people followed same interface, same specification while developing this concept. Are you getting what is that specification? Is servlet API. Are you getting what is the specifications are? Servlet API. Who provided this servlet API, sir? Some people defined this API. Who is the responsible to provide implementation, sir? These servers are, web server vendor is the responsible to provide implementation, right? Sir, just as some people are going to tell, if anyone want to provide support for servlets and JSPs, if you want to run web applications which are developed by servlets and JSP, sir, this is the API you require to implement. What is that API, sir? Servlet API. So now, sir, whether it is the WebLogic or Resin or otherwise Jetty, are you getting, or otherwise Jetty, all these people developed, implemented based on the same specification. That's why I can use the word sir, servlet API acts as requirement, service requirement specification to develop web server. Suppose tomorrow I want to develop Durga web server. Are you getting right? I want to develop Durga web server to run web application, Java based web applications, right? So to develop this one, which methods I have to implement, which classes I require to develop, all this information, where is it available, sir? Inside servlet API. Now I have to implement this interface, right? Sir, what is this one? Servlet API acts as service requirement specification to provide implementation for, can I spell out, to provide implementation for web server. Clear, right? Sir, do you know servlet API? What is that I? What is that I? Application programming interfaces. Are you getting? I means what? Interface only, right? So the first definition, what you people should be aware, sir, any service requirement specification, sir, this is my requirement. Web server vendor is the responsible to provide implementation, so that okay, so any Java based web application happily we can run by using that product. Clear, right? Any service requirement specification is by default considered as interface concept. Clear? One example, suppose same way, best example, sir. Sir, I want to communicate with the Oracle database. Sir, I write one Java application I wrote, sir. Sir, I want to communicate with the Oracle database. Regarding which database I want to provide support? Oracle database. I want to communicate with the Oracle. Now, so some API must be required. Some software component is required to communicate with the Oracle database. Who is that person? He is driver software. Regarding who is the person, sir? Driver. So Oracle database driver is required to communicate with the Oracle database. Similarly, sir, MySQL database is there, sir. Okay, MySQL database is there. Observe that. For MySQL database, Java application wants to communicate compulsory. Here some software component is required, driver must be required. So now Oracle driver, MySQL driver, tomorrow if I'm going for, sir, Postgres. Are you getting? Postgres SQL. Are you getting Postgres? So if I'm going for if I want to develop these driver softwares, sir, where the requirement specification is available? The requirement specification is defined by some people. That requirement specification is nothing but JDBC API. Can you please tell what is this one, sir? JDBC API. This requirement specification implemented by Oracle driver, implemented by MySQL driver, implemented by, sir, Postgres driver. By using this driver, happily can communicate. Java application can communicate with the corresponding database. So tomorrow I want to introduce my own database, Durga DB. Are you getting? Durga DB. So if a Java application wants to communicate with the Durga DB, driver must be required. I want to develop database driver. To develop database driver, where the requirement specification, which methods I have to implement, which classes I have to implement, where that information is available inside JDBC API. That's why JDBC API acts as requirement specification, okay, to develop driver software. Everyone can able to understand, right? So this JDBC API or the servlet API by default considered as interfaces. So the first definition of an interface is very clear for you people, right? What is that? What is that? Any service requirement specification is by default considered as an interface. Clear, right? Sir, the first definition of an interface is very clear. Any service requirement specification is by default considered as an interface, right? Now, the second definition, sir, take a bit very special care. Okay. Suppose a client came, Durga, my requirement is, so I want a college automation system. Can you please develop like this, right? Sir, now what is going to tell is, sir, this is my required college automation system. Observe that, college automation system. Sir, I want Durga, this is the college automation system I want. Now, sir, here, these are the services I want. Sir, get attendance. Assume that M1. Sir, I want this service. I want this service. I want this service. I want this service like this line. Sir, now, client came up with, sir, this is my requirement. Regarding this is my requirement, right? So now, this requirement specification itself is nothing but an interface. Regarding this requirement specification itself is an interface. Now, from the client point of view, interface defines the set of services what he is expecting. Boss, these are the services my expecting, what client is expecting, right? So now, someone is responsible to provide implementation. Assume that he the second person, okay, service provider, okay, service provider is the responsible to provide implementation, right? Assume. So client, sir, is telling this is my requirement. From client point of view, interface defines the set of services what he is expecting. So now some service provider came, boss, I'm ready to provide implementation. So for this requirement, right? Okay, like from service provider point of view, an interface defines the set of services what is offering. Okay, so this person is going to tell, yes, these services we are going to offer. Now this interface acts as contract between client and service provider. Okay, boss, if I have agreement, then automatically say these are the services what I'm expecting, these are the services what I'm providing. Any contract between client and service provider itself is considered as an interface. Clear for all of right? So it's a specification, requirement specification, or the set of methods what I'm expecting, the set of services what I'm providing. Any contract between client and service provider itself is considered as an interface. So any contract between client and the service provider, itself is considered as an interface. Okay, well, so now definition 3, especially in the old versions, this terminology is applicable. No issue at all, just you can able to understand very easily, right? Suppose this is my interface, right? Assume that, sir, interface college automation system. Sir, now it never talks about implementation. Regarding interface, never talks about implementation, right? Saying, boss, these are the services, what I'm expecting. Sir, it's a requirement specification. Never talks about implementation. Every method present inside interface, by default, public and abstract. by default public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. That's why, have you observed abstract method, abstract method, abstract method, abstract method, every method by default, okay, whether we are declaring or not, by default abstract, public and abstract. Are you getting? That's why. So interface is also considered as 100% pure abstract class. 100% pure abstract class. Okay, please make sure this is also another popular definition was there, but there is one small problem is there. From 1.8 version onwards, inside interface, default methods are allowed, static methods are allowed. From 1.9 version onwards, yes, inside interface, private methods also allowed. That's why this definition generally we can ignore. Remember that. So this because default methods are also allowed, static methods are allowed, private methods are allowed from 1.8, 1.9 versions onwards. That's why. So just we can ignore this definition, sir. So what is an interface? Interface is nothing but any service requirement specification. Okay, remember. Next, sir, do you know, or any contract between client and service provider itself is considered as interface. Interface having some requirement, someone is responsible to provide implementation for that requirement. That the person who is going to provide implementation is by default considered as service provider. Clear for all of you, right? Then immediately we ask, sir, we are very much interested about default methods and static methods also. Don't worry, sir. Sir, I will provide one separate section with the 1.8 version enhancements with respect to, sir, interface. Means, first default methods and static method. What is the purpose? What you have to use? What are various loopholes are there? But make sure that the section is optional. We are not required for the exam sake. Just for your awareness purpose, after completing this section, immediately you can able to see that section. Clear, right? Just optional, not important for the exam, just for your knowledge sake I'm going to provide. Okay, that's it. So what is an interface? What is an interface, right? Any requirement specification, any contract between client and service provider is by default considered as an interface. Clear? Sir, in the last video, we covered very clearly what is an interface, theoretical thing. Anyway, not required for certification exam. Just for your idea purpose, I'm telling what is an interface, right? Now, how to declare an interface, how you can provide implementation for that interface. Very simple. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking, sir, interface, interf. Just the interface, interf. Okay, here I have public void M1 method is there, sir. This is the first service I'm expecting, public void M1. Sir, second one, public void M2. Okay, it is the just requirement specification itself is the interface concept, right? Now take very special care about this terminology, right? What is the point is, sir, now I will ask, Array, anyone, can you please provide implementation? Just I have, this is the requirement, like this, right? Now have you observed, what is an interface? Interface itself is nothing but what? Just the requirement specification. Just it never talks about implementation, right? Okay, well, now someone came to provide implementation. Okay, how we can provide implementation? The class is responsible to provide implementation, right? So interface we can define by using which keyword? Interface keyword, right? Now take a bit very special care. A person came, class service provider. Class service provider. This service provider is telling, boss, I'm going to implement your requirement. So you have some requirement, right? I will implement. I will provide services for your requirement. Like this person is going to use implements. Are you getting right? What is the keyword we have to use? Implements. Implements interf. Like this is taking, sir. Okay. Now the very important point you people should aware. Sir, it is an interface. Interface is a keyword. Next and after that, here implements is a keyword. So a class can implement an interface by using which one, sir? Implements keyword. Clear, right? Next, sir, I'm taking void m1, void m1, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Sir, think very carefully. Sir, just he's telling that, boss, I'm going to provide implementation for your requirement. He provided like this. Now, can you please tell, is it valid implementation or invalid implementation? Remember, so for our certification, there are, sir, only 2 or 3 possible bits are there, but both bits are based on this point only. That's why take very, very special care about this one, sir. Can you please confirm? Class service provider implements interrupt, okay, void m1, implement interrupt, void m1, like this. Can you please confirm, is it valid implementation of this interface or not? Respond. Very important for the exam. Don't be silent. Yes, friends. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Okay. Invalid. Okay, invalid. I'm telling directly the point, invalid, sir. It is not proper implementation. Now my next question. How many mistakes I did? Ayo, respond. How many mistakes I did? 1 or 2? Options also there. Either 1 mistake or 2 mistake. Because every mistake is an important conclusion. Regarding every mistake itself is an important conclusion. That's why. Is it 1 mistake or 2 mistakes? Good. Now take very special care. Here 2 mistakes we did. Every mistake itself is an important conclusion. Okay. First mistake I'm ready to show. Just observe every method present inside interface. Of course, every abstract method present inside interface. I'm talking about 1.8 version, right? So that's why every method present inside interface is always public and abstract. Okay? Forget about default methods and static methods. At last I will talk about that. So every method present inside interface is always public and abstract. That's why, sir, here have you observed, right? Okay, like this we have. Now the point is, sir, it's always public, it's always abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Even I'm not taking public, sir, still it's always public. Because by default, it's always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Now, while implementing interface method, compulsory we have to declare that method as public. Remember this is something like overriding parent class method in the child class. While providing implementation, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. Remember, very, very important points are. Even this point is applicable for overriding also. In the whoops concept, overriding also, right? So this method you didn't declare as public. That's why immediately compiler will give left and right. Are you able to understand? So the first mistake what we did is, sir, compulsory this method should be declared as public. Otherwise, compile time error we are going to get. Rule number 1 is clear. Whenever we are implementing any interface method, compulsory we should declare that method as public. No alternative at all. Any doubt? Are you getting the point? So this is the first mistake what I did. Okay, well, let me show up to this. Let me execute up to this so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe carefully, sir. Here I'm taking interface interrupt, public void m1, public void m2, class service provider implements interrupt, void m1 I'm taking, sir. Void m1, like this I'm taking. So here I saved service provider dot java. This one I saved as service provider dot java. So 2 mistakes I did. First mistake I told already, compulsory this method should be declared to the public, otherwise the code is not going to compile. Now observe, in what way compiler is going to respond? Just have a look once, sir. Java C service provider dot Java. Java C service provider dot Java like this, right? Java C service provider dot Java like this I'm taking, sir. Now if I can take like this, now can you please observe this? This error is very important. M1 in service provider cannot implement M1 in interrupt. Array, you didn't provide proper implementation for M1 method. Sir, what is the problem with that? Attempting to assign weaker access privileges was public. Sir, in the interface it was public, but you provided is the default access. Compulsory we should declare as the public. Regarding attempting to assign weaker access privileges public to default. That's why. So how I can correct that? Declare compulsory this method with the public. Clear, right? Now have a look once. Let me take public. I'm taking, sir, public. Now let me compile this one. Let me compile. Of course, sir, earlier we got 2 errors, but now we are getting only one error. Only one error. That problem gone. What is that second problem? We will discuss for you people, right? Okay? So it's very clear. The point number 1. Whenever we are implementing any interface method, compulsory we should declare that method as public. Point 1 is the clear. Sir, what about second point? Second, here this person is telling, array interrupt, I will provide implementation for your requirement, like he used implements interrupt. Implements interrupt means he signed on the agreement saying, yes, I can provide implementation for your requirement, like. But this person provided implementation only for M1. Where is M2? Are you getting the point? Where is M2? He provided implementation only for M1. Where is M2 method? That's why immediately compiler will give left and right. Another problem. This is the second point. Whenever we are implementing an interface, for each and every abstract method of that interface, we should provide implementation. But we are not providing implementation for M2. We didn't provide implementation for M2. That's why the problem is going to come. Now, just read that compile time error. Have a look once. If I compile, now observe that. What is that compile time error we are getting? Service provider is not abstract, and does not override abstract method M2 in interrupt. The service provider is not abstract and does not override abstract method M2 in interrupt. Like this we are going to get the error. Everyone can aware, right? So this is the problem. Then how I can solve this problem? No issue at all. Happily you can solve this problem 2 ways. One way, very important for the exam. This, especially these points. One way is provide implementation for M2. If you provide implementation for M2, no problem. Happily the code is going to compile. If you provide implementation for M2, acceptable, sir, inside. Now let me do that. Have a look once. I'm taking, sir, public void M2. Okay, public void M2. M2 also I'm implementing M2 method. Now, sir, service provider class contain how many methods? How many methods? For both methods implementation is available. No mistake. Happily the code is going to compile. Now have a look once. Yes, I'm not seeing any problem at all. Happily the code compiles fine. I'm not seeing any problem. Itself is acceptable. Okay, well. Now take very special care. Sir, assume I don't want to provide implementation for M2. So if you are not providing implementation for M2, what is the other way? Here see this, sir, I don't know about implementation for M2. If you are unable to provide implementation for at least one abstract method, no issue at all. You have to tell I'm not complete, just a partially implemented class. What you have to take? Declare class as abstract. Regarding, if you declare class as abstract, then acceptable, because you are telling it is not complete class, it is not partially implemented class. Abstract class means what? Partially implemented class. That's why it is not complete class. Happily you are allowed to accept, no issue at all. Clear, friends? So two ways you can solve the problem: declare the class as abstract or provide implementation for M2 method. Even you declare the class as abstract, acceptable, man. You are accepting I didn't provide full implementation, like that, right? Now let me take here, observe, I'm removing M2 method implementation. Okay, I removed M2 method implementation, right? If I remove M2 method implementation, now the code is not going to compile. You know the mistake what we did, sir. Have a look once. Okay, have a look once, sir. Class service provider implements is not abstract and does not override abstract method M2. Okay, no issue at all. Declare this class as abstract. If I declare class as abstract, can you please tell, is it going to compile or not? Yes, why not? Happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all. Now observe this one. Observe this. I'm trying to compile. Yes, happily the code compiles or not? Yes, we are not seeing any error, right? So take very, very special care. These are the two important points you should aware, right? So whenever we are implementing an interface method, compulsory that method should be declared as public. Rule number 1. Second, whenever we are implementing an interface, for each and every abstract method of that interface, we should provide implementation. If you are unable to provide implementation for at least one abstract method, declare the class as abstract. Are you able to understand? Declare the class as abstract. Then who is the responsible to provide implementation for next remaining abstract method, right? Child class is the responsible. Okay, if I'm taking any child class, okay, class sub service provider, class sub service provider extends class sub service provider extends service provider. Are you getting? Class sub service provider extends service provider. If I can take, now this person is the responsible to provide M2 method implementation. Sir, by mistake this person not provided implementation. Again compile time error. At this level, you are extending service provider, but service provider contain abstract method M2. You didn't provide implementation, like that we are going to get the problem. Okay, now observe that. Have a look once. Okay, I'm taking class sub service provider. Okay, class sub service provider extends service provider. Okay, but inside sub service provider, I'm not taking any method. I'm not taking any method. Then compiler won't accept. This class service provider contain abstract method M2, but you didn't provide implementation, like that problem is going to come. Now have a look once. If I'm trying to compile, yes, sub service provider is not abstract and does not override abstract method M2, like this, right? Now again this person having two options. One option, declare the class as abstract. Second option, provide implementation for M2 method. I will provide implementation for M2 method, like this, right? Okay, now here public void M2 method, public void M2 method, like this. If I can take, like, happily the code compiles fine, there is no problem at all. So it's very clear for you people. Now to make this code compile, what we have to take, sir? Compulsory. We have to provide implementation for M2 method. That's it. So very important discussion for the exam. Don't ignore. Are you getting? So how to declare interface? How to provide implementation for that interface? Whenever we are implementing an interface, 2 points you should aware. Point number 1. Whenever we are implementing any interface method, make sure it should be declared as public. Point 1. Second point here is, do you know, sir, compulsory we should provide implementation for every abstract method of that interface. If you are unable to provide implementation for at least one method, compulsory we have to declare class as abstract. Otherwise, the code won't compile. Clear, right? For our OCJA exam, this is more enough. Regarding this knowledge is more enough, right? So, but anyway, if you are very much interested for learning purpose, just download our material. There I provided where we have to use extends, where we have to use implements. Next, what about interface methods? What about interface variable? Next, naming conflicts, adapter classes, like several things I discussed, right? Just to go through the material. But for exam, these points are more enough. Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered declarations and access modifiers. What is Java source file structure, import statement, package statement, class level modifiers, member modifiers, interfaces. Beautiful concepts are even almost around some possible bits also I discussed for the exam. Sir, now the next important concept, very important for the interview room, even for our certification exam, what that concept is, OOPS concept, right? Are you getting? Sir, OOPS, object oriented programming, OOPS features we require to discuss. Beautiful concept, very hard for core Java is this concept. That's why take a bit more special care. But unfortunately, sir, I may not discuss each and everything which is present inside OOPS because all the things for our certification is not required. Up to certification, sir, for certification level, whatever things are required, up to that I will discuss. Sir, the people who are very much interested to know each and everything, download our material, just go through that. Sir, the first I have to discuss, sir, data hiding. Are you getting? What is the first topic we have to discuss? Data hiding. Data hiding, right? Sir, can you please tell what is data hiding? The first OOP feature, sir, data hiding. The name itself indicates, have you observed, right? Hiding of data. Hiding of data. So our internal data should not go out directly. Regarding, so whatever internal data is there, which is should not go out directly. That means outside person should not access our internal data directly. We have to hide our data. Okay, like, sir, can you give an example so that we may get much clarity? Best example, sir. You have to check your mail, Gmail. You have to check is there any new mails came or not. To check your mail, sir, just www.gmail.com, immediately your inbox page is not going to come. Regarding it won't come. Compulsory, you have to provide your mail ID and password. Then only Gmail people are going to provide. So your mail's information. So here your mail data is not coming directly. So some sort of validation must be required. Hey, please provide your username and password. Then only I can able to tell your mail information. Are you getting right? So some sort of validation, after validation, then only the data is going to come. So if any person is allowed to access any person mail ID, meaningless. Are you getting? Any person mail data, meaningless. Are you getting? So I have my own secrets are there. If some third party person can able to access my mail, he can able to see my mails. Where is the security? Are you getting right? That's why our internal data should not go out directly. Outside person should not access. Compulsory, some sort of validation must be required. Yes, if this person is the valid, after validation, then only I can able to provide. You are getting? Suppose assume that I have ICICI bank account is there, sir. Then I will go to the bank. Okay, can you please tell how much account balance? How much account balance I have? Like bank people simply they are going to ask, what is your account number? Is there any ID proof? Are you getting? Is there any ID proof like? Yes, myself, my ID proof is like this. Then the bank people are going to check, okay, your account balance is so and so, like this, right? Or if you want to check your ICICI bank account balance, so online, then automatically, so immediately ICICIbank.com. Can you please tell my account balance? No. First you have to provide your user ID, password, and then sometimes OTP also must be required to provide. Then only it is going to tell your account balance is like. Sir, are you getting? So our mail data. Are you getting? Our mail data, sir, should not go out directly. First, if any person is asking, hey, can you please provide mail data? First, provide your username and password. Sir, my account balance, information is not going directly. First, if any person is asking, can you please provide my account data? First, you have to tell your username and password. Then only I can able to provide your account information. So, our internal data should not go out directly. Some sort of authentication must be required. Then only the data should go. This type of beautiful WOOP feature is nothing but what? Data hiding. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, theoretically, okay, sir. Data hiding of the data. So, any person is not allowed to access any data. Some sort of authentication must be required, like this, right? Sir, programmatically, how you can implement a data hiding? Very, very simple, sir. Assume that I have class account is there. Assume that, sir. Class account is there. Every account having balance. Every account having balance. Balances, sir. Public double balance. Balance is there. Okay, like. Sir, do you know private double balance? Okay. So, by declaring this balance variable as the private, by declaring this balance variable as the private, we can implement data hiding. Are you able to understand, right? So, how you can implement data hiding, sir? By declaring, sir, data member as the private, we can make outside person unable to access this data. Sir, this variable can be used just for internal purpose only, like this, right? Then immediately you ask, sir, I want to check my account balance. How I can access this variable, sir? Directly, you can't access this balance. Then, if you want to know your balance information, okay, I will call get a balance method. I will call get a balance method. Okay, can you please give get balance? Get balance is the public. Any person can able to call get balance method. In that get balance method, yes, whatever validation you want to perform, sir, perform validation. Hey, provide username and password. If a username and password are valid, sir, if valid, provide balance. If valid, okay, return balance. If not valid, then automatically, sorry, you are not allowed to access this information. Like that, I can able to write the code. Are you able to understand? So, outside person should not access our data directly. Okay? Compulsory, he has to call a method. Within that method, we have to perform validation. If validation succeed, then only, so we can able to provide our data. This type of beautiful concept is nothing but what? Data hiding. One of the very important feature for object-oriented programming, even for our certification also. For intra-room certification, very important terminology. So, how to implement data hiding? Can you please tell? By declaring variable as private modifier, we can implement data hiding. Can you please tell what is the main advantage of data hiding? Ayo, respond. What is the main purpose of data hiding? What? If you are going to hide something, wherever hiding is there, the biggest advantage we are going to get is security is the advantage. Are you getting what is the advantage, right? Security. So, my account balance, I can only check, the other people are not allowed to check. My mails, I can able to check, the remaining people can't access my mail database. Clear, right? So, the biggest advantage of data hiding is security. Okay, clear. So, what is data hiding? Next, what is the advantage of data hiding? How to implement data hiding? All the things are clear. Outside person should not access our internal data directly. So, by declaring data member as the private, we can implement data hiding. The main advantage of data hiding is security. Clear? Sir, in the last video, we covered the first feature, data hiding. Clear, right? So outside person should not access our data directly. By using private modifier, we can implement data hiding. The biggest advantage is security. So you know, the highly recommended modifier for variable data member is always private. Even in the last videos also somewhere I covered, because to implement data hiding, private must be required. Highly recommended modifier for variables is always what? Private. Okay, well. Now, the next cinema, what I have to talk, the second WOOP feature, very important, sir, abstraction. Are you getting? What is the concept, sir? Abstraction is the second important WOOP feature, abstraction, like this, right? So take a bit very special care about this terminology, abstraction, right? What the point is? Can you please tell what is abstraction? Have you heard anywhere about this one? Forget about programming. In our day-to-day life, abstraction. Have you ever heard about this one? Yes, friends. Abstraction. Okay? Sir, his mind is always abstract. He is not open-minded person. Regarding he is not open-minded person. There, everything is abstraction. They are not going to provide complete information. So something like abstract means not complete. In the last session somewhere we covered abstract class. Have you remember, right? Abstract class. Abstract class means partially implemented, not completely provided class. Partial. That is not complete. Such type of word is nothing but abstraction. Okay, well. Sir, in the WOOPs, sir, which feature is called abstraction? Very simple, sir. Hiding internal implementation. Hide internally how it is implemented. Hiding internal implementation, just highlight the set of services what we are offering. Sir, these are the services what I'm going to offer. So I'm going to tell that. But how internally these services are implemented? Sorry, don't ask security reasons. I don't want to highlight my internal implementation. Are you getting? So hiding internal implementation, just highlight the set of services what we are going to offer is the concept of abstraction. Are you getting right? So it's a very important concept. Compulsory while implementing, whoops, we have to take care. Because if I'm going to expose my internal code to any person, then automatically where is the security for our code? That's why. So this feature must be compulsory required. Hide internal implementation, just highlight the set of services what we are going to offer is the concept of abstraction. Sir, best example, sir. I hope everyone in this session, everyone who is seeing this video, used at least once your ATM card. Okay, to withdraw money, ATM card at least once you use it, right? Sir, if you go to ATM center, if you swipe the card, then immediately it's going to ask enter PIN number. Yes, I'm going to enter PIN number 1234. Once I entered PIN number, then immediately, so which operation you want to do? Withdraw operation. Click withdraw button from savings account, 10,000 rupees, enter 10,000, submit. Now, immediately you are going to get 10,000. Yes, like this. We did several times. Now, in this process, I have several doubts are there, sir. What I did is, one fine day, I went to bank. Observe very carefully, sir. I went to the bank. Near ICICI Bank or HDFC Bank, I went. Once I entered into the bank, on the right-hand side, on the right-hand side, so there is one customer care or reception or something like will be there. So may I help you? So may I help you? Like, sir, there is one center is there, sir. May I help you? Like, one, sir, cabin by default will be there. Very cute lady is going to sit most of the times, like. Then I went there. Madam, related to my ATM card usage, I have several doubts are there. Can you please help? Like this, I asked this lady. Then immediately, that lady is telling, yes, sir, why not? You can ask your doubts, I can clarify. Like. Now, the first question I asked that lady, Madam, whenever I swipe my card, enter PIN number, internally what thing is happening, like this I asked. Then immediately that lady told, sir, your card is valid or not, it is going to check, our software is going to check. Like, madam, up to that I know, but my requirement is internally which code is executing. Is it Java code or Python code or .NET code? Next, is that a validation, authentication, checking validation, is it happening in the ATM machine or somewhere in the server? If it is happening inside server, okay, where is the location of that server? Are you getting, where is the location? What is the IP address? What is the username and password? Next, which SQL query is triggering? Can you please let me know? Like this I ask. Are you getting right? Immediately, sir, if you don't mind, just wait here for few minutes. I will call my next level. That person can guide you. Like she entered inside. She had a discussion with the manager. Those people made a phone call to 100 saying, someone came, he is asking about internally server location, IP address and so on. We thought that he is the hacker. Can you please come? Like they made a call to policeman. Within 10 minutes, policeman is going to come in front of me. Are you able to get right? So you are the valid customer of the bank. You have already ATM card. Sir, you can able to use this card, but you should not aware internally how that functionality is implemented. Are you getting right? So if you want to validate, enter, swipe the card, enter PIN number, that's all. Internally validation is going to be happen. Hurry, how the validation is going to be happen? Sorry, bank people, they never going to highlight their internal implementation. Okay, now if you click withdraw button, if you click withdraw button, sir, I'm taking withdraw button. If you click withdraw button, if you enter 10,000, so you will get 10,000. So internally, how this functionality is implemented, which SQL query is executing, where is the database server is locating, all these things, bank people, they never going to highlight. Are you in a position to understand, right? So this is this type of feature is nothing but abstraction, sir. Bank people through ATM GUI screen are getting through ATM GUI screen. They are going to highlight the set of services what they are offering. So ICICI Bank ATM Center, they are going to tell, even very recently they got one world mini bank ATM machine itself is nothing but mini bank counter, like they got some award. They are going to tell, boss, these are 15 services we are going to offer through ATM machine. Like ICICI Bank people are going to tell very proudly. So withdraw facility is there, deposit facility is there, next fund transfer facility is there, so request for checkbook, like there are multiple services you can able to get from ATM machine. But internally, how these services are implemented, at least one service also they never going to highlight. Are you able to identify? Are you able to understand the point, right? So this concept itself is nothing but abstraction. So in our coding also, compulsory we have to maintain this type of feature. Hide the internal implementation and highlight the set of services what we are going to offer is the concept of abstraction. Is it clear for all of you, right? So by using GUI screens, interface concept, we can able to implement abstraction. Sir, best example at a programmatic level. Just observe this one, sir. Suppose I want to develop a Java application. Assume that it is the Java application, right? Now, there are some services are available, withdraw, funds transfer, deposit, like there are several services are available, right? Now, sir, UI based application, .NET application wants to communicate with this. .NET application wants to communicate with our Java application. So, if you want to call withdraw, just you have to call from your code M1. Okay, in the middle, I will expose all my services through some interface. Sir, M1, M2, M3, M4, something like it is an interface. Regarding itself is interface. .NET person has to call M1 method. Internally, whenever this person is calling M1, internally which method is going to execute. Maybe some withdraw method is going to execute. The required result we are going to offer to this .NET person. We never going to highlight internally this application, how it is implemented. Are you able to understand, right? So because of this abstraction, because of this interface concept, two different applications also can communicate with each other. Yes, can communicate with each other without highlighting our internal implementation. Everyone can able to understand? So abstraction is how much important in our day-to-day coding in real time. Please make sure you should aware. So if the interview person is asking what is abstraction, can you please tell what the answer you can able to tell? Yes friends, what answer you can able to tell? You can tell what answer? Okay, hiding internal implementation, just highlight the set of services what we are offering is the concept of abstraction. Okay, clear? By using such GUI screens interface concept, we can able to implement abstraction. Okay, like sir, now what are various advantages of abstraction? So best example for abstraction is ATM GUI screen. Bank people are going to highlight several services, but they never going to highlight internally how these services are implemented. Okay, like, sir, what advantages are there because of abstraction? Sir, the first advantage, right? Take very special care. What is the first advantage, right? The first advantage is wherever hiding is there, the biggest advantage what we are going to get is security. Are you getting? Wherever hiding is there, the biggest advantage what we are going to get is security is the biggest advantage, right? Okay, like sir, now the second advantage what we are going to get, the second advantage is, sir, very simple. Outside person don't know about internal implementation. Sir, ATM machine, GUI screen contain some buttons, that's all. We never highlighted internally how these withdraw facility, deposit facility, funds transfer facility implemented. I never going to highlight. So outside person doesn't aware internally how my services is implemented. That's why first thing, security by default we are going to get. First biggest advantage, right? Now second biggest advantage what we are going to get is very important point, sir. Take a bit special care. Second biggest advantage what we are going to get is, suppose tomorrow this functionality already implemented by using Java. I thought that Java is not good performance wise. Okay, a new language came, Java language came. I want to replace this Java functionality with Java functionality. Okay, internally I performed that change, but GUI screen is always same. GUI screen is always same, sir. Now end user, whenever he click withdraw, earlier Java functionality is executed, but now onwards it is Java functionality is executed. Now the point is, without affecting end user, we can able to perform any changes in our internal design. Are you getting right? So we can able to change technology itself by maintaining same GUI screen. So is there any effect on the end user? No effect, because end user what is seeing is always the same, but internally how that functionality is implemented, yes, we can able to perform any changes. That's why if you are following abstraction, if you are implementing abstraction, the biggest advantage is, yes, enhancement will become very easy. Are you getting? Enhancement will become very easy without affecting end user. Happily we can able to perform any type of changes in that. Clear for you? Are you in the position to understand, right? That's all. This is the second important point. Now the third point. Take very special care, sir. This is the second. Next, if abstraction is there, if you are not going to highlight your internal implementation to the outside person, okay, maintainability of the application is going to be improved. Maintainability of the application is going to be improved. Modularity of the application is going to be improved, sir. Okay, so compulsory while developing the code, while developing the programming, we should aware abstraction. So security is the one advantage, enhancement is the another advantage, maintainability of the application, modularity of the application is going to be improved. That's all. Getting the basic idea, what is abstraction, what advantages are there, how you can implement abstraction by using interfaces concept, GUI screens, like by using interface GUI screens, by using API, we can able to implement abstraction. Okay, so can you please tell what is the definition of abstraction? If any person is asking, just in one line you have to tell, hide internal implementation, just highlight the set of services is the concept of abstraction. What is the biggest advantage of abstraction? Security is the biggest advantage of abstraction. That's all, friends. Sir, in the last videos we covered about data hiding and abstraction. What is data hiding? Outside person should not access our data directly. By declaring private variable, as a private, we can implement data hiding. What is abstraction? Okay, hiding internal implementation, just highlight the set of services what we are offering is the concept of what? Abstraction. Now the next concept what we have to talk is, yes, take very special care, encapsulation. This word is very important for the exam sake, even for interview room also, right? Encapsulation. Are you getting encapsulation? Can you please tell capsule? Sir, what is the meaning of capsule? Can you please tell capsule, sir? Have you ever used the word capsule? If you are feeling cold, then immediately we are going to use cold act capsule. Cold act capsule. Sir, how the cold act capsule looks like? Do you know? Something like capsule, medicine capsule looks like okay, colorful medicine by default will be there inside. Sir, this is the cold act capsule. One capsule, right? Do you know whatever medicine required to cure cold act, that medicine is going to be encapsulated. Regarding is going to be grouped into this capsule. Regarding capsule is nothing but what? One group, one unit. Okay, so all the required things grouped into one capsule is nothing but this is the medicine capsule, right? Same way, sir, what is capsule yet programming? What is encapsulation yet programming? Very simple, sir. Assume that suppose student is there. For every student, some data members are there and some behavior methods are there. Something like student name, roll number, marks are data members. Next, get marks, update marks, read, write. These things are nothing but student behavior. Okay, like the process of encapsulating, grouping data members and the corresponding methods into a single unit. Sir, best example here I am taking, for every student name will be required. Name is required. For every student age. Next, roll number, marks required. Roll number, marks required. Name, age, roll number, marks are required. Plus for every student corresponding methods. Okay, read method is there. Okay, write method is there, like the corresponding methods. This total data and the methods I want to group into a single unit. That unit itself is nothing but class student. Are you getting? Student class contain student related data, student related behavior. The process of grouping, combining data members and corresponding methods or behavior into a single unit, which is nothing but encapsulation. Are you able to understand, right? Capsule grouping mechanism itself is like this, right? Sir, every Java class Every Java class is an example of encapsulation. So from our childhood onwards, in the books, if you open any book, then it's going to tell what is the meaning of encapsulation. That's all. This itself is nothing but encapsulation. The process of grouping data members and the corresponding methods into a single unit is the concept of encapsulation. Every Java class is an example for encapsulation. Any doubt? Are you able to understand? Theoretically, right? Now, the same concept, a bit more practical orientation, just observe. So, in reality, what is encapsulation? Very simple, sir. If any component follows data hiding and abstraction. Sir, last two OOP features, whatever we covered. One is data hiding I covered. Second one is what? Abstraction we covered. If any component follows data hiding and abstraction, that component is said to be encapsulated component. Are you getting? If any component follows data hiding and abstraction, that component is said to be encapsulated component. Sir, now observe that I can use the word encapsulation. Encapsulation is equal to data hiding. Encapsulation is equal to data hiding plus abstraction. Data hiding plus abstraction is itself is encapsulation, right? Data hiding plus abstraction itself is what? Encapsulation. So if any component follows data hiding and abstraction, which is nothing but encapsulation. Theoretical, okay, sir. Can you please explain a small chota program to demonstrate this encapsulation, right? Now, let me take a small example. I'm taking class account, sir. Observe very carefully. Class account. For every account, private double balance field is there. Private double balance field is there, sir. Now, this balance variable cannot be accessed directly by outside person because the reason is private. Remember this one, because the reason is private. Outside person can't access this data directly. That's why it is the private. Okay, data hiding. Next, how the outside person can able to access? Compulsory we have to provide getter and the setter methods for this variable. Okay. Now I'm taking get balance. Public double get a balance. Public double get a balance. Get balance. Now validate. Sir, perform required validations. Because so whether this person is the correct person or not, ask his username and password and so on. Yes, valid. If this person is valid, return balance. If this person is the valid, return balance like this, right? Now, sir, I want to update my balance. I want to deposit. I want to update my balance. Something like public void. Okay. Sir, I want to perform withdraw operation. Withdraw operation. Assume that, sir. Or, sir, I want to change my balance. Set balance. Double balance like this, right? Okay. Boss, can you please withdraw so and so amount? Or can you please deposit so and so amount like? So here also you can perform the required validations. Okay. If it is the deposit, sir, this data balance is equal to balance. This dot balance is equal to, sir, this dot balance is equal to, sir, balance, this dot balance plus amount, whatever amount we are going to provide. Sir, assume that amount. So, current balance plus amount, like this we are going to take. That's all. A simple example. I have balance variable is there. This balance variable declared the private. Outside person should not access our data directly. Next, how the outside person can able to access? Sir, by using getter method and setter method. The advantage of providing access through getter and setter methods is sir, we can perform the required validations. Are you getting? Outside person is always going to call either get balance or set balance. So through that, after validation, then only he can able to get the required data or he can able to perform required operations, right? So now I can use the word, it is the best example for encapsulation. Are you getting example for encapsulation? Now I have bigger doubt is there. If you are telling it is the encapsulated component, compulsory it should follow data hiding and abstraction. Compulsory it should follow data hiding and abstraction. Sir, where is the data hiding? Yes, where is the data hiding? Declare this variable as a private data hiding. Okay, well, perfect. But where is abstraction? Yes, friends. Where is abstraction? How you can conclude? Yes, this is abstraction is there in this example. Remember that. Okay. So I never going to highlight this get balance, set balance functionality to outside person directly. What I will do? I will provide one GUI screen to the end user. GUI screen, maybe JSP based or otherwise some AWT Sphinx based somewhere, okay, some GUI screen. In that balance inquiry, there is one button is there, sir, balance inquiry button. There is another button is there, okay, deposit, something like. Whenever end user click balance inquiry, now get the balance method will be executed. Whenever end user click balance inquiry, then get balance method will be executed. Whenever end user click deposit, then set balance method will be executed. Are you getting? Whenever end user click deposit, set balance method will be executed. But end user don't know internally which code is executing, which methods are executing. End user can able to say only these two buttons. Internally, is it Java code, .NET code, Python code also? You don't know anything. You don't know anything about that. Just he is going to click, that's all. The required functionality in the background is going to execute. We never going to highlight our internal implementation to the end user. Are you able to get right? That's why I can use the word. It is what we call abstraction. So data hiding and abstraction, which is nothing but encapsulation. Everyone can able to understand? Sir, two definitions I provided, right? Sir, what is the definition? What is the definition? Grouping data members and the corresponding methods into a single unit is the concept of encapsulation, theoretical thing. If any component follows data hiding and abstraction, that component is said to be encapsulated component. Sir, best example, declare data member as a private, and for every data member provide getter method and a setter method. Okay, like and we can provide access through some GUI screens. Itself is nothing but okay encapsulation, right? Sir, have you observed here one small thing you people should be aware, sir? Is it possible to access this data member directly? Can you please confirm? Is it possible to access this data member directly? No, outside person can't access, right? So if outside person want to access, he has to call get balance or set balance method. So through get balance and set balance only, we are going to provide our data. That's why get the balance and set balance. So either interface for outside person, internally our balance data is going to come. That's why hiding data behind the methods. Can you please observe my statement very carefully, sir? Hiding data behind the methods is the concept of encapsulation. Remember this one, sir. Hiding the data behind the methods is the concept of encapsulation. Okay, like now here there are two important conclusions are there. what is the advantage of encapsulation? What advantages are there? Okay, whatever advantages are there for data hiding and abstraction, all those advantages are advantages for encapsulation, because encapsulation is not a new word, it is the data hiding and abstraction only. That's why first one, security, we can able to achieve, or we can able to get security. Second one, enhancement will become very easy without affecting outside person. Without affecting outside person, we can able to perform any type of changes internally. Enhancement. Okay. Third one, sir. Third one, the biggest thing what we are going to get, maintainability of the application, modularity of the application will be improved. Are you getting? Maintainability will be improved, modularity of the application will be improved, sir. This is the advantages for encapsulation. But anyway, among all these things, the main important advantage whenever we are using data hiding or abstraction or encapsulation, the biggest advantage what we are going to get, security. The first group of OOPS concept is security. Main target is the word security, right? Data hiding or abstraction or encapsulation, security is the important word. Okay, well. Now, there is one more small point is there. If you are getting something, compulsory, universal rule, we have to miss something. Are you getting? If you want to get something, you should miss something. Sir, what we are going to get because of encapsulation? What we are getting because of encapsulation? Security we are getting. But what we are going to miss because of encapsulation? Yes, we have to compromise. We have to compromise. We have to sacrifice something. Then only we are going to get, sir, the security. What is that? Is so for every data member, compulsory we require to provide getter method, setter method. Every time validations must be required. Validations must be required. Then only I can able to perform required operation. It increases length of the code. Validation, everywhere validation, validation, validation. It increases length of the code, slows down execution. Are you getting? So I want to get balance. So best example, if you want to know your account balance, you are the valid customer. You are valid customer of the bank. But still, you can't get directly your account balance. You have to provide your username, password, then only you are going to get. So, validation must be required or not? Yes. If you want something, you should miss something. Here you are going to get security, but it is going to time-consuming process. Performance is going to be down. Remember that. So, that's why, so everywhere, don't try to implement security. Don't try to use encapsulation. If a security constraint is there, then only we require to use encapsulation. Sir, best example, I want to perform fund transfer to my friend account, 10,000 rupees. Assume that, sir, 10,000 rupees funds transfer I want to perform. In the ICICI Bank, to perform funds transfer of 10,000 rupees, how many activities you have to do? You have to provide your username, password. Next and after that, OTP you are going to get. Next, in your card backside grid, you have to enter some numbers. You require to enter some number. After doing all these things, after 3 minutes or 4 minutes, you can able to perform, you can able to complete transaction of 10,000 rupees for your friend. Getting? So the problem, time consuming, performance is down, but advantage, right person only can able to perform funds transfer. Security by default you are going to get. Clear? Any doubt about this one? So 3 words you should aware. What is encapsulation? What is the advantages of encapsulation? What is the disadvantage of encapsulation? These are things you people should be aware very clearly, right? Sir, can you please observe the process of grouping data members and the corresponding methods into a single unit is nothing but encapsulation. Next, what we call, if any component follows data hiding and abstraction is the concept of encapsulation. Hiding the data behind the methods is the concept of encapsulation. Advantages, security, enhancement will become easy, maintainability, modularity will be improved. The bigger problems with this is, sir, performance is going to be down because it is the the time consuming, length of the code is always going to increase because validation logic has to execute. That's also clear for all of you, right? Very important this encapsulation word for the exam sake, even for interview room also. A bit theoretical, but compulsory you should aware. Sir, in the last videos we covered data hiding, abstraction, and then encapsulation. It's a very clear. Now the next thing what I have to discuss, sir, tightly encapsulated class. What is the word? Can you spell out? Tightly encapsulated class. Tightly encapsulated class. Okay. Sir, when we say that a class is said to be tightly encapsulated, are you getting? Sir, usually every Java class is by default considered as encapsulated class only. When we say that it is a tightly encapsulated, if and only if every variable present inside that class is private. Regarding every variable present inside that class is private. Such type of class is said to be tightly encapsulated. Whether the class contain getter methods, setter methods or not, whether these getter methods, setter methods are declared public or not, these things are not required to worry. Only one point we should aware. Every variable present inside that class is private. Such type of class is said to be tightly encapsulated. 100% data hiding is there, sir. Yes, obviously it is a tightly encapsulated class. Sir, best example here, if I consider public class account. Public class account class is there. Now I'm taking private double balance variable is there. Now the point is, if I can take public double get a balance, public double get a balance, like this I'm taking return balance, right? Public double get balance, return balance, like this I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it a tightly encapsulated class or not? You respond. Is it tightly encapsulated class or not? Yes, because how many variables are there? Only one variable. That variable is the private or not? Yes, ma'am. It's a private. We never going to worry about this variable, this data member having getter method, setter method or not. Whether these methods are declared as the public or private, we are not required to worry. So every data member declared as private, such type of class is said to be encapsulated class. Clear for all of you, right? Such type of class is said to be tightly encapsulated class. Okay, well. So now from the exam, of course, in our OCJA 8 version, this concept is not that much important, but in the old version certification, OCJP 1.4 version, especially in the syllabus, they specified explicitly what is the tightly encapsulated class, identify tightly encapsulated class, like that. That's why just aware. But anyway, for our current certification, this concept is not that much important, just aware, sir. I have one example is there. Now observe class A, sir. Class A. A class contain private int x is equal to 10, sir. Class A class contain private int x is equal to 10. Class B extends A. Class B extends A. Int y is equal to 20. Class B extends A, int y is equal to 20. Sir, class C extends A private int z is equal to 30. Private int z is equal to 30, like this, right? Can you please tell total how many classes are available? 3. A, B, C. 3 classes are there. Among these 3 classes, which is tightly encapsulated, which are not tightly encapsulated? Class A tightly encapsulated, because it contains only one variable and every variable is always private. Of course, only one variable which is the private. That's why tightly encapsulated. Class B is not tightly encapsulated because the reason is class B extends A. Of course, from A, every data member is always private. But here int y is there, which is not private. Which is not private. Outside person can able to access this data directly within the same package. Any person can able to access this data directly. That's why it is not tightly encapsulated. Because it doesn't contain every variable as a private. There are some non-private variables are there. Next, what about this one, sir? Class C extends A. Extends A. From A, everything is always private. Next in C also, it is always private. That's why by default considered yes. By default considered yes is sir is tightly encapsulated. Because sir, very simple funda, simple rule. Every variable present inside that class is the private, then automatically tightly encapsulated. So A and C are tightly encapsulated, but B is not tightly encapsulated. Okay, well, sir. Now I'm ready to go for one more example. Even you may get some conclusion also. What is that? Is observe that class A, sir. I'm taking class A. Inside class A, okay, just I'm taking int x is equal to 10. Observe very carefully, sir. Int x is equal to 10, non-private data. Class B extends A. Class B extends A. Private int y is equal to 20. Class B extends A. Private int y is equal to 20. Class C extends B. Class C extends B. Private int z is equal to 30. Like this I'm taking. Private int z is equal to 30. Like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm among these what is the output by default you are going to get? Please respond. If I can take like this, what the I mean which are tightly encapsulated, which are not tightly encapsulated? Can you please tell? Sir, A is not tightly encapsulated because it doesn't contain private, non-private data is there. What about class B? Respond. What about class B? Class B is tightly encapsulated or not? No. The reason for that is class B extends A. Extends A. B is the child class of A. B is the child of A. Automatically, this variable inheriting to the B. Regarding, so this non-private data will come to the B also. That's why it is also not tightly encapsulated. Okay, well. Now, class C extends B. Class C extends B. Now the point is, observe carefully. Observe a bit very carefully about this one. Class C extends B. Private int z is equal to 30. Now, it is the child of B. This non-private data X will come here also. So, it is also contain non-private data X. That's why it is also not tightly encapsulated. So, from this, do you have any conclusion? You can able to conclude very easily. Do you have any conclusion? If the parent class is not tightly encapsulated, then no child class is tightly encapsulated. Remember, because parent class non-private data automatically will come to the child or not? Yes. If the parent class is not tightly encapsulated, then no child class is tightly encapsulated. Remember that? That's why no class is tightly encapsulated. So, the terminology is very clear for you people, right? Not required to keep any explanation. So, what is tightly encapsulated? If each and every variable of a class is contain only each and every variable is the private, such type of class is said to be tightly encapsulated. And sir, whether the class contain getter methods or setter methods, whether those methods are declared as the public or not, all these nonsense we are not required to check. Sir, make sure only one condition, every variable declared as a private or not, that's all. So if the parent is not tightly encapsulated, then no child class is tightly encapsulated. Clear for love, right? That's all. Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly what is abstraction, what is data hiding, encapsulation, tightly encapsulated class. These concepts always talks about one very important word, security. Clear, right? Sir, now the next thing what I have to talk, the most valuable important concept, inheritance. Remember this one. The most valuable important concept, inheritance, right? So the first point what you people should be aware, inheritance is also known as is a relationship. Regarding inheritance is also known as is a relationship. Okay. Next, the main advantage of inheritance is, the biggest advantage of inheritance is code reusability. Regarding what is the biggest advantage of inheritance, right? Code reusability. Of course, I will explain with examples all these things, don't worry. Next, how to implement inheritance by using extends keyword, we can implement inheritance concept. Regarding, right? So, inheritance, the thumb rules, only 3 points, just I'm telling. What are the first one, sir? Is a relationship. Inheritance is also known as is a relationship. The main advantage of inheritance is code reusability. Okay. Next, by using which keyword we can implement is a relationship? By using which keywords are? Extends. By using extends keyword, we can implement is a relationship. Up to this is the clear. Sir, what it means? You are telling some conclusions directly. Can you please explain with an example so that we will get much clarity like this, right? Sir, I will go for a small program. There you people are going to get several new things. Take a bit special case, sir. Here I am taking class P. Observe carefully, sir. Class P. Parent class I am taking. Assume class P. P class contain one method, public void m1. P class contain one method, public void m1, system.out.println parent, like this I am taking, sir. Class P, public void m1, sir, SOP of parent, like this I am taking. Now, class C extends P, sir. Class C extends P, okay. Public void m2 method, public void m2 method, system.out.println, okay, child, like this I am taking, sir. Now, take very special care. This is the parent class, this is the child class, this is the parent method, child method. Now, my question is, how many methods parent has? Respond. How many methods parent has? Only one method. How many methods child has? How many methods child has? Two methods. Two methods. Whatever methods, whatever members available in the parent automatically should come to the child. Whatever members available to the parent automatically will come to the child. We are not required to redefine on the child class object. Happily you can call parent class methods also. This concept is nothing but inheritance. This concept is nothing but code reusability. Are you getting? Whatever members parent has, it may be variable, it may be a method. Whatever members parent has, by default available to the child class. This concept itself is nothing but inheritance concept. Any doubt, friends? Are you in the position to understand, right? Now child class contain how many methods? Child class contain how many methods? Two methods. M1 method and M2 method both. Now, sir, my requirement is, I am taking class test. Class test. Okay. Public static void main method, public static void main method, string array args. String array args. Now take very very special case, sir. The most valuable point for the OCJA exam sake. Okay, here I'm taking parent P is equal to new parent. I'm creating which class object? Parent class object. I'm creating which object? Parent class. Parent class reference parent class object. Now on P I'm calling m1 method. On P I'm calling m1 method. On P I'm calling m2 method. Can you please confirm? Is it valid or not? Hurry respond. M1 method is available in the parent class, but M2 method is available in the child class. Whatever methods available by default available to the child, but whatever methods available in the child class by default not available to the parent. Regarding inheritance is always parent to child, not from child to parent. Remember this one. So on the parent reference, you can call any method available in the parent class, no problem at all. But sir, you can't call child specific method on the parent reference. Remember this one. By mistake, if you are trying to call, immediately error by default we are going to get. Sir, most valuable point for our certification, please make sure you should aware. On the parent reference, child specific method you can't call because child members are by default not available to the parent. Is it clear for all of it? Of course I will execute and I will show. Don't worry about that. Sir, this is the scenario 1. Do you want me to execute up to this? Just have a look once, sir. Now observe that the same example, class P public void m1, class C extends P public void m2, class test public static parent P is equal to new parent P dot m1. Sir, up to P dot m1. Sir, P dot m1. M1 is a method available in which class? Parent class. Sir, on the parent reference, have you observed right? On the parent reference, the method available in the parent class, happily you can call, no problem at all. Now, let me execute this code. The code compiles fine. Let me execute. Happily, parent by default is the answer we are going to get. Okay, well. Now, on this P, I am calling M2 method. But M2 method available where? M2 method available where? In the child class. Regarding in the child class. So, on the parent reference, child specific method you can't call, sir. By mistake, if you are trying to call, need not be method, even variables also. So on the parent reference, child specific methods, child specific variables you can't call. By mistake, if you are trying to call, immediately error we are going to get. Observe carefully, right? Observe a bit very carefully. Here I am taking Java C test.java. Java here, have you observed? Cannot find the symbol. Sir, M2 method is not available for a type P. Regarding for type P, M2 method is not available. Like that comparative method we are going to get. Sir, any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? So the first important conclusion, on the parent reference, child specific methods, child specific variables we can't call. Clear, right? Now the second case I am ready to explain. Suppose I am taking child C is equal to new child. I am taking child C is equal to new child C dot m1. Sir, on the child class reference, can I call parent class method? No problem. What is the problem? Parent class method by default available to the child. That's why acceptable. On C, I am calling m2. Sir, now, sir, these are two things perfectly valid. So, on the child class reference, you can call methods available both in parent and child classes. Parent class methods by default available to the child, and the child methods are available anywhere to the child. That's why on the child reference, you can call both the methods available in the parent class and in the child class. Clear, right? Now, have a look once, sir. I'm taking, sir, just let me remove this code. Now, child C is equal to new child. I'm taking c dot m1 method, c dot m1, c dot m2, like this, right? Okay, happily, do you know, the code compiles fine, no problem at all, the code runs fine. Yes, parent and child by default we are going to get. Are you getting right? So on the child class reference, we can call the methods available in the parent class and the child class, no problem. Next, case 3, sir. Assume that, very important. Do you know, parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Polymorphism concept, there I will explain in detail. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Sir, parent P is equal to new child. Parent P is equal to new child. New child, like this I'm taking, sir. Now, P dot M1, P dot M2, like this I'm taking. Can you please tell which reference I'm using? Parent reference. Which child class, which object I'm taking? Child class object. Hurry, parent reference, child object. No problem. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Okay, well. Now P dot M1, P dot M2. What's the answer? Valid or not? Valid or not? Parent reference, parent class method, no problem at all. Parent reference, child specific method. Even though object is the child class object, compiler never going to worry about runtime object. Boss, you are calling M2 and P. P is what type? P type. For the P type, M2 method is not available. Immediately, error we are going to get, sir. So, very important point. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object, but by using that reference, we can't call child specific methods. By mistake, if you are trying to call child specific method, immediately error by default you are going to get. Everyone can able to understand, right? So then what is the advantage? Polymorphism advantage is there. There, next while talking polymorphism, I will explain, sir. Now have a look once, sir. Here I'm taking, sir, just the parent reference, but a child object. Parent reference, but child class object. P dot M1, P dot M2. Sir, P dot M1, up to that, acceptable. Acceptable. Have you observed? P dot M1, the code compiles fine, the code runs fine. What the answer we are going to get, sir? Parent. But P dot M2, immediately, compatible error we are going to get, sir. Have you observed, right? Immediately error we are going to get. M2 is not available for the P type. So, parent reference can be used to hold child class object, but by using that reference, we can't call child specific methods. We can call only the methods available in parent class. Clear, right? Okay, well. So now, last case. Case 1, case 2, case 3, last one, sir, case 4. Very simple. What is this line? Can you please read once? Parent P is equal to new child. Parent P is equal to new child. Sir, now I'm taking child C is equal to new parent. Are you getting? Child C is equal to new parent. Child reference I'm using to hold parent object. Child reference I'm using to hold parent object. By mistake, if you are trying to do, immediately compatible error you are going to get. Sir, parent reference can be used to hold child object, but child reference cannot be used to hold parent object. Please make sure you should aware all these loopholes. Let me repeat again. Let me show this one practically here. So, I'm taking parent P is equal to new child. No problem, sir. This one is acceptable. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Acceptable, right? Now, let me compile. Yes, perfectly valid. We never going to face any problem, right? Now, I'm taking child C is equal to new parent. Child C is equal to new parent. I'm taking immediately error by default you are going to get, sir. Can you please spell out? What is that error? Incompatible types. P cannot be converted to C. Are you getting? Incompatible types? P cannot be converted to C. This is the error by default we are going to get. Any doubt? Friends, are you in the position to understand, right? So these are the things you should aware. Let me repeat. Sir, first point number 1. Whatever methods available in the parent class, by default available to the child class. But whatever methods available in the child class, by default not available to the parent. On the parent reference, child specific methods you can't call. But on the child reference, you can call both methods available in the parent and child classes. Parent reference can be used to hold child object, but by using that reference only the methods available in the parent class you can call. Child specific methods we can't call. Are you getting? Next, the parent reference can be used to hold child object, but child reference cannot be used to hold parent object. That's it, sir. This is just the important points about the inheritance, what you should aware. Sir, in the last videos we covered what is inheritance, what are various rules are there related to inheritance, and even we covered one practice bit also. Sir, now I will explain in reality what is the advantage of inheritance concept. Sir, in reality where we can use what the real advantage, I will explain with a small case study. Without inheritance, with inheritance, then you people can able to see very clearly the power of inheritance, right? Now, have a look once, sir. Sir, without inheritance, I don't know about the inheritance concept. Sir, without inheritance, sir, here I want to develop a loan module. Are you getting? A loan module I want to develop. In the loan, how many types of loans are possible? Housing loan, personal loan, vehicle loan. Like I want to develop one loan module. There I require to handle 3 types of loans: housing loan, vehicle loan, and then personal loan. Now observe that I'm taking here class housing loan. I'm taking, sir. Assume that home loan or housing loan. Assume. Sir, now this housing loan related 300 methods are there. Housing loan related 300 methods are there, sir. Okay, well. Similarly, class, okay, personal loan I'm taking. Class, personal loan. Related to personal loan also, another 300 methods are there. I wrote all those things in this. Now, there is a class vehicle loan, vehicle car loan or bike loan, vehicle loan is there. So, this vehicle loan also require 300 methods are there, sir. Can you please tell how many types of loans I'm handling? 3 types of loans, sir. One is housing loan, personal loan, and then what? Vehicle loan. How many methods I implemented? Total how many methods I implemented, sir? 900 methods I implemented. Are you getting? Total how many methods I implemented? 900 methods I implemented. Assume that 90 hours development time I spend to develop this loan module. Assume just what we call tentative values, need not be exact values, right? So that's all. This is the module, whatever I implemented, right? I called one expert person. Ray, I wrote loan module. Sir, I wrote loan module. Can you please have a look once like this? I showed this code to that expert person. Immediately, first question that person asked, Durga, do you know inheritance concept? Hargatin, do you know inheritance concept? Sir, I don't know about that. That's why this much code you wrote. That's why this much time you took. Okay, so this is, if you are going to use inheritance concept, this lengthy code you are not required to write. This huge time you are not required to spend to develop the code. Like this that person told. Sir, can you please guide me how to use inheritance concept for this requirement? Like this I asked, sir. Same scenario with the inheritance. Same scenario I have to go for with the inheritance concept. Now very simple, sir. With the inheritance concept, the same scenario I want to explain. Then he asked, Durga, here 300 methods you wrote, Here also 300 methods. Here also 300 methods. Total how many methods you wrote? 900. Now my question is, sir, anyway all these are same loan only, loan type only. Maybe vehicle loan, housing loan, personal loan, loan types may be different, but at the end, all these classes talks about loan only. Do you have any common methods here or here and here? Then he asked. Then I told, sir, 250 methods are common. 250 methods are common. Array, if several classes contain same methods, why you wrote here those 250 again unnecessary? Do you know, sir, code duplication, redundancy, length of the code is going to increase like he told. Then to resolve that inheritance concept, sir, which common code is there? Separate those common methods into a separate class. So write a class named with the loan. Are you getting? Write a class named with the loan. How many methods are common methods are there, sir? 250 common methods are there. Are you getting? How many common methods are there, sir? 250 common methods are there. Okay, now do you know, sir, these 250 common methods by default going to come for every child, no problem at all. Now, sir, class home loan extends loan. Sir, whenever we are taking extends loan, are you getting? Whenever we are taking extends loan, automatically all these 250 methods by default are going to come, sir. We are not required to rewrite. Automatically these are coming. Now the remaining 50 H loan specific methods you have to write. Are you getting? 50 H loan specific methods we have to write here. Yes, sir, that's all. Write the common methods in the parent and the child specific methods only in the child class. Okay, housing loan completed. Now what is the next one? Class P loan extends loan. Class P loan extends loan like here, sir, these 250 automatically will come because from the parent, but only 50 P loan specific methods I have to write. Are you getting? 50 P loan personal loan specific methods I have to write. P loan specific methods I have to write. Observe very carefully, sir. Okay, like similarly, what is the next one, sir? Class, okay, sir, H loan, P loan, but the last one, sir, vehicle loan extends loan. Are you getting? Vehicle loan extends loan. Now we have to take care about 50 V loan specific methods. 50 V loan specific methods like this. Now terminology is very clear for you people, right? Not required to keep much explanation about this one. Can you please tell the most common methods? Okay, I wrote inside parent class. Sir, this is called parent class. Are you getting? It is called parent class. And whenever we are extending this class, automatically these methods by default available to the child. We are not required to rewrite. Next, only child specific methods we have to write. Now, can you please tell how many methods total we wrote? 250 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 is nothing but total how many methods, right? Just 400 methods only we wrote. Assume just 40 hours of development time is required. Are you getting? But earlier, without inheritance concept, how much time I spent? How many methods I wrote without inheritance? 900 methods I wrote, 90 hours time I spent. But now with inheritance, only 400 methods and 40 hours a time. That is the power of inheritance concept. Code reusability, concise code, lesser code, automatically we can able to reduce development time also. Is it clear for all of you, right? It's a beautiful case study to understand without inheritance, with inheritance, observe that, right? Sir, I have one small doubt. In the parent class, which methods we have to write? In the parent class, which methods we have to write? The most common methods, which are common for all child classes, such type of common methods we have to write inside parent class. Next, in the child class, which methods I have to write? child specific methods, the methods which are applicable only for that particular child, only for that particular child, those methods we have to write inside child class. Clear, right? So what is the advantage of inheritance concept? Code reusability, we can reduce development time, like there are multiple advantages are there. Clear up to this? Sir, it's very clear what is the power of inheritance with a small case study, sir. Now, do you know the total Java API, the total Java API classes are implemented based on inheritance only. Sir, where is the proof? How you can conclude it is? Just observe. Sir, do you know what is the super class for all Java classes? Which class acts as root for all Java classes? Object class. You know, sir, now object. For the object, there are several child classes are there, sir. String class is one child. Next and after that, string buffer is one child. String buffer is one child. Next and after that, number is another child. Math is another child. Next, exception. Sir, do you know? Here there is a throwable is one child. Throwable is one child. ... For the throwable, there are again two child classes are there, sir. What is the first one? Exception. Second one, error. For the exception, anyway, there are several child classes are there. Runtime exception, IO exception, runtime exception, IO exception, like that, right? Next, under runtime exception, again, there are several child classes, arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, ... like. Sir, even under error also, VM error, regarding virtual machine error, sir, here, out of memory error, stack overflow error, like there are multiple things are there. Now observe, take very special care, sir. Very important question for the interview room. Which class acts as root for all Java classes? Can you please tell which one is the correct answer? Which class acts as root for all Java classes? Object. Okay, well, object class. Which class acts as root for Java exception hierarchy? That is our exception handling is the next concept there I will explain. But anyway, which class acts as root for Java exception hierarchy? Okay, throwable class. Because all exceptions, errors under throwable only. Okay, well. Now my question is, almost around 4,300 classes are there, sir. 4,300 plus classes are there as per Java 9 version. Now, do you know all these classes are developed based on inheritance concept only? Okay, well, now very important point. Take a bit special care about this one. Sir, how you can conclude these things are developed based on inheritance? Okay, because parent to child, you can able to see, sir. Now, the same concept in reverse may ask, Array, why throwable acts as a root for all exceptions and errors? Why object class acts as a root for all Java classes? Why it is the root? Why this is the root? Like that may be a chance to ask. Now, take bit special care. Do you know? For all exceptions, it may be runtime exception, IO exception, SQL exception, like for all exception classes, the most commonly required methods defined inside exception class. Remember that. So for all exceptions in Java exception, the most commonly defined methods defined inside exception class. And for all these things, these methods are required. That's why exception class acts as the parent for all Java exceptions. Observe very carefully, sir. Because parent contain common methods, child contain specific method, child required parent methods. That's why. So all these are child of exception, because exception class contain most common methods which are required for any type of exception, right? Similarly, sir, for any type of error, the most commonly defined methods are defined inside error class. Are you getting inside error class, right? Okay, the most commonly required methods are defined inside error class. That's why error class acts as a parent for all errors. Like next, whether it is exception, whether it is error. For any exception or error, the most commonly required methods, the most commonly required methods, whether it is exception or whether it is error, those commonly required methods are available inside the throwable class. Are you getting? That's why throwable class methods are required for all exceptions, for all errors. So when these methods are available, if it is the parent, are you getting right? Because it contains common methods. That's why. So throwable class contain the most common methods which are required for all exceptions and errors. That's why throwable class acts as root for Java exception hierarchy. Clear, right? Sir, similarly, sir, it may be string class, it may be string buffer class, it may be number class or math class, it may be customer class, it may be student class, like this. Now, for any Java class, the most commonly required methods are available, are defined inside a separate class. So for all Java classes, what commonly required methods are defined inside a separate class? That separate class is nothing but object class. Remember that, sir. So object class contain the most commonly required methods which are applicable for any Java object. Okay, well, sir, once these methods required for every Java class, sir, how I can make these methods available for all Java classes if I can make this class as parent class? Are you getting? If it's the parent class, automatically parent class methods by default available for all child classes. That's why please make sure this class itself is nothing but acts as root for Java classes. Sir, are you able to understand? Because object class, only 2 points you should be aware. What object class contain? Object class contain the most commonly required method for all Java classes, for all Java objects. So, when these methods by default available for all Java classes, if it is the root, automatically root methods by default available for every child. That is the reason why object class acts as root for all Java classes, because object class methods are required for all Java classes. Clear for all of you? Sir, let me compare. I have object is there, I have string is there. Listen carefully, sir. I have object class is there, I have string class is there. Sir, now object class contain several methods. ToString method, hash code method, equals method, like toString method. Okay, equals method, like there are several methods are there. These methods required for all Java classes. Are you getting? For all? It may be student, it may be customer, it may be string, it may be string buffer. These methods are required. But string class contain, assume that length method is there, sir. How many characters present inside string? This length method required only for the string, but not for student, but not for customer, but not for dog. That's why. So this is not parent. This is the parent for all Java classes. Are you able to understand, right? So why object class acts as a root for all Java classes? Because it contains the most commonly required method for all Java classes. So if it is the root, automatically these methods by default available for all Java classes. That is the internal reason why this object class acts as a root for all Java classes. Everyone can able to understand, right? Suppose just observe. Do you know how many methods are there inside the object class? 11 methods are there, sir. 11 methods are there. Okay. These 11 methods, how many times I have to write? Only once. Are you getting? How many times I require to write? Only once in the object. Automatically, for all Java classes, we are not required to rewrite, by default available. How many Java classes are there? 4,300 plus predefined classes are there. So 4,300 plus times we can use already existing method. We are not required to rewrite. Assume that inheritance concept is not there in Java. Assume inheritance concept is not there in Java, sir. No inheritance. Then how many times I have to write these 11 methods? In every Java class, I have to write these 11 methods. Then automatically, how much length of the API, how much API development time is going to require? Observe that. That's why beautiful concept in object-oriented programming is inheritance concept. So biggest advantage, write once in the parent, automatically available to the child. We are not required to rewrite. Code reusability is the biggest advantage of inheritance concept. Clear, right? The next thing what I have to explain, sir, what are various types of inheritances are possible? Are you getting? What are various types of inheritance? In Java, which type of inheritances are supported? Okay, just sometimes you may heard multiple inheritance is not supported, hybrid inheritance is not supported. Somewhere you may heard. First, what are various types of inheritances are possible, right? So the first simplest type of inheritance is single inheritance. Are you getting right? What is this one, sir? Single inheritance. What is the meaning of this one? What is the meaning of single inheritance, right? Suppose I have class A is there, sir. Okay, class A. I want to extend, sir, this class A with the class B. Observe that carefully, sir. Class A, sir, extended by class B. So, one child class, one parent class. How many parent classes are there? Only one parent, one child class. If a single class extend single parent class, if a single child class extend single parent class, this type of inheritance is called single inheritance. Are you getting? Single child, single parent. This type of inheritance is called single inheritance. So happily, almost all programming languages, almost all object-oriented programming languages provided support for this. Don't worry about that. Even your Java also. If you want to code for this, yes, class B extends A. Are you getting right? Already class A is there. How you can write, sir? Class B extends A. Then automatically B is the child class of A. This is the corresponding code, right? Okay. I hope everyone can able to understand what is single inheritance. Single child class, single parent class. This type of inheritance is called single inheritance. Java provides support for this type of inheritance. Don't worry about that. Next, second one, sir. A bit dangerous, man. A bit dangerous. More concentration must be required. After completing these types of inheritance, there we will discuss separately this concept. But anyway, just a very basic idea purpose. Second type of inheritance is multiple inheritance. Are you getting right? What is the second one, sir? Multiple inheritance. Sir, which are multiple? Parents are multiple or childs are multiple, sir? Parent classes are multiple. Such type of inheritance is called multiple inheritance. Sir, diagrammatic way. Assume that class A is there, class B, sir. Class A and class B is there. Now, I have class C is there, sir. Have you observed? Class C is there. Now, C is a child class of A. C is child class of B. Sir, this is the child class. How many child classes are there? Only one. The process of extending more than one parent class at a time. More than one parent class at a time. Such type of inheritance is by default considered as multiple inheritance. Is it clear for all of you, right? Sir, unfortunately, Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance. Okay? Why Java won't provide support? That thing I'm going to discuss. But in interfaces, it is possible. But as separately, we are going to discuss at code level. Just aware what is the meaning of multiple inheritance. Sir, a single class extend multiple parent classes at a time. This type of inheritance is called multiple inheritance. Any doubt? Are you in a position to understand? Sir, single, only single parent. Sir, multiple parents. Next, multi-level inheritance. What is the third one, sir? multi-level inheritance. Observe that very carefully, sir. What is the meaning of multi-level? Multiple levels. Okay. Here, class A, class A, class A, class B, class C. Are you getting? Class A, class B, class C. Observe. Class C is the child class of B, B is the child class of A. Whatever methods available inside A, automatically available to B, because we are not required to redefine. Class B, whatever methods available inside A class, B class, by default available to the C class. This type of inheritance is nothing but multi-level inheritance. Best example, coding level, right? Sorry, I have class A is there. Are you getting? Class B extends A. Class B extends A. I'm taking, sir. Class C extends, class C extends B. Okay, like this. So, all properties present inside class A by default available to class B. All properties present inside class A and B by default available to the class C. This type of inheritance is nothing but multi-level inheritance. Perfectly, this type of inheritance is valid, applicable in Java, no problem at all. Clear for all of it? Sir, best example, if you consider Amitabh Bachchan. Are you getting right? If you consider Amitabh Bachchan, right? Big B, everyone can wear in India, sir. Amitabh Bachchan. So, Amitabh Bachchan, next level, Abhishek Bachchan. Next level, Abhishek Bachchan, right? Sir, next level, assume that some Chota Bachchan. Assume that some Chota Bachchan like this, right? So, whatever fame Amitabh has, by default available to the Abhishek. Are you getting right? Abhishek, by default available to the Abhishek. Sir, Abhishek, we are not required to redefine anywhere. Okay? This person is the son of Amitabh. Next, tomorrow, sir, if this Chota Bachchan is going to come, then the properties of Amitabh, the properties of Abhishek, by default available to this person, right? So, child is the most luckiest person, because parent properties, parent assets, parent, whatever property parent has, by default automatically available to the child class. Is it clear for all of you? This type of inheritance is nothing but what? Multi-level inheritance. So, first one I covered, single inheritance. Second one we discussed multiple inheritance. Third one we discussed multi-level inheritance. Sir, single and multi-level supported in Java, but multiple inheritance is not supported in Java, sir. By mistake, if I can take class C extends A comma B. If I can take class C extends A comma B, compiler will give left and right. Remember, compiler will give left and right. Comparative method we are going to get. Why this problem? That part we are going to discuss in the next video somewhere in detail. Clear? Sir, up to this we covered three types of inheritances: single, multi-level and multiple. These are three inheritances, right? Now the fourth one we have hierarchical inheritance. Are you getting? What is that, sir? Hierarchical inheritance. What it means? It is a counterpart of multiple inheritance. In the case of multiple inheritance, how many parent classes are there? A, B, sir, both like this. Multiple parents are available, one child. This is nothing but multiple. But what is hierarchical, sir? Reverse. A single class, from a single class, we are going to extend multiple child classes. Class B, class C, and then class D. Are you getting? So, from a single parent class, we are creating how many child classes, right? Multiple child classes. This type of inheritance is nothing but what? Hierarchical inheritance. Are you getting? Class B extends class A. Class C extends class A. Class D extends class A. Perfectly it is possible. It is the reverse of multiple inheritance. But hierarchical inheritance supported by Java or not? Why not? Happily Java can provide support, sir. If you want corresponding coding, just observe that class A is there. Okay, class A is there. Now class B extends A. Are you getting? Class B extends A. Similarly, class C extends A. Are you getting? Class C extends A. Next, class D extends A. Class D extends A. Sir, all these classes are extending same class. This type of inheritance is nothing but hierarchical inheritance. It is something like single inheritance only. A group of single inheritances is by default considered as hierarchical inheritance. Everyone can able to understand? Next one, sir. What is the next cinema? The fifth type of inheritance, right? Very important, hybrid inheritance. Regarding what is the fifth one, sir? Hybrid inheritance. Can you spell out what the meaning of hybrid? Hybrids are mixed. Group is by default considered as hybrid. If we are using multiple types of inheritances simultaneously, sir, I'm using hierarchical inheritance, multiple inheritance, like a group of inheritances. If you are using simultaneously, such type of thing is by default considered as hybrid inheritance. Best example, sir, what is the hybrid inheritance? Observe that. Observe a bit very carefully. A, sir. A, B. Next C, I'm taking A, B, C. Next D, I'm taking. Next E, I'm taking, sir. Just F, I'm taking. Observe this. This is the hierarchy, sir. This one itself is the hierarchy. Assume that. Sir, this is an example for, it is itself is an example for my hybrid inheritance, right? How you can conclude it is the hybrid inheritance? Sir, here single inheritance is there. Next here, multi-level inheritance is there. Are you getting? This one itself is the single, sir. This one itself is multi-level inheritance. Next, from the same child, from the same parent, two child classes we are defining. This one is by default considered hierarchical inheritance. Are you getting? From multiple parents, we are defining single child class. This one is nothing but multiple inheritance. Are you getting? Multiple inheritance, right? So if we are using different types of inheritance simultaneously, this type of concept is nothing but what? Hybrid inheritance. But in Java, hybrid inheritance concept is not supported because multiple inheritance is not supported by Java. Clear for all, right? So these are various types of inheritances what are possible in Java. Sir, can you spell out what the first one? Single. Next one, multiple. Next, multi-level. Next one, hierarchical. Next one, sir, hybrid. Sir, which types of inheritances are not supported by Java? Two types. What is the multiple inheritance? Second one, sir, hybrid inheritance. These are two things are not supported by Java in classes, but in interfaces possible, no problem. We will discuss in detail. Up to this is the clear types of inheritances in Java. Sir, in the last videos we covered what are various types of inheritance are there. Single inheritance, next multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, hybrid inheritance. But sir, Java won't provide support for two types of inheritances. What is the first one, sir? Multiple inheritance. Next and after that, hybrid inheritance. These two things are not supported. Clearly, I explained. Sir, now the next point what I have to talk, the most dangerous point, take a bit special care, multiple inheritance. Okay. Sir, in Java, multiple inheritance concept is not supported. You can't extend more than one class simultaneously. By mistake, if you are taking class C, extends P1, P2, immediately compatible method you are going to get, sir. Sir, now, what is the reason? Why? What is the internal reason for that? Very simple, sir. Assume this is the parent 1. Sir, this is the parent 2, like this. Now I am taking C, sir. Now see, if C extends P1 and P2, sir, I am taking class C extends class C extends P1 and P2. If I can take like this, immediately comparative error we will get. Compiler will give left and right. Are getting comparative error we will get. Sir, now what is the reason? Why Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance? What is the reason for that? Very simple, sir. Suppose assume this parent class contain M1 method. M1 method is there, sir. M1 method is there. This P2 also contain M1 method is there, sir. M1 method is there. Sir, whatever parent has by default available to the child through inheritance concept. Now, from this P1, one M1 is coming. From this P2, one M1 is coming. Sir, on C object, if any person calling M1 method, on C, if any person calling M1, which M1 method has to execute? Either from parent 1 M1 or from parent 2 M2. So, there is no way to resolve this one. Are you getting? There may be a chance of ambiguity problem, which M1 has to execute. My compiler or my JVM is always in the trouble. That's why, sorry man, because of this ambiguity problem, yes, it's not possible to extend more than one class simultaneously. Sir, why Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance? Sir, this is the reason. Okay, so this parent and both parent, more than one parent, both parent classes contain same method, then on the child, if I'm calling that method, which M1 method has to come, there is no way to resolve. That's why Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance. Sir, do you know this is a problem? Some people may use diamond access problem. Are you getting? Diamond access problem. Some people may use the word. Have you observed, right? Something like a diamond style. Something like a diamond style. Diamond access problem. Or some people may use the word ambiguity problem. Are you getting? Ambiguity problem, right? So, because of this problem, Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance. Is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, well, sir, now let me execute this code. Is it really error or not? I will show, sir. Observe that a bit carefully. Here, I'm just taking class P1 class contain M1 method. Class P2 class also contain M1 method, right? Regarding M1, like this class C extends P1 comma P2 I'm taking, sir. Even whether these methods are available or not available, so you can't extend, a Java class can't extend more than one class. Immediately comparative error by default we are going to get. Are you getting? Sir, let me compile this code. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Here Java C dot Java, because I saved this code, yeah, C dot Java. Have you observed? Immediately comparative error you are going to get, sir. Sir, class C extends P1. Immediately I am expecting curly brace, but not another class. Are you getting? Curly brace expected, but not another class. That's why. So Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance because of diamond access problem or because of ambiguity problem. Okay, like this. But now in interfaces, Java provides support for multiple inheritance, man. In interfaces, it's always possible. Sir, how, sir? In classes, it's not possible. But in interfaces, how multiple inheritance is supported? Why this ambiguity problem is not going to come? Just observe a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Suppose assume that if the interface, parent interface 1. Regarding this one is assume that parent interface 1. Parent interface 2. Parent interface 1. Parent interface 2. This is the child interface. Regarding itself is child interface, right? Now, anyway, interface method having only declaration but not implementation. Regarding interface methods having only declaration but not implementation. Every method present inside interface is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. That's why only declaration but not implementation. What about default method? That part we are going to take care. Don't worry, first observe. Sir, here M1 method is there, only declaration but not implementation. Here also m1 method is there, only declaration but not implementation. So this m1 declaration should come here. The person who is going to implement this child interface, that person is called, assume that implementation class. Implementation class. This implementation class is responsible to provide implementation for m1 method. Are you getting? Now on the interface, no one is going to call m1. Everyone can call m1 on the implementation class object only. That's why even multiple method declarations are available, but implementation is always, how many implementations are there? Only one implementation. That's why where is the question of ambiguity problem? Assume that it is the test class. Implementation class is the test class. Now do you know parent 1 p1 is equal to new test parent 1 p1 is equal to new test p1.m1, which method is going to come? This implementation method only. Whether we are using parent 1, parent 2 or child interface reference, any reference you can use, but always which method is going to come? Only this method will come. Means that even multiple method declarations are available, but implementation is always what? Only one implementation, unique implementation. That's why there is no chance of ambiguity problem in the case of interfaces. Clear for all of you, right? So an interface can extend multiple interfaces simultaneously, but a class can't extend multiple interfaces, right? So same example, if I will go for interface, then it will be accepted. Observe that this example is what? Class. Regarding this one is class P1, class P2, and then class C. So compiler gave left and right. But if I replace this class with the interface terminology, acceptable. Observe that. Here I am taking here instead of class interface. Regarding, so I don't want to take the class, right? Just I am taking interface. Next interface C. Interface C extends P1 comma P2. So an interface can extend any number of interfaces simultaneously. Earlier we got error, but now the same example, happily the code is going to compile. That's why, so Java provides support for multiple inheritance. Regarding Java provides support for multiple inheritance in interfaces, but not in classes. Clear, right? So what is the reason? Ambiguity problem, diamond access problem, because of that. Next, why this problem only in classes but not in interfaces? Because in classes multiple method implementations are there. Which method I have to execute? That's why the problem is going to come. But in interfaces only declarations are available but not implementation. That's why there is no such type of problem in interfaces, right? Then immediately you may ask, sir, in interfaces from 1.8 version onwards, we can take default methods also. Yes, we can take default methods also. Because of default methods, maybe a chance, is there any ambiguity problem in interfaces, right? No such type of problem. Okay, even in default methods also, the methods which are having implementation, we never going to get ambiguity problem. In the case of interfaces, there is some way to solve that. In default methods and static method, there I will discuss this point with example. Don't worry about that. Clear for all of you, right? Very, very important for the interview room. Please make sure you should aware. Sir, now I hope you people have clear clarity about multiple inheritance. Sir, Java by default provide support for multiple inheritance or not? No. Interfaces is a special concept, but by default Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance. But what about Python? Just for your knowledge sake, awareness purpose, I want to tell matter of few minutes. I'm not going to waste your valuable time. Just aware the point, right? In Python object oriented programming, inheritance concept, multiple inheritance concept is supported, sir. What is the way? Just how this ambiguity problem will be solved? Observe that. Here I am taking class. Observe very carefully, because you people may not aware Python. Just the basic idea purpose. Let me take class P1. Here public void m1 system.out.println P1 method. Sir, you are telling Python, you are writing Java code. Sir, it is Java code only but not Python. First, let me write Java code, then I will simulate Python code. What is the second one? Class P2, okay, parent 2. Now, public void M1 method, M1 system.out.println. Sir, P2 method like this I have. Are you getting P2 method like this? Now, class C extends P1 comma P2. Immediately, compiler will give left and right. What will happen, sir? Immediately compile error. By default, you are going to get, sir, immediately problem. But now, if you consider same scenario with respect to Python. So, how to write class P with M1 method? What is the Python style? Observe that. Here I am taking class P1. There, curly braces, such type of terminology not there. Okay? Class P1 like this. Next, sir, method I want to write. Here, how you wrote public void M1. But there, we have to write def M1 of self. Def M1 of self. Self I am taking. Def M1 of self. Don't worry about self. What is self and so on? Self is current object reference variable. Just like this in Java, here self we are going to use. Now, here just print P1 method. Okay, that's all. So why I am telling, sir, this one first. Now this is equivalent Python code is, this is the class P. Regarding P class contain M1 method, right? Similarly, class P2 def M1 method, same M1 method, of course, of self print of P2 method like this I am taking, sir. Yes, second class also completed. Here semicolon story is also not required. Class P2 M1 method like P1 contain M1, P2 also contain M1. Now I am ready to create child class. Sir, how you can create child class in Java? Class C extends P1 comma P2. Regarding class C extends P1 comma P2. Class C, which is the child of P1 comma P2. Oh, within bracket, you have to take parent classes. Sir, what is the first parent I am taking? P1. What is the second parent I am taking? P2. Okay, well, I don't want to take any code in the child class. Empty, sir. Just like a curly brace open and close, empty. So that's all. 3 classes completed. P1, P2, and then C. Sir, here P1 is the first parent, P2, next and after that C, like this we have. Okay, now my target is, observe very carefully about this one. Now my target is, let me create C class object. How to create C class objects? C is like this. That's all. New keyword, such type of thing is not there in Python. C, that's all. C, that's it. C object got created. If I call C.M1, which M1 method has to come? Can you please tell? One M1 method is coming from P1, another M1 method is coming from P2. Which M1 method is going to come? In Java, there is no way to solve this problem. That's why Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance. But in Python, this problem will be solved in very beautiful way. In what way the problem will be solved is very simple, sir. While declaring parent classes, in which order we took, sir? First P1 and then P2. Are you getting? First P1 and then P2. While resolving methods, first priority will goes to P1. If P1 doesn't contain that method, then only P2. Are you getting right? So in parent classes, in which order we declared, based on that, the corresponding method will come. So P1 already contained, then it never going to search for P2, directly P1 method will come. P1 method means, sir, P1. This is the answer by default we are going to get. Everyone can aware? Suppose if I interchange the order, something like class C P2 comma P1. P2 comma P1. First, which class we took? Which parent class we took? P2. Then, which method will come, sir? Sir, P2 method is going to getting the chance. Because, so in which order parent classes are declared, based on that, the corresponding method is going to execute. Is it clear? So, in Python, how beautiful multiple inheritance problem solved, but in Java, there is no way to solve this problem, man. So, maybe in the Java 15th version, Java 16th version, Java people may tell Java will provide support for multiple inheritance because based on the order of parents declaration, sometimes maybe in the future versions you can expect, but as of now, Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance with respect to classes. Clear, right? Sir, do you want me to execute this code? Python code. Do you want me to execute this code? Yes, I'm expert in Python also. Don't worry. Sir, let me write the code. Here just very simple, sir. Very simple I'm taking. This is, sir, class P1. Class P1. DEF M1 method I'm taking. Self. Sir, now print P1 method. Like this I'm taking, sir. Print of P1 method. That's all. This is the first class, right? Sir, like this, right? Sir, similarly, like this I'm taking class P2, sir. Class P2, sir, here also M1, P2 method like this. Now, I have to take class C, which is the child of P1, P2. And this child class not having any job. Okay. I want to create child class object C. This is called in Python, this is the object creation. Remember this one. This is called object creation, right? Now, I'm calling M1. Are you getting? C dot M1 method. I'm calling C dot M1 method. And I saved this code as test.py. Python code we are going to write, sir, with the py, like this, right? Test.py, like. Now, I want to run this code. Here, compilation, such type of thing is not there. Directly you can run py test.py. Have you observed, right? P1 method is coming. P1 method is coming as the output. The method from P1 class is coming, sir. So, because first you declared P1, that's why. If I change the order, P2, P1, P2, P1, can you please guide there? If I change the order P2, P1, can you please confirm which method will get the chance first? I respond. Which method will get the chance first? P2 method. If P2 doesn't contain, then only P1 method will get the chance. But which method will get the chance? P2 method will get. Now, have a look once, sir. Observe that. Now, P2 method is going to come. So, Python support multiple inheritance or not? Yes, happily Python can provide support, but Java can't provide support for multiple inheritance. So very important question for the interview room. Please take a bit very special care. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now there is very important point I want to explain related to multiple inheritance. Sir, do you know interview person? So, he's always trying to play the games with you about this multiple inheritance word. You have to take a bit special care. He will ask the question, is Java provide support for multiple inheritance in classes or not? What answer you can tell? No chance at all. Java won't provide support for multiple inheritance with respect to classes. But in interfaces it is acceptable, but in classes not possible. Okay, like. Then interview person may ask the question. Same, he is trying to create confusion in the interview room. Do you know, every class in Java is the child class of? Every class in Java is the child class of object class. Either directly or indirectly, it is the child class of object class. Correct, right? Now, interview person, what is going to ask is, sir, I have one class is there. Here one class is there. Class A extends B, sir. Class A extends B. Java provides support for multiple inheritance even in classes also. Like interview person is trying to explain. Sir, class A is the child of B, sir. A is the child of B. Just now you told every class in Java is the child of object. Now for A, how many parent classes are there? 2 parent classes, man. Java provide support for multiple inheritance even in classes also. Like that, interview person will trying to explain. Then what you have to do? First thing you have to give left and right to that interview person. Okay, because the reason is it is not the thing which is going to be happen. Sir, what internally what thing is happening? Very simple, sir. Observe carefully. If I am writing a class A, yes, sir. If our class does not extend any other class, I am not extending any other class. If our class won't extend any other class, then only our class is the direct child class of object class. Are you getting? If our class won't extend any other class, then only it is the direct child class of object class. Clear for all of you, right? So suppose if our class extends any other class. Are you getting? Class A extends B. Class A extends B. Sir, then our class is indirect child class of object class. Remember, A is the child of B is the child of object. Are you getting? B is the child of object. So, whenever we are extending another class, then our class is not a direct child class of object. Our class is indirect child class of object. So, in this scenario, multiple inheritance is not. What is this type of inheritance, right? A is child of B is the child of object. This is called multi-level inheritance. Are you getting? What is this one, sir? Multi-level inheritance. Interview person, so by showing this one, observe that. Interview person, by showing this one. Boss, multiple inheritance is possible even in classes also. Like he's going to explain, give left and right. It is not the thing which is going to be happen, and it is the thing which is going to be happen, which is called what? Multi-level inheritance. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, up to this, we covered what are various types of inheritance, and a special discussion happened on multiple inheritance. There is one more type of inheritance is there, sir. What is that? Is cyclic inheritance. What is that concept, sir? Cyclic inheritance. Such type of concept not supported in Java. But anyway, what is the meaning? Why it is not required? Observe that. Here I am taking class A. Class A extends A, sir. Are you getting? Class A extends A. One scenario. Class A extends B. Class A extends B. Class B extends A. Class A extends B. Class B extends A. Sir, first observe, A extends A. A is child class of A. A extends B, B extends A. So, A is the child of B, B is the child of A. Now take very special care about this terminology, right? Sir, in this case, do you know, if I am trying to do either first one or second one, compiler will give left and right, because this type of inheritance is called cyclic inheritance, which is not supported in Java. Okay? Not only in Java, sir. Everywhere, cyclic inheritance is not supported because it is really not required. Really not required. Why it is not required? Observe that. If I can take class C extends P, sir. Class C extends P. What the meaning of that? Sir, for the P, I am creating child class. Whatever members are there in the P, I want, sir. I don't want to rewrite again. All members of P, can you please make it available to C? For that purpose, for the code reusability purpose, I am creating object. I am creating child class, right? Now observe, in this case observe, class A extends A. Sir, all members of A, all members of A, I want to A class. Array all members of A, I want to A class. All members of A are already available in the A class. Why you are writing? Why you are writing like this? Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Array the members of A already available inside A. Why you are taking this one? Unnecessary, sir, extra code. That's why compiler won't accept. Now here observe. Class A extends B. Sir, all members of B are required to A. All members of B required to A. Next, class B extends A. All members of A required to the B. Array A required B members, B required A members. If A required B members, B required A member, why you are taking two classes? Better to take a single class. Are you getting? Better to take one single class only, because A required B, B required A. We are not required to take two classes. So all the members only single class is enough. Clear for all of you, right? So that's why cyclic inheritance is not really required. This type of inheritance is called cyclic, which is not really required. That's why Java won't provide support for cyclic inheritance. Not only Java, even Python also won't provide support for that. Now have a look once, sir. Observe carefully. Here I'm taking just let me go for class A. Class A extends class A. Sir, here extends. Sir, one minute. Class A extends A. Let me save this code. A.java, like this I'm taking. Let me compile this code. Java C, A.java. Sir, observe, class A extends A. Class A extends A. Immediately, cyclic inheritance involving A, like that compile error you are going to get. Similarly, class A extends B. Class B extends A. Class B extends A. Observe that. Immediately compile time error you are going to get. Here class A extends B. Cyclic inheritance involving A. That's why. So what is a cyclic inheritance? Why Java won't provide support? Why it is not really required? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, in the last videos we covered about inheritance. Next, encapsulation. These two modules we covered very clearly, right? Sir, now the next cinema, what we have to start? Polymorphism concept. Sir, under polymorphism, we have to discuss overloading, overriding, these kind of things we have to discuss in detail, right? But before talking about overloading and overriding, one very important concept we have to discuss, because that concept I'm always keep on using in overloading and overriding. What is that concept is? Method signature. Are you getting? Sir, you people should have clear clarity about method signature. Method signature. What is the signature of a method? Okay, like, can you please tell, if I'm taking a Java method, public void M1 method I'm taking, int I, or let me take int return type instead of void return type. Int return type I'm taking. Public int M1 of int I float F. Okay, this is about my method. Can you please tell what is the signature of this method? Yes, friends, which is called method signature. What is the signature of this method? Very important, because in overloading, method signatures must be different. In overriding, method signatures must be same. Like several times we are going to use the word method signature. That's why you people should have clear clarity. What is the method signature? Can you please tell? Sir, for this method, which is called method signature? Yes, friends. Okay, please make sure method signature consists of method name. Sir, what is the method name? M1. Method name. What is the method name? M1. Next, followed by argument types. Are you getting? Sir, int, comma, float. Okay, that's all. This is called method signature. Method signature contains method name followed by argument types. Remember this one, sir. So here just only types. Here int I am not considering because it's a variable. It can be any variable name, can be anything, but type int. Second ones are float. Even this order is also important. First we took what? Int. Next we took what? Float. That's why method signature contains method name followed by argument types. Clear for all of right? Sir, who is going to use method signature? Next, what about return type? Return types are inter return type is there. Please make sure in other languages like C++, return type is part of method signature, but not in Java, sir. In Java, return type is not part of method signature. Remember, method signature contain only method name followed by argument types. Okay, well, clear for all of right, which is called method signature. Okay, well. Now, who is going to use method signature? Sir, very simple. Compiler will use this method signature while resolving method calls. Are you getting who is going to use, right? Compiler will use method signature while resolving method calls. Sir, what it means? I will explain a small chota example, then you people can get much clarity here. Just observe that. I'm taking a simple class test. Assume that class test I'm taking, sir. Now here public void m1, like this I have public void m1 of int I, sir. Public void m1 of int I. Sir, public void m1, okay, m2, let me take m2 of string s, m2 of string s, like this I have. Now just sir, this is about how many methods are there inside test class? 2 methods are there, sir. Now sir, just I'm creating an object test t is equal to new test. I want to call these 2 methods, right? Sir, do you know, whenever we are making a call t dot m1 of 10, t dot m2 of Durga, something like I'm just calling these methods, right? Sir, whenever we are performing method calls, compiler should check whether these methods are available inside test class or not. You are getting how the compiler will check, sir? So while resolving method calls, compiler is always going to use method signature. Remember this one. Sir, now for this class, for every class, compiler will maintain one table which is called method table. Remember this one. For every class, compiler will maintain one table. What is that table, sir? Method table. For that class, it's going to maintain method table for test class, right? Sir, how many methods are there? 2 methods. What is the signature of first method? M1 of int. M1 of int. What is the signature of second method? M2 of string. Regarding M2 of string, sir, method signature contains only method name followed by argument types. Now, sir, observe that t dot M1 of 10. How the compiler can decide, sir, is it a valid method call or not? Very simple, sir. You are calling M1 and T is what type, sir? Tester type. Observe, this type of orientation must be required next. You are calling M1 method on T is what type? Tester type. Are you getting? Now, which argument you are passing? Int type. So, inside the tester class, is there any method which can take int type as the argument or not? Yes, there is a method which can take int type as the argument. Are you getting? Inside the tester class, is there any method which can take int type as the argument? Yes, there is a method is there. Compiler feels that, yes, it is the legal. Are you getting? Similarly, so t dot m2 of Durga, you are calling m2 method and t is what type? Tester type. By passing which one as the argument? String as the argument. Is there any m2 method inside tester class with the string argument? Yes, man. With this method signature, there is a method is there with this signature. That's why happily it is going to call. Clear, right? Sir, now take very special care. Now I'm calling T dot M3, T dot M3 of 10.5. T dot M3 of 10.5. Immediately, compiler will check. Array, you are calling M3 method and T by passing double A the argument. 10.5 floating point literal by default double type, right? So now you are calling M3, you are calling double A the argument, M3 method and T. T is what type? Tester type. T is what type? Tester type. Now in the tester class, is there any M3 method with a double A the argument or not? No such type of method. With the required signature, there is no method. Immediately, compiler is going to object, boss, no such type of method. Are you getting? No such type of method. Like this, immediately, compile method by default you are going to get. Are you getting right? So, what is a method signature? Who is going to use these method signatures? Compiler will use these method signatures while resolving method calls. Clear, right? Sir, let me execute what exact compile method we are going to get. I will show here. Observe that carefully, sir. Here observe that. Sir, here forget about all this stuff. I don't want to worry. Sir, here inside class test, I'm taking one method, public void M1 method of int I as the argument. This is the first method, sir. Public void M2 method, which can take string as the argument, string yes. Like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, that's all. This is about M1 and M2, two methods are there. Now, sir, I'm trying to take tester T is equal to new tester. Tester T is equal to new tester. T dot M1 of 10. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Yes, friends. Is it valid or not? Yes, because you are calling M1 and T. T is what type? Tester type. Sir, M1 with int as the argument. Is there any method with the signature or not? Yes. That's why perfectly itself is valid. Clear for all period, okay? Sir, let me execute this code. Here, observe that. Let me compile Java C test.java. Perfectly valid. Perfectly valid. We are not facing any problem at all, right? Similarly, T dot M2 method bypassing Durga as the argument. Are you getting? T dot M2 method bypassing Durga as the argument. Yes, this one is also perfectly valid, sir. No problem at all, because with the required method signatures already, sir, methods are available. That's why no problem at all. But now observe carefully, sir. T dot M3 method bypassing 10.5 as the argument. Are you getting? Immediately, compile method by default you are going to get. Can you please observe what is that compile method, sir? What is that compile method? Cannot find the symbol. Which symbol, sir? Method M3 of double. Have you observed, right? What is this, M3 of double? But there is no such type of method. There is no such type of method with this signature. Have you observed, right? Method name followed by argument types. With this signature, my compiler unable to find any method. That's why immediately compile method we are going to get. Clear for all of right? Sir, now observe very carefully about this one. What is method signature and who is going to use method signature? Method signature contains method name followed by argument types. Who is going to use method signature? Compiler will use method signature while resolving method calls. Clear, friends? Up to this? Sir, there is one very important point is there related to method signature. What is that point is? Just observe that carefully, sir. Sir, I'm taking class test. Public void M1 of int I. Like this, I have one method is there, sir. Next, public int M1. Public int M1 of int J is there. And here return type is a int. That's why it is expecting some int value. Return 10. It is expecting some int value, right? That's all. This is the method what we have. Now my question is, take very special care about this terminology, right? Can you please tell, if I'm taking, let me create an object. Assume that I'm creating an object. Test t is equal to new test. Test t is equal to new test. T dot m1 by passing it another argument. Sir, I'm calling m1 method by passing it another argument. Can you please confirm which method is going to get in the chance? Friends, please respond. Which method is going to get in the chance? Either first method or second method. Are you getting? Either first method or second method. Sir, if you are taking like this, immediately comparative method we are going to get. If we are taking like this, immediately comparative method we are going to get. What is the reason for that? The reason is, do you know, within the same class, two methods with the same signature is not allowed. Sir, because whenever you are calling like this, which method has to respond? Because this method matched. Even this method also matched. Are you getting this method? What is the signature of this method? What is the signature of this method? M1 of int, sir. What is the signature of this method? M1 of int. M1 of int. That's all. Now, two methods with the same signature. Two methods with the same signature itself is there. Are you getting? Two methods with the same signature itself is nothing but not at all acceptable. Because if any person is calling m1 by passing into value, which m1 method has to respond? It is always a problem. That's why. So within the class, two methods with the same signature is not allowed, sir. Whether we are calling or not calling, immediately comparative method we are going to get saying m1 of int is already defined in test class. Pass is already defined. Why you are redefining again another method with the same signature? Like that comparative method we are going to get. Clear for lab, right? So the important conclusion here is, within a class, two methods with the same signature not allowed. By mistake, if you are trying to take comparative method, we will get, even though return types are different. Are you getting? One is void, but the second one is int. Even return types are different, but make sure, okay, within the same class, two methods with the same signature not allowed. Sir, let me check this one. Sir, which comparative method we are going to get, I will show. Have a look once. I'm taking class test, public void m1 of int I. Okay, like public void m1, public int m1 of int k. Can you please tell what is the signature of first method? Please respond. What is the signature of first method, sir? M1. What is the signature? M1 of int. Are you getting M1 of int? What is the signature of second method? Yes, second method signature is also M1 of int. So both the methods having the same signature. That's why immediately comparative method we are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me cross check. Observe carefully, right? Now let me compile. What is that comparative method, sir? Method m1 of int is already defined in test. Why you are redefining again? What is this m1 of int, sir? This is called method signature. Are you getting? With this signature, already a method you define. Why you are redefining again? This is the comparative method by default we are going to get. I hope everyone can able to understand, right? So these are the important loopholes you people should aware. What is method signature? Next, who is going to use method signature? Next, within the same class, if two methods having the same signature, what will happen? Immediately comparative method we are going to get. Clear for you? Okay, that's all. Hi friends, in the last video we covered what is method signature, who is going to use method signature, and important point related to method signature. Okay, well, sir, now the next concept, major concept, very important for the interview room, very important for day-to-day coding, overloading. What is the concept, sir? What is the concept? Overloading we require to discuss in detail, right? Can you please observe, when we say that two methods are said to be overloaded. Sir, these two methods are called overloaded. When we say these two methods are said to be overloaded, sir, very simple. Have you observed, right? Here I have m1 method is there. M1 method is there. Sir, what is the argument? Is argument type? Argument is m1 of int. I have another method is there. What is the argument type? Long. Can you please observe these two things? Sir, method names are same. But argument types are different. Method names are same, but argument types are different. So, when we say that two methods are said to be overloaded, if and only if both the methods having same name but different argument types. Okay, remember this one. Same name but different argument types. Okay, what about return type? What about modifier? What about throws keyword? All that nonsense we are not required to worry. Of course, in detail we will discuss. So just at very top level, you people should be aware when we say that two methods are said to be overloaded. If both methods having same name but different argument types. Okay, well. So now, do you know in C language, C language is a method of overloading concept is available or not available? Not available, because C language is not object oriented. C language is not object oriented. That's why in C language overloading concept is not available. Okay, like that's why two methods with the same name under different argument types. So no such type of option. Are you getting? If you consider ABS method is there, sir. This ABS method is always applicable, sir, for int type. In C language, there is one method is there named with ABS. ABS method is there. It is always applicable for int type. Sir, I want to find for long value, absolute value. For long type, I want. So, if the argument are changing, if the argument is changing, compulsory method name must be changed. Because two methods with the same name, different argument types is not allowed in C language. Not allowed in C because overloading concept is not there. If there is a change in the argument type, compulsory we should go for new method. That's why what is the for long type, sir, which is the absolute method we require to use? LABS. Are you getting? Similarly, if the argument is float type, if the argument is float type, the method name is FABS. Are you getting? So, how many ABS methods are there? For ABS, default for int type. For long data type, LABS. For float data type, FABS, like that. Multiple ABS methods are available because two methods with the same name but different argument types are not allowed. Then, how many method names we have to remember? Yes, obviously, for every type separate method name, we have to remember complexity by default is going to be increased. Programming complexity is going to be increased, right? Remember. But in Java, are you getting? But in Java, we are not having any such type of complexity, sir. Because in Java, you can take same ABS method for int type, same ABS method for long type, same ABS method for float type also. Because in Java, we can take same name, multiple methods with the same name with the different argument types is allowed, which is nothing but method of overloading. Regarding this concept is nothing but what? Method overloading. Okay? So having method of overloading concept in Java reduces complexity. Because for every type, we are not required to remember separate method. Single method name we can use for any type of argument. Such a type of more flexibility you people can expect in Java, right? Are you able to understand? So really having overloading concept, is it advantage feature in Java or not? Yes, but in C language, do you know if there is a change in the argument type, compulsory we should go for new method. Unnecessary complexity of programming is going to be increases. Clear? Now up to this, you people should aware only 2 points, right? When we say that two methods are said to be overloaded, both methods having same name but different argument types is called overloaded methods. Next, what is the biggest advantage of overloading? More flexibility to the programmer. We can use the same method name, even argument types are different, no problem at all. Complexity of programming is going to be reduced. Clear, right? Sir, I hope it's very clear for you what is when we say that two methods are said to be overloaded. Let me go for a small program so that you people can get much clarity. Observe that carefully, sir. I'm taking a class test. Have a look once, class test. And here public void M1 method I'm taking, sir. Observe, method name and argument types. Very important, more concentration must be required. Sir, here system.out.println, no arg method. Regarding SOPia, no arg method. Similarly, public void M1 of int I. Public void M1 of int I. System.out.println int arg method. Regarding int arg method, right? Sir, now public void M1 method, public void M1 method of double D, sir. Double D system.out.println double arg method. Regarding double arg method, like this, right? Can you please confirm how many methods are available? Sir, M1 without any argument. M1 with the int type as the argument. M1 with the double type as the argument. Regarding total how many methods are there? 3 methods are there. Have you observed for all the 3 methods, method name is the same, M1. But the argument types are different. Here no argument, here int argument, here double argument. Can I use the word? All these things are by default considered as overloaded methods or not? Please confirm. All these methods are by default considered as overloaded methods or not? Yes, obviously these methods are said to be overloaded methods. Okay, well. Sir, now the important conclusion. Okay, what is the meaning of overloaded? Well, how the method resolution by default will be there, sir. Now let me write the main method in this class. Public static void main string array args. Observe very carefully, sir. Continuation, main method I'm writing. Now tester t is equal to new tester. Tester t is equal to new tester. Sir, now onwards orientation you require to habitize a new orientation, right? T is what type? Tester type. Reference type is the tester type. Runtime object is a tester type. Of course, here I am using only one class. Sometimes reference type may be different, runtime object type may be different. But as of now, here same reference object type is also same. Whenever we are calling t.m1, you are calling m1 without any argument and t. T is what type, sir? Tester type. T is what type? Tester type. That's why immediately tester class m1 method, no argument method is going to execute. So what is the output by default we are going to get, sir? No arg method. Okay, well. Now t dot m1 by passing 10. T dot m1 by passing 10. Sir, do you know you are calling m1 and t. T is what type? T is what type? Test type. In the tester class m1 method, which can take int type as the argument, this method is going to get in the chance. That's why int arg method will get the chance. Observe that. Similarly, do you know t dot m1, if I can take 10.5, if 10.5 is by default what type? Double type. Now, do you know m1 method which can take double as the argument? Now the corresponding method will get the chance. Observe that a bit very carefully. Sir, based on argument type, based on reference, automatically the corresponding method by default will be executed. So I hope is the clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me execute up to this and then I will go for very important conclusion, sir. Observe carefully. Here have a look once. I have no arg method is available. Sir, first method no arg method, int arg method, and then what the last one? Double arg method. Like 3 methods are there, sir. Now the point is inside main method, let me create an object tester t is equal to new test I'm taking, sir. Test is equal to new test t dot m1. Are you getting t dot m1? Sir, have you observed? I'm calling no argument method. Then obviously which method is going to get in the chance, right? No arg method will get the chance. Observe that. Happily the code compiles fine. Now if I run this code, which method we will get the chances, sir? No arg method is getting the chance. Okay, well, now t dot m1 of 10, sir. T dot m1 of 10. 10 means int value. 10 means int value, right? Now, which method is going to get in the chance, right? Int arg method by default will get the chance, right? Sir, which method is going to get in the chance? Int arg method will get the chance. Similarly, t dot m1 of 10.5. T dot m1 of 10.5. Sir, obviously double argument method will get the chance. The code compiles fine. What is that answer we are going to get? Double arg method we are going to get in the chance. So please make sure you people should aware how to declare overloaded methods. Next, how you can call overloaded methods. It is a very clear, right? But from this example, one very important point we have to conclude, sir. In overloading, observe, T is what type? Please respond. Sir, you are calling M1 and T. T is what type? Test type. Runtime object is what type? Runtime object is what type? Test type. In overloading, method resolution means which method has to execute. That process is called method resolution, sir. In overloading, method resolution always takes care by compiler. Regarding who is the responsible, sir? In overloading, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Remember this one. But anyway, here reference type, runtime object type is the same. That's why you may not get much clarity from this example. But while next examples going on, somewhere definitely you people are going to get much clarity about this one, sir. But please make sure you people should aware, sir, in overloading, method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type, but not based on runtime object. Sir, it's always going to take care by compiler based on reference type. That's why overloading is also known as compile time polymorphism. Regarding what is this one, sir? Overloading is also known as compile time polymorphism. Compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism. Static polymorphism or early binding. Early binding. These are various other words for overloading. Regarding in overloading, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Regarding compiler based on reference type. That's why, so overloading is also known as compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. Remember this one. Here, runtime object is the dummy and JVM is not responsible for method resolution. Compiler is responsible. But from this example, you are not going to get much clarity. But while examples going on, you people can get much clarity up to this. Are you able to get right? About this point, I will explain in detail in the next coming example. Somewhere you will get much clarity. Believe me, sir. That's all. Sir, in the last video, we covered very clearly about what is overloading. Next, in overloading, who is the responsible to perform method resolution? Can you spell out? Who is the responsible to perform method resolution? Compiler is responsible to perform method resolution based on reference type. Hence, overloading is also known as compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. Clear, right? Sir, now there are multiple cases are there related to overloading. Let me talk one by one, right? Sir, the first case, observe carefully, sir. Here I have class test, public void m1 of int I, int arg method. Public void m1 of float f and float arg method. Regarding this is the int arg method, this is the float arg method. Now, can I use the word these two methods are overloaded or not? Can you please spell out? These two methods are overloaded methods or not? Yes, obviously these are overloaded methods, right? Now main method, public static void main, tester T is equal to new tester, T dot, observe very carefully sir, T dot M1 bypassing 10 as the argument. 10 means which type? Int type. By default every integral literal is of what type? Int type. That's why int arg method will get the chance. Okay, well, int arg method will get the chance. T dot M1 are 10.5 F. 10.5 F. F means float type. Float type. Float type means float arg method will get the chance. Are getting? Float arg method will get the chance. We know up to this, already we covered in the last example, same. Sir, let me execute up to this. Now the next I will explain. First up to this, let me execute, sir. Here, sir, the same public void M1, int arg method, public void M1 of float F, float arg method, T dot M1 of 10. Then obviously, which method we are going to get, sir? Int arg method will get the chance. Observe that. Observe that int arg method, right? Now T dot M1 of 10.5 F. T dot M1 of 10.5 F. Are you getting which method will get the chance, sir? Now observe that float arg method will get the chance. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, that's it. Now the next point you people should be aware, sir. Sir, it is the very, very important. Observe carefully. If I can take T dot M1 of A, sir. Array, A is what type? A within single quote. A is what type? Char type. Char type. Can you please tell T dot M1 of A char type? Which method will get the chance now? Ayyo. Which method will get the chance now? Can you please confirm? Which method is going to get in the chance? Either int method will get the chance, or float method will get the chance, or we will get compile time error saying no such type of method because here int is there, float is there, but you are passing char as the argument. Can you please confirm? Very, very important concept. That is our first case. Which method is going to get in the chance? Okay? Very simple. Very simple. In overloading. So while performing overloaded method resolution, if exact matched argument method is not available, sir, you are passing char, but there is no method with char argument, right? Compiler immediately won't raise compile time error. Regarding compiler won't raise immediately error, sir. What the compiler will do? First the compiler will promote this char type to next type. Regarding first compiler will promote this char type to next type. You know, automatic promotion somewhere. What is the promotion automatic chart? Automatic promotion chart? Byte. Byte can be promoted to short. Short can be promoted to int. Int can be promoted to long. Long can be promoted to float. Float can be promoted to double. In our basics, somewhere we covered in the first unit, sir. Char can be promoted to int. Sir, please make sure you have to inject this chart in your mind. So, in overloading, if exact matched method is not available, compiler won't raise compile time error immediately. First compiler promotes this argument to next level. Sir, char can be promoted to int type. Okay. After promoting to next level, it will check is there any method which can take int type as the argument. Regarding it will check is there any method which can take int type as the argument, it will check, sir. If there is any method which can take int type as the argument, yes, compiler will give the chance for that method. Assume, sir, now what is the answer we are going to get, sir? Int arg method. So this is called automatic promotion in overloading. Remember that, sir? In overloading method resolution, if exact matched method is not available, compiler won't raise compile time error immediately. First, it will promote argument to next level and will check is there any matched method is available or not. If it is available, it will get the chance. If it is not available, again promote into the next level. Again promote into the next level. Again promote into the next level. Sir, all possible promotions completed. Still no matched method. Then only we will get compile time error. This is called automatic promotion in overloading. Are you able to understand that case 1? What is the meaning of automatic promotion in overloading? Like, sir, according to our scenario, for the char, which method will get the chance now? Respond, man. Which method is going to get in the chance? Yes, sir, char, no exact match. Char can be promoted in time. That's why int arg method will get the chance. Are you getting? Int arg method, right? Now, have a look once. Same method I am taking, sir. Same method, t dot m1 of a, sir. Are you getting? T dot m1 of a. Sir, exact matched method is not there. So, char can be promoted to int type. Char can be promoted to int type, sir. Now, int argument method is already available. That's why int arg method will get the chance. Now, observe last output, sir. Now, have a look once. We are not going to get any compile time error. Happily the code runs fine. But if that output, sir, int arg method is going to get in the chance. Sir, this type of concept is called automatic promotion in overloading. Clear? Now, my next target, sir. T dot m1 of 10L I am taking. Are you getting? 10L. What is 10L? Respond. What is the 10L? 10L is nothing but what? Long type. Long. Is there any method which can take a long argument? No. We have only two methods. One is int, second one is the float. That's why, according to our chart, long can be promoted to float. Are you getting? Long can be promoted to float. Sir, after promoting, do you have any method with the float argument or not? Yes. That's why, obviously, which method is going to get in the chance, right? Float arg method will get the chance. Clear, right? Okay. If I can pass long value, as a long argument method is not available, then obviously which method is going to get in the chance? Float arg method by default will get the chance. Clear, right? Now let me cross check. Have a look once. Now t dot m1 of 10L, either small l or capital L, no problem at all. T dot m1 of 10L. Sir, long type exact match method is not available. Long can be promoted to float. That's why float argument method will get the chance, right? Okay. Well, last output, can you please observe that? What is the last output we are going to get, sir? Float arg method. Very clear. Now, I have next doubt, sir. What is my next point is, if I can take t dot m1 of 10.5. Sir, very important. T dot m1 of 10.5. Can you please confirm 10.5 by default what type? Respond. 10.5 by default what type? Double type. Sir, now the argument what you are passing double. Is there any method with a double type? No method with a double type. Okay, well. Now, is it possible to promote a double to the next level? Sorry, not possible, because double is the topmost. Next level promotion is not there. So, promotion not possible. Exact matched method not available. Immediately, compiler will give left and right. Where is the method? Like in this case only, we are going to get compile time error. Are you getting right? First, compiler will do a good thing for you. It will try to promote and check is there any matched method. Sir, all possible promotions completed. Still matched method is not available. Or promotion is not possible. Then only you are going to get compile time error. Is it clear, right? Let me cross check this case. T dot. Can you please tell? T dot m1 10.5. 10.5. Can you please tell? 10.5 is what type, sir? Double type. Is there any method with the double argument? No method. Is it possible to promote to the double type? No. Double to next level? No promotion. Then immediately compiler will give left and right, method resolution fails. Are you getting? Now observe that no suitable method found for m1 of double. Are you getting right? No suitable method found for m1 of double. First it will try m1 of int is not applicable. Okay, m1 of int is not applicable. Next it will try m1 of float is not applicable. Sir, it checked both but still not applicable. That's why we are going to get compile time error. Are you able to understand? This concept is called automatic promotion in overloading. Very important concepts are even next level constructors concept. There also it is applicable. So in overloading method resolution, if exact matched method not available, we won't get compile time error. First this argument will be promoted to next level. Okay, sir, after promoting either matched method is available or not available. Next level promotion again. Sir, like all possible promotions completed, still matched method not available, then only we are going to get compile time error. This concept is called, what is this concept? Respond, man. What is this concept? Automatic promotion in overloading. Clear, right? Sir, in the last case we covered automatic promotion in overloading. Now the next possible question, even the next case, let me talk. Here class test public void m1 of objective SOP of object version. Next public void m1 of string s SOP of string version. Public static void main like this, right? Can you please tell what is the argument to the first method m1 of objective? What is the argument to the second method m1 of string s? Both methods same name but different argument types. So can I use the word overloaded methods or not? Yes, these two methods are said to be overloaded. Okay, well, now main method tester t is equal to new tester. Sir, t dot m1 of, sir, new object I am taking. Are you getting? New object, t dot m1 of new object I am taking, sir. Now the point is, listen a bit very carefully, sir. If I can take new object, so which method will get the chance, sir? Object argument, string argument, then object argument will get the chance, sir. Very important point. In overloading, while overloading method resolution, exact match will get highest priority. Remember, that's why which method will get the chance, right? Object version will get the chance. Okay, well, no problem at all. Now t dot m1 of Durga I'm taking, sir. If I can take Durga, t dot m1 of Durga is what type? String type. Then obviously object version, string version, exact match will get highest priority. That's why which method will get the chance, right? String version will get the chance. Regarding which method will get the chance? String version will get the chance. That's why, so string version, right? Up to this, let me check, and then the next point I will explain. Observe carefully, sir. Here I'm taking two methods, right? Here I'm taking two methods. First method m1 of object version, m1 of string yes. Okay, t dot m1 of new object. I'm creating an object and I'm passing that object as the argument. I'm creating an object, I'm passing that object as the argument, right? Now which one is always going to get in the chances, sir? Exact match will get the highest priority. That's why object version will get the chance. Now have a look once. The code compiles fine. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Object version like this, right? Now, sir, t dot m1 of Durga I'm taking. T dot m1 of Durga like this I'm taking, sir. Now which one is going to get in the chance? Yes, obviously string version will get the chance. Regarding which version will get the chance? String version will get the chance, right? Sir, up to this it's a very clear for you. Now the cinema is going to start. Observe carefully, right? If I can take t dot m1 of null like this, right? Null value I'm passing null value. Can you please confirm which one we will get the chance? First one object, second one string. Null is a valid value For any type of object reference, null is the valid for object reference, even null is the valid for string reference also. Can you please tell who is going to get in the chance now? Getting? Both methods got matched. Because null you provide in the place of object, in the place of string. Which method will get the chance? Very easy. You can able to guess. Which class is the parent class, which class is the child class? Observe that. The parent class is object, child class is string, sir. Object and then string. String is the child class, object is the parent class. Can you please tell, in overloading, parent and child both came, which one is going to get the chance? Very simple, sir. Very simple. Suppose here in the government office, collector is there, attender is there. Collector is there, attender is there. Suppose I have a small work is there, saying, Array, I will go to collector office. I want my required signs. Observe that signatures are required from the collector. Then obviously I should meet the collector. Okay, suppose at what time collector is available or otherwise. So I want some general information. If attender can help, then I can complete that work only with attender. I'm not required to go for collector level. Are getting collector is the superior person, man. Okay, directly for small problems also. So we should not go to the superior. First we will check with the child level. If the child level is not going to work, then only we should require to go for parent level. You know the rule. Obviously, you can able to guess which one is going to get in the chance. Can you please respond? Who is going to get in the chance round? Null reference. Null applicable for string, null applicable for object. So in parent and child arguments are there, always child will get the chance. If a child class can't, if child not matched, then only parent level we will go. Are you getting right? Sir, now T dot M1 of null, which one is always going to get in the chance, right? String version will get the chance. So in overloading, parent argument, child argument. Which argument will get highest priority, sir? Child argument will get highest priority when compared with the parent argument. Okay. Now let me check T dot M1 of null value. T dot M1 of null value. It is matched for both. Both observe have here. Which one is going to get in the chance, right? Yes, the output by default we are going to get last one, string version, right? Remember that string version will get the chance. Suppose assume child method is not available. Child method is not there. Not there, sir. Child method is not there. Then obviously parent is going to get in the chance. If child method is not there, automatically who is going to get in the chance? Parent will get the chance. Let me show this one. Sir, here I'm trying to remove child method. Next remaining method calls also. Only one method call T dot M1 of null. Regarding child method is not there. That's why who is going to get in the chance, right? Obviously parent is always going to get in the chance. Are getting? But the answer we are going to get simple object version. Sir, this is case 2 of overloading. From this, what we learned, sir, in overloading, exact match will always get highest priority. Next, if a parent and child both methods got matched, both argument methods got matched, always priority will goes to child. If the child argument not matched, then only parent argument is going to take care. Child class argument will get more priority than parent class argument. Clear? Sir, now the next case related to overloading. Observe carefully, sir. Class test. Public void M1 of string yes. First method, string argument method, string yes. Public void M1 of string buffer SP. Are you getting what is this one, sir? String buffer. Now, public static void main string array args. Tester T is equal to new tester. I'm taking, sir, here can I use the word, these two methods are overloaded methods or not? Yes, obviously. because both methods having the same name and both methods having different argument types. That's why overloaded. Don't keep any doubt at all. These methods are overloaded. Okay. Test T is equal to new test T dot M1. T dot M1 of Durga I'm taking, sir. Durga by default what type? String type. That's why what is the answer we are going to get, sir? String version we will get the chance. String version we will get. Now, sir, T dot M1 of new string buffer. Sir, I am creating a string buffer object with the argument Durga. No problem. Sir, do you know it is which argument I am passing? String buffer object. So in overloading, sir, in overloading, exact match is always going to get highest priority. Here string version, string buffer. That's why string buffer version will get the chance. Regarding which version is going to get in the chance? String buffer version will get the chance. Now T dot M1 and I'm trying to pass null value. Are you getting null value? Okay, I'm trying to pass. Sir, up to this, let me show. Sir, except null argument, let me show exact match will get the chance or not. Observe carefully, sir. Here we have the first method is string version. Second method is string buffer version. There are two methods are available, right? Now T dot M1 of Durga I'm trying to take. T dot M1 of Durga I'm trying to take. Now observe that. Sir, which one is always going to get in the chance? Because string you are passing. That's why string version will get the chance. Similarly, T dot M1 of new string buffer. New string buffer of Durga I'm taking, sir. New string buffer of Durga like this I'm taking. Can you please have a look once? Which one will get the chances, sir? String buffer version will get the chance. So first one string version, second one string buffer version. So in overloading, so highest priority is always exact matched method. Okay, well. Now what about next, sir? T dot M1 of null. Can you please confirm? Who is going to get in the chance now? T dot M1 of null. Null is valid value for string. Null is valid value for string buffer. Who is going to get in the chance? In the last example, object and the string, parent and child is there. Child is always going to get highest priority. But here, string and the string buffer, there is no relation between these two things. Object is the parent, one child class is the string, another child class is string buffer. Are you getting? Another child class is string buffer. There is no relation between these two things, right? So one is parent, the other one is the child. No, both are independent. Then which is always going to get in the chance? Either string or string buffer. Respond. Remember, by mistake, if the compiler gives the chance to the string version, then string buffer will give left and right to the compiler. Hey compiler, when compared with the string, what is less with me? Okay, why you are giving the chance to string? That's so compiler can't give the chance to the string, can't give the chance to the string buffer. Then compiler with a big question mark face. If the compiler facing any problem, immediately it's going to rise, yes, compile time errors are. So reference to M1 is ambiguous. Both the methods got matched. You want which method? I'm not in a position to resolve. That's why I can't compile. Like it is the compile time error we are going to get, sir. Observe carefully. Here I'm taking T dot M1 of null. T dot M1 of null I'm taking, sir. So if I can take T dot M1 of null, sir, for this null, null, sir, string argument method matched. Next and after that string buffer argument method also matched. Both methods matched, sir. And there is no relationship between parent and child. Something like parent and child relation is not there. That's why immediately comparative method we are going to get reference to M1 is ambiguous. Both the methods got matched. Are you getting reference to M1 is ambiguous? Both methods got matched. That's why please make sure. Okay, if exact match will get the chance. Parent and child, child will get the chance. Multiple methods matched, but there is no relation at all between the argument. Then what will happen is comparative method we are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now the next case related to overloading, a bit important, take special care. Of course, this case is not required for our certification, but anyway, aware. Okay. Here, see this one. Public void M1 of int I. Are you getting public void M1 of int I? This is general method. Are you getting this one is what? General method, right? Public void M1 of int dot I. What is this method? Where are the methods are? A new concept which came in which version? 1.5 version. Are you getting in which version? 1.5. Sir, very simple, sir. If I am taking a method of int I, like this, I have one method is there. How you can call this method? You can call this method by passing, sir, only one argument. Are you getting? We can call this method by passing only one int value. Okay, well. Suppose if I can take like dot I, sir, M1 of int dot I. Do you know? We can call this method by passing any number of int values including 0 number. Are you getting? Suppose you can call without any argument. You can call one int value. You can call two int values. You can call this method by passing 1 lakh int values also, no problem at all. So this type of thing is nothing but what? Where arg method. This is the new concept which came in the 1.5 version. Okay, that's all. This basic idea is enough. Now come back here. Can I use the word both the methods are different or not? Same name but different argument types, sir. That's why can I use the word overloaded or not? Yes. M1 of int dot. Both are overloaded methods. Sir, now first one general method, where arg method, right? Now test T is equal to new test I'm taking. Test T is equal to new test I'm taking. T dot M1 without any argument. Sir, observe very carefully, sir. T dot M1 without any argument. Can you please confirm which method will get the chance? Which method will get the chance? T dot M1 without any argument. Can you please confirm? Is the first method will get the chance? No. The reason for that is, here I have observed, it is always expecting one int value. Is the second method will get the chance? Yes, man. Because it can expect any number of int values including 0 number also. You are not passing anything. That's why which method will get the chances? Where arg method. Are you getting? Which method will get the chance? Where arg method? Because first method is not getting the chance. Similarly, T dot M1 of 10, 20. T dot M1 of 10, 20. Sir, 10, 20, which method? First method? No. Because first method can take one int value, but you are passing two int values. Second method? Yes, because second method can take any number of int values. So that's why, sir, here in this case, where arg method only will get the chance. Up to this, any doubt? Because first one not matched. If the first one not matched, sir, the second one matched. That's why matched method will get the chance. Now observe that carefully, sir. Here I'm taking, observe a bit carefully, sir. This is the general method. Public void M1 of int I, general method. This is public void M1 of int dot I, where arg method, right? Now T dot M1 without any argument. T dot M1 of 10, 20. Sir, do you know in both cases, sir, first method not matched, only second method matched. That's why in both cases only second method will get the chance. Observe carefully. We are not going to get any error. Happily the code compiles fine. What is the answer we will get, sir? In both cases where arc method like we are getting the chance. Now observe very carefully, sir. A bit dangerous. Now I am taking T dot M1 of 10. T dot M1 of 10. Can you please confirm which method will get the chance? 1 into value. For 1 into value, general method matched, where arc method also matched. Are you getting? 1 into value, general method matched, where arc method also matched. Can you please tell who is going to get in the chance? Yes, please make sure. Suppose assume there are 2 members are there, sir. General method, immediately it's going to tell, observe carefully the scenario. General method matched, even where arc method also matched. Sir, both the general method and the where arc method meet at some common place to fight, because both methods got chance, they have to fight. So almost 1 hour they are going to fight. At last, who is going to win the race? Can you please tell who is going to win the race? General method will get the chance, because the reason for that is general method concept came from 1.0 version, but where arc method concept came in the middle, new concept, right? Whenever old concept and new concept fighting is there, always old concept is always going to win the race in Java. Remember this general method concept from 1.0 version of Java, it is there, but this bloody where arc method concept came in which version? 1.5 version. Whenever, if there is any fighting between old concept and a new concept, please make sure old concept is always going to win the race. In Java, old is gold. Remember this. Are you getting right? So which concept is always going to get in the chance? Old. Old concept means general method. So now, what is the answer? We are going to get, sir, for this general method only. Now, have a look once. Observe carefully, right? T dot M1 of 10, sir. Are you getting? T dot M1 of 10, only 1 into value. Sir, first method matched, because it is expecting only 1 into value. Even second method also matched, because it is expecting any number of into values including 1 into value also. So that's why it is also matched. But always general method will get the chance, because it is the old concept. That's why, right? Let me compile. Observe the last output, what we are going to get, sir. Yes, general method will get the chance. Everyone can able to understand? Sir, I am repeating, even in the next classes also, this point is the very important, sir. Whenever fighting is there between old concept and new concept, always old concept is always going to win the race. Clear, right? Next, one more small point I have to talk about, this where arc method, right? So where arc method is always good person, man. Is always good person. How you can conclude it the good person is because of its behavior. Where arc method will always get least priority. Remember this one, where arc method is always going to get least priority. If no other method matched, then only where arc method will get the chance. So remember this one, if no other method matched, then only where arc method will get the chance. Where arc method will always get least priority. Remember this one. This is something like in our switch statement. In the switch of X, switch statement. Do you know case 1, case 2, default. Are you getting? Case 1, case 2, default is there. When default case will get the chance? When the default case will get the chance? If no other case matched, then only default is going to get in the chance. Same way, When hierarchy method will get the chance, if no other method matched, then only hierarchy method will get the chance. Hierarchy method will always get least priority. Compiler is always going to give the precedence, least precedence to hierarchy method. Please make sure you people should aware. Clear, right? Sir, now the next case related to overloading. Observe a bit carefully, sir. Here class test public void m1 of int I comma float f. Sir, how many arguments are there? 2 arguments. What is the first argument? Int. Second argument float. Public void m1 float f comma int I. Sir, float argument, int argument. Now I have one small doubt. Can you please tell these two methods are overloaded or not? Yes, friends, overloaded or not? Yes, because both the methods should have same name, but different argument types. At least order. Here, first method signature int comma float. M1 of int comma float. Second method signature m1 of float comma int. Observe the difference, right? M1 of float comma int. That's why at least there is a change in argument order. That's why both are overloaded methods. Okay, well. Now test t is equal to new test. Now I'm trying to take t dot m1 of 10 comma 10.5 f. Can you please tell which method will get the chance? Respond, man. Which method will get the chance? Int and float. So in overloading, exact match is always going to get highest priority. That's why int float. So which one will get the chances, sir? Int float version will get the chance. Are you getting? Int float version will get the chance. Similarly, t dot m1 10.5 f comma 10. 10.5 f comma 10. Do you know float value, int value? Float value, int value. So highest priority, exact match, float, int. That's why which method will get the chance? Float int version will get the chance. Okay, well, because you are passing one float value, one int value, float int. Here you are passing one int value, one float, int float, like this, right? Let me execute up to this one. Have a look once. Here I am taking. So same thing only. First method, int float version. Second method, float int version we have. Test t is equal to new test. T dot m1 10 comma 10.5 f. Okay, well, 10 comma 10.5 f. Have you observed? The code compiles fine. Int float version we are getting because you are passing int value, float value like. Sir, similarly, t dot m1 10.5 f comma 10. Are you getting? 10.5 f comma 10 like this, right? Now which one is going to get in the chance, right? Float int version will get the chance. Are you getting? Which one will get the chance? Float int version will get the chance, right? Okay, well, this is the float int version, right? Sir, up to this okay, because exact match always going to get high priority, right? But now the next thing what I have to discuss is, sir, take very special care. Now the cinema is going to start. Observe carefully. T dot m1 10 comma 10. Can you please confirm which one is going to get in the chance? First one int value, second one is also int. Are both are int. You are passing int. Which one will get the chance? First one matched int. Second one is expecting float. Int can be promoted to the float. No problem. So int float version. Maybe first one matched. Second one float. Int value will promote to the float. Second one int, no problem. Second one also matched. If I can ask this question in my offline classes, out of 100, 99% of the people are always going to tell, sir, First one will get the chance, sir. Sir, first one will get the chance because 10, 10, int 10, exact match. Second one will be promoted like this. That's why first one is always going to get in the chance because left to right. Left to right. You are giving the chance for precedence for left to right. That's why first one is getting the chance right. Then immediately I will ask him. Okay. In India, we are always giving the precedence from left to right. But if you go for Pakistan, in Pakistan, they are always going to give the precedence from right to left. Then, in Pakistan, 10 int matched. Second argument from right to left means int will be promoted to the float. Array means in India, first version will get the chance, but in Pakistan, second version will get the chance. Java language is the country dependent language, platform independent anyway. Is the country dependent language? No right. Okay. Can you please tell who is going to get in the chance? Compiler will give left and right. Array, both methods got matched, man. Which method? I'm not in a position to resolve. Reference to M1 is ambiguous. Are you getting? Reference to M1 is ambiguous. This is the comparative method by default we are going to get. Okay, please make sure you should aware. Now observe that. Observe a bit carefully, sir. Here I am taking T dot M1 of 10 comma 10. T dot M1 of 10 comma 10. If I can take like this, observe, immediately comparative method we are going to get int float. Sir, here reference to M1 is ambiguous because both methods got matched, man. So this is, are you getting? Very important case. There is no precedence like left to right, right to left while resolving method arguments. That's why. So immediately error we are going to get. Now I have one more case, right? Okay, well, let me comment this one. Now T dot M1 10.5F. Sir, both are float. Both are float. Can you please tell who is going to get in the chance now? First one not matched because first argument is always expecting int, but you are providing float. So float to int conversion not there, int to float is there. So it is a wrong. Second one not matched because in the second method, second argument is what type? Int type, but here you are passing float. In the place of int, you can't pass float value. First method not matched, second method not matched, so no method matched. That's why cannot find the symbol method M1 of float like we are going to get the problem. Okay, like sir, do you know in the previous case 10 both methods matched. That's why compiler getting confusion, ambiguity problem, right? But in the second case, no method matched. That's why cannot find the symbol. There is no such type of method. Okay, like let me execute this code. Now here I'm taking this one. I'm trying to comment T dot M1 of 10.5F comma 10.5F. I'm taking 10.5F comma 10.5F. Can you please observe? That? Immediately, have you observed? No suitable method found for M1 of float. Sir, int float is not applicable. Float int is also not applicable. That's why no suitable method found like this. Immediately it's going to tell compile time error. Everyone can able to understand? So because no method matched, that's why it is invalid. Here both methods got matched. That's why it is invalid. Sir, very important case for the entire room. Take special care. Sir, the last case related to overloading. A bit important. Take special care, sir. Here I am taking class animal. Are you getting? I am taking class animal. Next, I want to take child class of animal. Can you please tell any child class? For animal, child of animal. Maybe tiger, lion, next to human. Human being is also child of animal only, right? Human, like. Sir, my favorite animal, class monkey. Class monkey extends animal. Class monkey extends animal, animal like. Sir, why monkey is my favorite animal? Because most of software engineers like us are monkeys only. Monkeys. Most of software engineers are monkeys. Because the reason is, so for the sake of some 20% hike, 30% hike, so we are going to keep on changing the company. Today I'm in Infosys. Tomorrow I may jump to IBM because IBM people are offering 30% hike. Day after tomorrow I may jump to TCS because they are offering more, another 20% hike. That's why, so software engineer like me keep on jumping from one tree to another tree. Same one software company to another software company. Like anyway, monkey is the best example. Class monkey extends animal. So which is the parent class? Animal is the parent, monkey is the child class, right? Now class test. Observe very carefully, dangerous case. Public void M1 of animal A. Public void M1 of animal A. System.out.println animal version. Observe carefully, sir. Animal version. Sir, what is the argument for M1? Animal version. Public void M1, another method, monkey version. Are you getting monkey? M system.out.println monkey version we have. Monkey version like this, right? Of course, sir, animal and monkey, my own classes. Can I use the word these two methods are overloaded or not? Yes, because both methods having the same name but different argument types. Okay, well, now I'm ready to go for main method, sir. Public static void main method string array args. Okay, string array args. Now the point is test T is equal to new test, because if you want to call either this M1 method or this M1 method, both are instance method, test class object must be required. Now observe first one. Animal A is equal to new animal. Animal A is equal to new animal. Sir, I'm creating animal object. Reference type animal, runtime object is also animal object only. T dot M1, I'm passing A. This is the first one. Second, can you please observe? Monkey M is equal to new monkey. Monkey M is equal to new monkey. T dot M1 of M. T dot M1 of M like this. Next, the third one. Animal A1 is equal to new monkey. Animal A1 is equal to new monkey. T dot M1 of A1. Wow, wonderful case, sir. More concentration must be required. Sir, parent reference can be used to hold child object, no problem at all. Here child reference, child object. Okay, well, can you please confirm which one will get the chance in the first case? Observe carefully. Animal reference, animal object, T dot M1 of A exact match will get highest priority. Sir, A animal version. Don't keep any doubt at all. Animal version. I will execute. Don't worry, sir. Next, monkey M is equal to new monkey. T dot M1 of M is, sir, monkey exact match is there. That's why, sir, monkey version. Monkey version like this, right? Dangerous thing, third one only. Animal A1 is equal to new monkey. Parent reference can be used to hold child object. T dot M1 of A1. Can you please tell animal version or monkey version? Very, very important. Animal version or monkey version, because both methods are there. There is one method which can take animal type. There is one method which can take monkey type. Who is going to get in the chance? That's what. At the beginning of overloading, I covered one point. How many people remembered? I don't know. I covered one important point, sir. In overloading, method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Runtime object never going to play any role. Remember, here which reference A1 is what type? Animal. So this is it, never going to worry about runtime object. So that's why which version will get the chances, sir? Animal version only. Remember this, sir. Which version will get? Animal version, sir. Practical proof. In overloading, always method resolution is always based on reference type but not based on runtime object. Any doubt, friends? Are you in a position to understand? Let me execute this code. Observe that carefully. Here I am taking, sir, same observe code, class animal, sir. Next class monkey extends animal. Next there is one method, first method animal version, second method monkey version is there. Now I am taking animal A is equal to new monkey. Animal A is animal A is equal to new animal. Like this I am taking, sir. Now T dot M1 of A, sir. T dot M1 of A, sir. Animal reference, animal object. Then obviously animal version is the output we are going to get. The code compiles fine. What are the answers, sir? Animal version. Okay, well. Now, sir, here next case I am taking monkey M is equal to new monkey. Monkey M is equal to new monkey. T dot M1 of M, sir. T dot M1 of M like this I am taking, sir. Now, can you please confirm what is the answer by default you are going to get, sir? Have you observed? Monkey version. Clear for you people, right? Sir, third case, very important, sir. Animal A1 is equal to new monkey. Animal A1 is equal to new monkey. T dot M1 of A1. T dot M1 of A1. Can you please confirm what is the output by default you are going to get, sir? Yes, clear for you people? Yes, animal version. Like this we are going to get. Okay, please make sure in overloading method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type. A runtime object is a dummy in overloading. So hence overloading is also considered as compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. Clear for you? Is it clear for all of you, right? In the last videos, we covered overloading concept very clearly, right? Sir, now the next concept what I have to discuss, overriding. Are you getting what is the next topic, sir? Overriding, the most valuable concept. You people should require to take special care. Here just observe, I have class P. Now listen very carefully, sir. Sir, whatever methods parent has by default available to the child class or not? Can you please tell? Yes. Through which property? Inheritance property. Whatever methods parent has by default available to child class, the child class directly can use without rewriting. Okay, like sometimes child class may not satisfied with the parent method implementation. If the child class not satisfied with parent method implementation, then the child is allowed to redefine that method based on its requirement. Regarding such type of concept is called overriding. Sir, let me go for a small example, then you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe that class P, sir. Do you know every parent want to provide huge property to the kid. So if you can ask your father, at this age also why you are working this much hard, then your father is always going to tell, Arey, for the sake of you only. Okay, you have to be enjoy. That's why I'm working like anything. Like every parent in the world is always going to, sir, do the work to provide huge property to the kid. Assume that. So now class P, public void property. Public void property, like there is one method is there, sir. So the property in which form they are going to provide system.out.println, maybe in the form of cash, or maybe in the form of gold, or maybe in the form of land. Assume that maybe in this form. Okay, parent contain property method. Parent, every parent in the world is very much eager to provide marriage for the kid. Assume. So now parent want to arrange marriage for the kid. Assume that public void marry system.out.println. Okay, parent arranged marriage with some appalamma. Okay, assume that or Subbalakshmi, like sir, parent arranged marriage with appalamma or Subbalakshmi, something like I took, sir. Now Telugu names, these names are my local language Telugu names. Okay, some what we call a bit the people who are coming from very rural village, such type of names are these. Okay, assume. So now class C extends P, sir. Do you know whatever methods parent has, by default available to the child? Property is coming, and after that marriage is also coming, sir. So now this child very much satisfied with property implementation. Sir, I want property as it is. I want property as it is. But I'm not satisfied with this marriage implementation. I don't want appalamma or I don't want Subbalakshmi. Sorry, I'm not satisfied with that. If the child class not satisfied with parent method implementation, then the child is allowed to redefine that method based on its requirement. Are you getting? Now, sir, this process is called what? Overriding. Now, this child class want to provide implementation for which method, sir? Marry method. Are you getting? Public void marry method system.out.println. Observe that he is not satisfied with this. That's why he is defining his own. Child may have some option in their mind. Okay, something like Katrina Kaif or Sunny Leone or something like okay, he can able to take this one, sir. Are you getting? So whatever methods parent has, by default available to the child through inheritance. If the child class not satisfied with the parent method implementation, that particular method child class is allowed to redefine. This concept is nothing but overriding. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, this concept itself is nothing but overriding concept. Okay, well, sir, it is overriding like this, right? Next, the parent class method, which is overridden. Sir, this method is overridden. Regarding the parent class method, which is overridden, this method is called overridden method. Regarding this method is called overridden method. Parent class method, which is overridden, is called overridden method. Child class method, which is overriding, is called overriding method. Observe a bit very carefully about this terminology, right? Okay, please make sure, observe carefully, right? Okay, sir, now the point here, take a bit very special care about this one. So whatever method parent has, by default available to child through inheritance. If the child class not satisfied with parent method implementation, then the child is allowed to redefine, which is nothing but overriding. The parent class method, which is overridden, is called overridden method. The child class method, which is overriding, is called overriding method. That's all. This is what is overriding. Are you able to understand? So, if the child not satisfied with the parent method implementation, then the child is allowed to redefine, which is nothing but what? Overriding concept. Okay, now, sir, observe carefully how the method resolution will be there. Very important. Sir, I'm taking class test. I'm taking class test like this, right? Sir, now public static void main method string array args. Public static void main method string array args. Okay. Now here legend this one. Sir, I hope everyone can able to understand what the meaning of overriding, right? Sir, now my target is, sir, parent p is equal to new parent. Can you please tell reference is what type? Parent type. And the new parent p dot marry method I'm taking. What I'm taking, sir? Can you please spell out? P dot marry method I'm taking. Sir, which reference I'm using? Parent reference, parent object, p dot marry. Sir, there is no ambiguity. Always parent method will get the chance. Sir, which method will get the chance? Parent method will get the chance, sir. Parent method, because you never talk about child reference or child object. Everything is the parent. Parent method will get the chance. Sir, C is equal to new C. I'm creating child class object. C dot marry method I'm taking, sir. C dot marry method. Sir, child reference, child object, child already contain marry method. That's why child method will get the chance. Child method will get the chance. Sir, there is no speciality up to this. Now, the next point you people should aware. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Sir, P1 dot marry method I'm calling, sir. Can you please confirm which marry method will come? Because have you observed? Marry method is available in the child class. Marry method is available in the parent class. Overriding happens, sir. Can you please tell if parent P1 is equal to new child, P1 dot marry, which method will get the chance? Sir, we are using which word? Overriding concept. Which method will get the chance? Now take very special care in this. What is the role of compiler? What is the role of JVM? Sir, you are calling marry method on P1. Observe very carefully. We are calling marry method on P1. P1 is what type? P type. P1 is what type? P type. P type. Now, in the parent class, marry method is available or not. Compiler is always going to check. Can you please observe? In the parent class, marry method is available or not? Yes, available, no problem at all. So, up to this compiler's role. Let me repeat again. Sir, I am calling marry method on the P1. P1 is what type? Parent type. Now, in the parent class, marry method is available or not. If it is available, compiler give the green signal. If it is not available, immediately comparative method we are going to get. Sorry, you can't call a marry method on P type of reference like this, right? But it is available, no problem. At runtime, JVM is always going to check which is the runtime object. Runtime object is what? Child class object. Again, runtime is child class object. At the runtime, JVM will check in this child class is the marry method is overriding or not. In the child class, if the marry method is overriding at runtime, JVM is always going to give the chance for child class overriding method only. That's why which method will get the chances are child method will get the chance. Observe very carefully, sir. Child method will get the chance. So means that in overriding method resolution always takes care by JVM. Who is the responsible, sir? Method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. So here which runtime object I am using? Child. That's why child method. Here which runtime object I am using? Child. That's why child method. Which runtime object I am using? Parent. That's why parent method we are going to get in the chance. So please make sure you people should inject this point very strongly in your mind. In overriding method resolution always takes care by JVM based on runtime object, not based on reference type. Remember, that's why overriding also known as runtime polymorphism. Regarding overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism, or dynamic polymorphism, runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Are you getting? Or late binding. That's all. Please make sure you people should be aware. So overriding is also considered as runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me execute this code, sir. Observe carefully. Have a look once. Observe a bit carefully, sir. Class P, parent class contain, sir, public void property method is there, sir. Gold, land, cash, something like. Public void marry, sir, here marry with the marriage with so what we call Appalamma, Subbalakshmi, something like I'm taking, right? Sir, class C extends P. Sir, now child class not satisfied with marry implementation. That's why child is trying to override this method. So this concept itself is nothing but overriding. Please make sure you people should aware very clearly, right? Okay, overriding. Now inside test class, sir, P is equal to new P, sir. P is equal to new P dot marry. Sir, here runtime object is always parent object. Obviously, parent method will get the chance. Parent method, marry method means Appalakshmi, so Appalamma, Subbalakshmi, something like this. It is there, sir. Okay, here parent method, like I'm making some small change. This method is child method. Like this I'm taking, sir. Now observe this. So which method will get the chance? Parent method will get the chance. Now have a look once. The code compiles fine. Sir, what is the output? By default we are going to get parent method. We are getting the chance. Are you getting that? Which method? Parent method will get the chance. Sir, now child C is equal to new child I'm taking. Child C is equal to new child C dot marry I'm taking, sir. Are you getting? Now child reference, child object. So runtime object is always what type? Child object. That's why obviously child class method will get the chance. Remember, now let me execute second output. Can you please observe that? Child method we are getting. Are you getting? Child method Katirna. Like that we are getting, sir. Sir, last one, very dangerous point. Parent P1 is equal to new child. Are you getting? Parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot marry. Are you getting? Parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot marry. Sir, this line is the very important. Take special care, sir. Sir, we are calling marry method on P1. P1 is what type? Parent type. Compiler is always going to check in the parent class marry method is there or not. In the parent class, if marry method is not there, compile method, right? But anyway, parent class contain marry method. Happily code compiles fine. Yet runtime, JVM is always going to check in the child class is this method is overridden or not. In the child class, if this method is overridden, at runtime, based on runtime object, child class method is always going to get in the chance. Remember, in this case, which method will get the chance? Parent class contain marry, but child class also contain marry. Based on runtime object, child class method is always going to get in the chance, right? Now observe that. Let me execute this code, sir. What is the output? By default, we are going to get. Happily the code compiles fine. What the last answers are? Child method like this, right? Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? In overriding, method resolution is always based on runtime object. Sir, who is the responsible to take care? JVM. Overriding method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Hence, overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Clear for all of you, right? Any doubt, friends? Sir, in the last videos we covered what is overloading, what are various important rules, what is overriding, basic idea about overriding, next method resolution in overriding, everything we covered, right? Sir, now overriding is not the easy process. Remember this one. There are several rules associated with overriding. But if it's the overloading, very simple process, right? In overloading, we have to check only method names, argument types. Method names must be same, argument types must be different. Remember, that is the rule of overloading. But in overriding, we require to check several things like modifiers, return type, throws keyword. Like there are several conditions we have to check in overriding. That's why overriding is not that much easy process. We have to take each and every loophole internally. Clear, right? So now, what rules are there for method of overriding? Okay, first rule, sir. Okay, here I'm taking here just class P. Observe very carefully, sir. Class P. I have public void m1 of int I is there, sir. This is the method what we have. Class P, public void m1 of int I. Sir, now I'm taking class C extends P. Are you getting? Class C extends P, public void m1 of int I, like this I'm taking. Can you please tell, is it valid overriding or not? Yes, friends, is it valid overriding or not? Yes. Here, first rule what we have to check, what we require to take care. So in overriding, method names must be same. Method names must be same, and argument types must be same. Are you getting? Including order also. Method name must be same, argument types must be same. Are you getting? So that is method name followed by argument type is nothing but what? Method signature. Correct or not? Method signature. So in overriding, method signatures must be same. Method signatures must be matched. So method names and argument types are same means method signatures must be matched. This is the rule number 1. Remember, right? Sir, what is the second rule? The second rule is, what about return type? Are you getting? What about return type? Can you please confirm, return types must be same or may be different? Yes, friends. Return types must be compulsory same in overriding or can be different? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. So return types must be same in overriding, but this rule is applicable until 1.4 version. Are you getting? But this rule is applicable until 1.4 version. From 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed. Are you getting? From 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed. Then immediately you may ask, sir, what is the meaning of covariant return type? Very simple, sir. Just let me go for a small example, then you people can able to understand very easily, right? Here I have class P, parent class is there. Assume parent class method return type is object, sir. Assume that the return type of parent class is object, public object m1. So it is expecting some return value, return null, acceptable, syntactically valid, because it has to return some object, return null, acceptable, right? Now I want to override this method in the child class. Class C extends P I'm taking. Now I want to override, sir. Here public object m1, sir, return null, like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, here have you observed the return type here object and here object, no problem at all. If the same return types are there, no issue at all, right? But from 1.5 version onwards, we have more flexibility. Covariant return types also allowed. What is the meaning of covariant return type? Means the child method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. can you please tell for object, what is the child? String or string buffer or anything. So it's a child types also allowed. So means that need not be object. Happily you can take string also. Happily you can take string buffer also, integer also, like any child class of this object is allowed, no problem at all. Such type of return types are called covariant return types, right? But please make sure this concept is applicable only from which version? 1.5 version onwards. Okay, so child class method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. This is nothing but what? Covariant return type concept. Now I have one small doubt, sir. Can you please tell, if I compile this code, if I compile this code, is it valid or invalid? Ayo, is it valid or invalid? In 1.4 version, invalid. Because in the 1.4 version, return types must be same. But in 1.5 version, from 1.5 version onwards, perfectly it is allowed. Because from 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed. Everyone can able to understand, right? Observe very carefully about this type of terminology, right? Okay, let me go for this one, sir. Observe carefully. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Here I'm taking just the same example, whatever there, sir. Here class P, just observe that class P, public object M1 method, public object M1 I'm taking, just return null I'm taking, sir. Public object M1 return null like this I'm taking, sir. Here same class C extends P. Are you getting? Class C extends P, public object M1. Sir, whether you are using 1.4 version, 1.5 version, in all versions, this one is perfectly valid because I'm maintaining same return type. That's why perfectly valid, sir. Now let me compile this code. Here just observe. Let me go to my working directory, right? Yes, here just observe that Java C p.java, perfectly valid. We never going to face any problem, sir. Now instead of object, here I'm taking string, sir. Here I'm taking string. Can you please confirm in 1.8 version, because I'm using which version of compiler, sir? Java C -version. Observe that which version of compiler I'm using? 1.8 version, sir. Okay, in 1.8 version, is it allowed or not? Yes, perfectly allowed, no problem at all. Now let me compile this code. Yes, it is valid, sir. Now I'm asking Java C -source 1.4 p.java. Boss, can you please compile this code? According to 1.4 version, we can compile a Java program according to a particular version by using -source option. Remember this one. So can you please compile this p.java according to 1.4 version? Now I'm asking, in 1.4 version, can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Is it valid or invalid? Invalid, because in 1.4 version, return types must be same. So covariant return types concept applicable from which version? 1.5 version. That's why this one is invalid. Compiler is ready to give left and right. Observe that carefully, sir. Here, have a look once. Sir, here one error. So M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Return type string is not compatible with the object. Like this it's asking, sir. But the same question I'm asking in the 1.5 version. Can you please compile according to 1.5 version? Yes, perfectly valid. Here, just we are getting warnings, man, but not error. But earlier we got error. Observe the difference, right? Itself is valid. So, this is the small rule what you people should be aware about overriding a return types concept. So, is it clear for all of you, right? Until 1.4 version, return types must be same in overriding. From 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types are allowed. Okay, sir, which is called covariant return type? Child method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. This concept is called covariant return types concept. Clear for you, right? Sir, now if you feel comfortable, just I will keep more elaboration on this covariant return types concept. Okay? Sir, now just observe parent method return type, child method return type. Sir, if the parent method return type is object, sir, can you please tell which types are allowed for child method return type? Yes, either object is allowed, or its child classes are allowed. Like string concept is allowed, string buffer concept is allowed, string buffer is allowed, dot. Remember that. So if the parent method return type is object, now the child method return type is either object is allowed or its child types are allowed. Okay. Similarly, if the parent method return type is a number, then for the child, which types are allowed, sir? For the child, which types are allowed? Number is allowed, integer is allowed, number is allowed, integer is allowed, float is allowed, dot. Number are its child classes. Do you know? For number, what are various child classes are there? Wrapper classes, right? Byte, next and after that short, integer, long, float, double. Are you getting? Float, double. Like these things are various child classes of number. That's why either number is allowed or its child classes are allowed. Okay, these are wrapper classes, right? Okay, like next, similarly, here observe, I'm taking in the parent method return type is a string, sir, string. But child method return type I'm taking as object. Are you getting? Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Respond, is it valid or not? So what is our rule? Child method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. But here you are taking child method return type is the parent of parent method return type. For this string, I'm taking object as the parent. Sorry, this one is not acceptable. Okay, so it should be either same or it's a child, but not its parent. Here I'm taking its parent. Immediately compiler will give left and right. Remember this one. Just have a look once, sir. Here I'm reversing the content. Here just I'm taking, here string I'm taking, sir, but here object I'm taking. So in the parent string, but in the child I'm taking object. So child method return type I'm taking parent of parent method return type, which is not covariant return type. That's why immediately compile error we are going to get. Observe that, sir. Here I'm trying to compile according to our original version, 1.8 version only. Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Have you observed, right? M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Return type object is not compatible with the string. Return type object is not compatible with the string. Like this compile time error we are going to get. Clear, right? So next, so this one is not a covariant return type, right? Now I'm taking, here observe carefully, sir, double. I'm taking int, sir, double int. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Double int, is it valid or not? Okay, please make sure. If you are trying to take like this, compiler will give left and right, because covariant return type concept applicable only for object types but not for primitives. Regarding it's applicable only for object types but not for primitives. That's why this one is invalid. Compile time error we are going to get. In the case of primitive, whatever return type of the parent, compulsory child method return type must be same if a primitive return type. But in the case of object types, covariant return types are allowed. Is it clear, right? Sir, let me cross check here. Observe that carefully, sir. Here I'm taking double, sir. Double. If I'm taking double, so okay, sir, return some double value. Here I'm taking int, sir, return some int value, like this, right? Now have a look once. Have a look once. Immediately error we are going to get. M1 int C cannot override M1. Return type int is not compatible with the double. So covariant return type concept not applicable for primitives. It is applicable only for object types. Clear for all of you, right? This is the story about return type of overriding. Okay, well. Sir, the part of overriding rules, in the last video we covered 2 points. So method names must be same, arguments must be same, which is nothing but method signatures must be matched. Next, what about return types? Sir, until 1.4 version return types must be same, but from 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types are allowed. Up to that clear. Sir, now what is the next thing? What about private? What about final? Modifiers are related rules I have to discuss. Sir, here observe a bit carefully, sir. I am taking class P, sir. Class P. Now, sir, private void M1. Are you getting private void M1 like this? I am taking, sir. Sir, it is a private method. Can you please tell, is the private method, is it visible to the child classes? Can you please confirm? Is the private method, is it visible to the child classes? No, not visible, because private means within the class only. Once this private method not visible to the child classes, then where is the question of overriding? Sir, if it is visible and the child is not satisfied with, implementation, then the child is allowed to override. But first parent class private method not visible to the child, then where is the chance of overriding? Are you in the position to understand it? That's why overriding concept not applicable for private methods. Sir, for the private methods, because these are not visible to the child, overriding is not applicable for private methods concept, right? Now my question is, sir, I want to take same private method in the child class. Is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? I'm trying to override. Is it valid or not? Your respond, man. Is it valid or invalid? Remember this one. If I'm trying to override like this, 100% pakka it is valid, but it is not overriding, because it is the private method of parent class, it is the private method of child class. There is no relationship between this method and this method. Both are independent. It's a personal, internal methods, right? Okay, like then immediately you may ask the question, sir, if it is the case, parent P is equal to new child I am taking P dot M1. Then which method will come, sir? Can you please tell? Which method is going to come? Parent P is equal to new child P dot M1. Which method will come? If you are calling like this, compiler will give left and right, because private methods outside of the class, how you can call? Are you getting? Outside of the class, you can't call this private method, immediately comparative method we are going to get. So the rule is very clear. Remember, private methods not visible to the child classes. Hence, overriding concept is not applicable for private methods. But based on our requirement, we can define the same private method in the child class also. It is valid, but it is not overriding. Clear, right? It's clear about private modifier, right? So next, there is one more dangerous modifier is there, related to overriding, final. Are you getting what is that modifier, sir? Final modifier, right? Sir, here I am taking class P, parent class method I declared as final, public final void M1, public final void M1. Okay, like, sir, now class C extends P, class C extends P I am taking. Can you please confirm? Here just I am taking final. Final, sir. Public final void M1, curly brace open and close. Sir, if the parent class method declared as final, bas, it is the final implementation. no one is allowed to override. Are you getting? If the parent class method declared the final overriding concept, not possible for that final method. Okay, by mistake, if I'm trying to perform overriding public void m1, by mistake, if I'm trying to override, immediately compile error we are going to get. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P because overridden method is final. Remember this one, overridden method is final. That's why it is not possible. So final, is it, can you please tell, overriding concept, is it applicable for final methods or not? Not possible. If you are trying to perform overriding, what will happen? Immediately compile error by default we are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now just observe that, sir. Here, have a look once, sir. Parent class method is the final void m1. I'm taking, sir. Class C extends P, sir, public void m1 like this. So parent class method is the final. Parent class method is the final, but child class method is not final, sir. Child class method is not final. Of course, here final method overriding not possible, sir. Observe that. What is the compile error we are getting? M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. What is the reason for that? Overridden method is final. So if the parent class method declared as final, then overriding concept is not applicable. Sir, suppose if I can take child class method is also final. Child class method is also final. If I can take child class method is also final, can you please tell what will happen? If I take child class method is also final, what will happen? In this case, sir, still compile error. Once it is the final, yes, whether you are taking final or non-final, immediately compile error we are going to get, because final methods we can't override. Clear for all of you, right? Let me summarize modifier related things, sir, regarding this overriding, sir. Observe carefully. Sir, if the parent class method is a final, I want to override child class method as either non-final or final. Are you getting? Either non-final or final, immediately compile error we are going to get, because overriding concept not applicable for final methods, because a parent already declared this implementation is the final, no one is allowed to change. That's why, right? So now I have one small doubt. If the parent class method is a non-final, sir, it's not final, sir. It's not final. Now I want to override as final. Is it possible or not? Yes. Non-final to final, perfectly acceptable. But next level child, you can't override. Are you getting? Up to this, okay, well, next level child, you can't override, right? Okay, non-final to final acceptable, but final to either non-final or final is not acceptable. Observe carefully, right? Here observe, sir, public, final, void, public, here non-final. Parent class method is the non-final, but child class method is the final. Observe that, non-final to final. Parent class method is the non-final, but child class method is final, sir. Non-final to final, is it acceptable or not? Yes, why not? Observe carefully. Here, have a look once, sir. Perfectly, itself is valid, no problem at all. So non-final to final acceptable, remember, but final to non-final not acceptable. Okay, like, sir, similarly, if the parent class method is abstract, abstract means not having implementation, then I want to override that in the child class. Compulsory we should override to provide implementation. So abstract to non-abstract acceptable. You are getting? Abstract to non-abstract acceptable, no problem at all. Sir, if the parent class method is non-abstract, sir, implementation is there, what I want to take is, sir, I want to override this method as abstract. Is it possible or not? If the parent method is abstract, happily you should override to provide implementation as non-abstract acceptable, right? But if the parent class method is non-abstract, but I want to take the method as abstract. So child class method as abstract. Possible or not? 100% pakka possible. Sir, if the child class feels that I don't want parent method implementation, my next level child is the responsible to provide new implementation for this method, then non-abstract to abstract, it is always possible. Now let me show this one. Observe carefully, sir. Sir, parent class method is not abstract. Now, sir, child class method, it is taking public abstract void m1. Public abstract void m1 I'm taking, sir. Can you please consider, is it valid or not? Perfectly, because anyway, if the class contain at least one abstract method, now let me take this one as abstract, sir. Okay, well, parent class method non-abstract, but child class method is abstract. No problem, because of this abstract, okay, next level child compulsory should provide implementation for this method. So it is hiding this implementation, it is restricting this implementation should not available to the next level child classes. That's why, so non-abstract is always possible. Observe carefully, sir. Here I'm taking, let me compile. Yes, perfectly valid. Then who is the responsible to provide implementation for this next level child, sir? Class sub C, class sub C extends C. Now this person is the responsible for public void. Again, new implementation, right? Sir, are you getting new implementation? This person is the responsible to provide. Now observe that perfectly itself is valid, no problem at all. So terminology is very clear. So abstract to non-abstract to abstract. Yes, overriding is always applicable. Okay, like, sir, what about remaining modifiers? Do you know remaining modifiers are synchronized, native, strict FP, but for our OCJA exam, these things are not required, but still just aware if the parent method is synchronized. If the parent method is synchronized to non-synchronized. Synchronized to non-synchronized. Synchronized to non-synchronized. Non-synchronized to synchronized. Sir, have you observed? Synchronized to non-synchronized, non-synchronized to synchronized, perfectly valid. Because synchronized keyword won't keep any restrictions in overriding. Sir, if the parent class method is synchronized, compulsory child class method should be synchronized. No such type of rule. If you want, you can take, otherwise you can ignore, no problem, right? Same rule applicable for native methods also. Native, non-native. Sir, it is no restrictions. Either native to non-native, non-native to native, perfectly acceptable. Similarly, strict FP to non-strict FP, non-strict FP to strict FP, acceptable, right? But anyway, sir, what about these native synchronized strict FP? For our certification, not required. That's why I'm not keeping that much clear explanation. Don't worry about that. The people who are very much interested, just go through the Google. You people can able to understand clearly, right? That's all. Sir, now, if you observe all the rules, among all these things, only one restriction. What is that restriction? Can you please cross check once? Among all these things, just only one restriction. What is that restriction? Only one. Final method we can't override. Sir, what about abstract? What about non-final, synchronized, native, strict FP? All the things are perfectly acceptable, no problem at all. Only one restriction. Sir, we can't override final method. If you are trying to override final method, immediately comparative method we will get. But still, in our list, one modifier is missing. Have you remembered, have you observed, right? Static modifier is missing, sir. Static modifier, okay, there's a big story is there. That part soon we will discuss in detail. Just accept a static, all the remaining things are clear, right? Sir, in the last two videos we covered overriding rules. Have you remembered, right? Method names must be same, argument types must be same, method signatures must be same. Private methods not visible to the child classes, that's why overriding concept not applicable for private methods. Final methods we can't override except a final method. For the remaining modifiers, no restrictions. Okay, well, up to that we covered. Now the next important point, here observe, I'm taking class P, parent class. Parent class contain a method public void M1. Observe very carefully, sir. Class P, public void M1. Class C extends P. I'm taking, sir. Class C extends P. I'm taking. Now here I'm taking protected void M1. Regarding just I'm taking protected void M1 like this, right? Can you please confirm, is it valid overriding or not? Ayo, respond, can you please tell, is it valid overriding or not? Okay, remember, if I'm trying to do like this, immediately comparative method you are going to get. What is the reason? What is the reason for that? Related to these access modifiers, do you have any rule for overriding? Very important for the exam sake. That's why you people should aware clearly, right? Sir, while overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. Means, sir, public to protected means we are reducing the scope. Sir, while performing overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier, but if you want, you can increase the scope, no problem at all. Regarding, but we can't reduce the scope by mistake. If you are trying to reduce the scope, immediately error we are going to get. Are you getting the point, right? So we can't reduce the scope, but we can increase the scope, no problem at all. Sir, let me show up to this. Is it really compatible error or not? Observe carefully, sir. Have a look once. Sir, parent class method is the public, but child class method I'm taking as protected, sir. Protected void M1. Immediately error by default you will get. Observe that M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Attempting to assign weaker access privileges was public. Attempting to assign weaker access privileges was a public. This is the comparative method we are going to get, sir. So because we are reducing scope of access modifier, that's why, sir. Have you remembered somewhere in our fundamentals we covered which is having more access? Public is having. Sir, public is having. Which is having least access? Private is a lesser than, default is a lesser than, protected is a lesser than public. Somewhere we cover these points, sir. So more access is the public, next access is the protected, next one is the default, next one is the private. Are you getting? So public to protected means we are reducing scope of access modifier. That's why itself is invalid. Comparative method you are going to get, sir. Suppose I'm taking, it is also protected. It is also protected. Is it valid or not? Yes. We are not reducing the scope. Same scope I'm maintaining. That's why perfectly itself is valid. Are you getting? Suppose if it is protected and if I can take public, is it valid or not? Boss, protected to public means we are increasing the scope. Acceptable. Rule is we can't reduce the scope, but we can increase the scope. No issue at all. Now have a look, observe carefully, sir. Here the parent class method is also protected. Like this I'm taking, sir. Protected like this, right? Now observe, happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Regarding protected, acceptable, right? Suppose assume parent class method is protected, but child class method is the public, sir. Are you getting? Parent class method is the protected, but child class method is the public. Sir, we are increasing the scope. We are increasing the scope. That's why 100% pakka it is acceptable. Now, have a look once. Have a look once. Perfectly. Itself is valid. There is no doubt at all. So, the rule while performing overriding, the rule is, sir, we can't reduce scope of access modifier, but we can increase the scope. Next, you should aware this one, which is having more scope, which is having least scope. Like this diagram also compulsory you have to keep in your mind. Clear, right? Now observe, sir, which is having least scope, private is having least scope. Next, when compared with the private, next default, next protected, next public. You know, somewhere while covering access modifiers, I covered these points, sir. Which is having highest scope, public, which is having least scope is the private modifier, right? Okay, well. Now the point here is, if the parent class method is public, what about child method? What about child method? Can you please tell? What is the child method? Sir, while overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. If you want, you can increase the scope. Decreasing is not allowed. So, if the parent is the public, compulsory child class method should be public. If the parent is the public, compulsory child method should be public. If the parent is protected, if the parent is protected, can you please tell? Either protected or more access. More access means what? Public. So, child class method can be protected or public. Regarding child class method can be protected or public. Okay, like. Similarly, if the parent class method is the default, can you please tell what about child class method? Either default is allowed, or protected is allowed, or public is allowed. Regarding public is allowed, right? Next, if the parent class method is private, sir. Private, what about child class modifiers? Sir, parent class method is the private. What about child method modifier? Sir, no restrictions, because overriding concept for private method, methods not applicable. Have you remembered, right? For private method not applicable. Remember this one. We covered already in the last video clearly about these points, sir. Okay. Anyway, now observe. If the parent class method is the public, compulsory child class method should be public. If the parent class method is the protected, child class method should be either protected or public. If the parent class method is the default, child method can be either default or protected or public. No restrictions, right? Sir, private anyway, not going to participate in overriding. We are not required to have any rules. So, only one rule you have to aware about these modifiers. While overriding, we can't reduce the scope of access modifier, but we can increase the scope, no problem at all. Clear, right? Sir, the next point related to overriding, of course, sometimes we may use throws exception, throws IO exception. Do you have any restrictions in overriding related to throws keyword? Compulsory you people should aware. Observe that carefully, sir. Sir, here public void M1, throws exception, parent class method, child class method, public void M1 doesn't throw any exception. Sir, here also parent method doesn't throw any exception, but child class method throws exception. Like, sir, we have almost around 8 cases I wrote on the board. Okay, I will explain all these things, but to understand this related to throws keyword, first you people should have some basic idea about checked exception and unchecked exception. Please make sure, sir, if you aware checked and unchecked exception, then you can aware clearly, right? Sir, let me put some basic idea about checked exception and unchecked exception, right? Very simple, sir. Do you know, in exception handling, I will explain in detail, don't worry. But here my target is, Sir, which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions? Just aware that that knowledge is enough to answer this type of questions for the exam. Sir, do you know, you have which class acts as root for Java exception hierarchy? Have you remembered, right? Throwable. Yesterday we covered, in the last videos we covered already throwable. Throwable acts as root for Java, all Java exceptions and errors, right? Now, throwable contain two child classes, exception and error. Two child classes, exception and error. Sir, under exception, there are several child classes are there. Runtime exception, IO exception, runtime exception, IO exception. Next, interrupted exception, IE, very important, sir. Throws interrupted exception in multi-threading, very common exception. Next, servlet exception, several things are there. Under runtime exception, do you know, sir, what are various child classes are there? Arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, Are you getting? Arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception. These are child classes of runtime exception. Similarly, IO exception, for this file not found exception. Are you getting? File not found exception? EOF exception, exception, Okay. Sir, interrupted exception, servlet exception, there are several things are there. Even under error also, VM error. Are you getting? What is the VM errors are? Virtual machine error. Under that, okay, out of memory error. Are you getting? Out of memory error like this, stack overflow error. Out of memory error, stack overflow error like a ... Several things are there. Sir, please make sure in this, which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions. Compulsory you people should have clarity, right? The point here is, do you know what is this one? What is this? Runtime exception. Arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception. These are child classes of runtime. Next, what is this one? Error. Under error, virtual machine error, like there are several things. Among these, which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions, there is a clear division is there. What is that division is? Sir, a runtime exception and its child classes. Observe very carefully, sir. Runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes. Are you getting? Error and its child classes. So, are unchecked, sir. These are unchecked. Like, let me repeat again. Runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked. Compiler never going to check whether you are handling or not. Except these, all the remaining things by default considered as checked exceptions, right? Are you getting? Except this part, the total remaining thing is by default considered as checked exceptions, right? Sir, can you please observe? Sir, IO exception, checked exception, checked exception, file not found exception, checked, interrupted exception, checked exception, servlet exception, checked exception, right? So the important point, this is the thumb rule you should aware. Runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked, except this, the total remaining area is the checked exceptions, right? Okay. Sir, please make sure if you aware this point, then automatically nothing will be there in our overriding rule. Are you in the position to understand, right? But which are parent class, which are child classes, compulsory, this division must be aware. Arithmetic, null pointer, class cast exception. These are child classes of runtime exception unchecked, right? But IO exception and its child classes checked only. Interrupted exception checked only. Next, error part unchecked only. Clear, right? If you aware this knowledge, then you can able to answer very easily these things, right? Sir, observe. What is the rule in overriding? What rule is there, sir? Very simple rule, sir. If child class method throws any checked exception, if child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its a parent. Let me repeat again. Okay, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its a parent. Otherwise, compiler will get left and right. Are you getting that? Okay. So just I'm repeating again. If child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its a parent. Otherwise, compile error, right? Sir, what about unchecked exception? For unchecked exception, no rule. The rule is applicable only for checked exceptions only. Unchecked exceptions you can use anywhere, any number of times, no problem at all. Clear, right? Now, if you aware this, now observe that first point, first one. If a child class method throws any checked exception, can you please tell, in this case, child method doesn't throw any checked exception, then we are not required to worry, perfectly itself is valid. Are you getting valid? Because child doesn't throw any checked exception. Second case, child class throws exception. Child method throws exception. Sir, if child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. But here parent method does not throw. That's why this one is invalid. Compile time error by default you are going to get, sir. Please make sure you people should aware. Now have a look once. Let me show at least once. Here, observe carefully about this one. I am taking a simple example, sir. A simple example. Here public void M1. Public void M1. Sir, M1 parent throws exception, sir. But child doesn't throw any checked exception. If the child doesn't throw any checked exception, no restrictions, happily the code is going to compile. Happily the code is going to compile fine. Java C p.java. Observe that the code what I say about this one is p.java. Regarding this is the p.java, right? That's why Java C p.java. Happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all. Suppose if the child class method throws checked exception, but the parent class method doesn't throw that checked exception. Have you observed, right? Immediately error we are going to get. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overridden method does not throw exception like this, right? So if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Sir, suppose I want to make this one as a valid. One option, better to throw parent class method also throws either same or its parent. Either same. I'm taking M1 throws exception. Are you getting? Child class method throws some checked exception. Parent class method also throws the same checked exception. No problem. Acceptable. If the parent class method throws its parent, sir. What is the parent? Parent of exception throwable. Still acceptable. Okay, no issue at all. So the rule is, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw either same checked exception or its a parent. Okay, well, so this one is the invalid, right? Now the third one. Can you please observe? Child class method throws IO exception. Parent class method throws exception. Sir, it is a checked. IO exception is the checked. So IO exception itself is the checked means, sir, parent class method throws its parent only. No problem at all. Acceptable. Okay. Fourth one, sir. Child class method throws exception. If a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw either same exception or its parent. Sorry, it is not parent, it is not same, that's why it is invalid. Are you getting? So because parent method always throw either same or higher level, but this is the sub IO exception is the child of exception, that's why it is not, it is invalid. Okay, like sir, now public void throws EOF exception, file not found exception. Child class method throws EOF exception, file not found exception. Have you observed? According to our diagram, EOF exception, file not found exception are child class of IO exception. So these two are child of IO only, no problem at all. So each and every checked exception thrown by child class method, compulsory thrown by parent class method or its parent. Sir, parent already IO, yes, more superior only, that's why no problem at all. Next, have you observed, right? Sir, public void M1 throws EOF exception. EOF exception. Sir, parent IO, no problem at all. EOF exception, parent throws IO exception, no problem. But interrupted exception. Child class method throws interrupted exception which is not thrown by parent class method. That's why immediately compile time error we are going to get, sir. This one itself is invalid because interrupted exception which is the checked exception thrown by only child class but not by the parent class. That's why itself is invalid, right? If you want, let me show this one. Have a look once. Parent class method throws IO exception. Parent class method throws IO exception, but child class method throws EOF exception, comma, interrupted exception, like this, right? Sir, anyway, IO exception like import java dot IO dot star must be required. Import java dot IO dot star. Now observe that the problem here is EOF exception, the corresponding parent already thrown. But interrupted exception, where is the corresponding parent? That's why the problem is coming. Are you getting? Now, let me compile this code. Let me compile. Immediately error, M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overridden method does not throw interrupted exception. Suppose, if this interrupted exception thrown by parent, sir, if this interrupted exception is thrown by parent, then perfectly valid, no problem at all. Are you getting? Sir, or for both the common parent is interrupted, sir, exception. If the parent class method throws exception, now also it is valid. Are you getting, right? Sir, observe various possibilities, right? So that's why this one is invalid, it's a very clear. Sir, what about next, the seventh one? Public void M1 throws IO exception. Public void M1 throws IO exception. Public void M1 throws EOF exception, null pointer exception. Sir, observe. EOF exception, it's a parent IO exception, already parent method thrown. But what about null pointer exception? Have you remembered? Null pointer exception is the checked or unchecked? Unchecked. That's why you can take anywhere, no restrictions, right? Valid. Okay. Now, sir, this one. Child class method throws arithmetic exception, null pointer exception. Sir, both are unchecked exception. Child class method doesn't throw any checked exception. That's why perfectly this one is valid. Restrictions are applicable only for checked exception but not for unchecked exception. Child class method throws any number of unchecked exceptions perfectly itself is acceptable, but only restriction applicable for checked exceptions, right? Clear for all of you, right? All these things clearly available in our material. Don't worry, just go through that so that you people can feel more comfortable. If any case, if you are feeling, sir, doubt, just try to execute, automatically you can get much clarity, right? But you should aware, what is the rule? Can you please spell out? What is the rule, sir? If child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw same checked exception or its parent. That is the rule what you people should aware. But what about unchecked exceptions? No restrictions. Clear, right? Sir, the next point related to overriding is what is the behavior of overriding for static methods? Okay, very, very important, sir. Do you know what is the main difference between instance method and static method? Static method is class level, nowhere related to object. Instance method means object related method. Correct, right? Object related method. So the important conclusion, what you people should be aware, I want to override static method with a non-static method. Okay? So class level method with the object level method. Or I want to override non-static method with a static. Okay? Sir, observe carefully. Listen. You can get much clarity with example. Class P I am taking, sir. Assume here I am taking public, static, void, M1 method. Public, static, void, M1 method. Sir, now class C extends P, sir. Class C extends P. Now I am taking public, void, M1 method. Like this, right? Can you please observe carefully? I am trying to override static method with a non-static method. Are you getting the static method with a non-static? Similarly, class P, okay, public, void, M1, sir. Public, void, M1. Now, class C extends P. Class C extends P. Now, here I am taking public, static, void, M1. Okay, like this. Sir, observe these two examples, right? Static to non-static, non-static to static, I am trying to override. Immediately, compiler will give left and right. Array, suppose in our movie, I want to produce one movie, son. I booked a hero, heroine, all the people accepted. Movie is ready to start, shooting is ready to start. Suddenly, heroine is telling, sorry, I can't act in this movie. Okay, I'm dropping out from this movie like she told. If the heroine is dropping, now I have to search for another heroine. Are you getting? Not for another hero. Okay, because in the place of one heroine, I can place another heroine only. Are you getting right? Not with the hero. I can't replace heroine with hero or hero with heroine. Not possible, right? Same way, class level method is the static method. If you want to override with that method with the object level method, not possible. Again, one is object related, one is class related. Static to non-static, non-static to static, overriding, not possible. Remember this one. Sir, observe very carefully, sir. Static to non-static, non-static to static. If you are trying to do, compiler will give left and right. Oh, class level method. How you can replace with the object level method? Or object level method, how you can replace with class level method? Like that compile method we are going to get. Clear, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Observe carefully. Here, forget about throws terminology. What the first one? Public, static, void, M1, public static void, M1, public void, M1. Observe that, sir. Parent class method is the static method. But child class method is not static method. That's why now if I can ask the compiler, immediately compiler will give left and right. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overridden method is a static. This is the problem we are going to get, sir. Suppose if the parent method is non-static but child method is static, sir. Observe that. Parent method is non-static but the child method is static. Now also comparative method we are going to get. What is the reason for that? Why this one is invalid, sir? Non-static to static, overriding, not possible. Object level method, how you can override with the class level method? That's why comparative method we are going to get. Now let me cross check here. Overriding method is static. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overriding method is static. This is the comparative method we are going to get. So the important conclusion you people should aware, right? So non-static method with a static, static method with a non-static, overriding not possible. Now I have one small doubt. Take very special care. If both methods are static, what will happen? If parent class method is static, child class method is also static, sir. Sir, static like this, right? Both methods are static. Is it acceptable or not? 100% pakka. It is valid, no problem at all. Regarding perfectly, it's valid, no problem at all. So seems to be static method we can override with the static method like this, but it is not overriding. It is a special concept. What is that special concept? Is method hiding concept. Regarding what is this concept, sir? Can you spell out? It is not overriding. It is not overriding, and it is method hiding concept. Regarding, and it is method hiding concept, right? Please make sure you people should aware clearly, right? Sir, what is the advantage we are going to get because of method hiding? What is the advantage we are going to get? Sir, I mean, what is the difference between overriding and method hiding? That part I will take care. Don't worry, sir. First observe, is it valid or not? Have a look once. If both the parent and child class methods are static, sir. Have you observed? Parent class method is a static, and the child class method is also static. Okay, perfectly acceptable. This special concept is called, what is this word? Method hiding, but not overriding like this, right? Yes, let me cross check, let me compile. Happily the code is going to be compiled, no problem at all. So seems to be overriding concept applicable for static methods, but it's not overriding, it is method hiding. Then what is the difference between overriding and method hiding? That part I will take care. Sir, observe a bit carefully, sir. I'm taking system.out.println, okay, parent method. Okay, parent like this. Now system.out.println child like this I'm taking, sir. Just I'm taking parent and child. Anyway, SOP statements. So which method is going to get in the chance? I want to aware. Now let me go for class test. Public static void main method string array args. Take very special care, sir. Parent P is equal to new parent. Parent P is equal to new parent. P dot M1 method. First case. Child C is equal to new child C dot M1. Second case. Sir, parent P1 is equal to new child. Parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot M1. P1 dot M1 like this, right? Sir, if it is overriding, method resolution always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Correct or not? In overriding, method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Sir, here, which is the runtime object? Parent. That's why parent method should come. Here, runtime object, child. That's why child method should come. Here, what is the runtime object? What is the runtime object? Child. That's why compulsory child method should come like this, right? If really it is the overriding, definitely this is the answer we have to get. But I told it is not overriding and it is method hiding. That is what you should aware. In method hiding, method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Remember this one. So if both the methods are static, then it is method hiding. In method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Sir, if these are not static, overriding, then method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Remember this. Very simple rule, sir. Both methods are static or non-static. Both are static. Method hiding always, method resolution is always based on reference type by the compiler. Sir, both are not static. Then overriding, method resolution is always based on runtime object by the JVM. Sir, now both are static, sir. If both are static, what is the output you will get based on the reference? Parent, child, and here parent. That's why the answer by default we are going to get parent, sir. If it is method hiding, if it is the overriding, then the answer will become parent, child, and then child. Observe the difference. I will explain. I will execute this code. Observe that. Sir, I'm taking same example. I'm taking same example, right? Here, just have a look once, sir. I'm trying to take here just public static void m1, system.out.println parent like this. I'm taking, sir, parent. Next, here I'm trying to take, sir, public static void m1. Here just I'm taking child, sir. Now, can you please confirm, is it overriding or method hiding? Sir, it is method hiding. Method resolution is always based on reference type and by compiler. Compiler is the responsible for method resolution, and method resolution is always based on the reference type. Okay, well, now parent P is equal to new parent P dot m1. Okay, like this. Next, child C is equal to new child C dot m1. Next, parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot m1. Okay, observe that, sir. So if it is the method hiding, method resolution is always based on the reference type. Here parent reference we are using, that's why parent method. Regarding, that's why parent method we are going to getting the chance. Here child reference I'm using, that's why child method we will get. Next, here parent reference we are using, that's why parent method we are going to get in the chance. Observe that a bit very carefully about this terminology, right? So method resolution is always based on reference type because it is a static method. Now observe that. Now let me save this code, test.java. Okay, well, now let me compile this code, java c test.java, perfectly valid. Now Java test. But answers are parent, child, parent. This is the answer, right? Suppose if both are not static. Sir, if both are not static, can you please tell, is it overriding or not? Overriding. Method resolution is always based on reference type. Sorry, method resolution is always based on runtime object. Sir, now here what is the output, sir? Here parent object we are using, that's why parent method. Child object we are using, child method. Child object we are using, child method. So parent, child, like this we are going to get in the output. But in the answer we are going to get, sir, here the code compiles fine. The answer by default we are going to get parent followed by child. This is the answer we are going to get, sir. Clear, right? So if both the parent and child class methods are static, then it will become method hiding. If both are not static, then it will become overriding. Take special care overriding with respect to static methods. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now let me summarize all differences between overriding and method hiding. Sir, with examples we covered already. Sir, now let me summarize that. Sir, first method hiding, second one overriding. Sir, very simple. In method hiding, both the parent and child class methods should be static. If both are static, such a type of thing is called method hiding. So if it is the overriding, both parent and child class methods should be instance methods. Correct, right? Now observe, sir, both the parent class and child class methods should be static if it is the method hiding. Next, both the parent class and child class methods should be non-static if it is overriding. Okay, well. Next, in method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by. In method hiding static. Method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Remember, so in method resolution, always takes care by compiler based on reference type if it is method hiding. Remember, so if it is the overriding, method resolution always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Okay, so next it's always based on runtime object. That's why it is also known as, overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. But what about method hiding, sir? Method hiding is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. That's why it is also known method hiding is compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. That's all, sir. If any person in the interview room, maybe a chance to ask what is the difference between method hiding and overriding, immediately you have to give left and right. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. This is what you should aware. Sir, in the last videos we covered what is overriding, what are various rules related to overriding. Now the next rule, overriding with respect to where-arc methods. Are you getting what is the topic name? Overriding with respect to where-arc methods. Where-arc methods, right? So now just take a bit very special care. A bit seems to be very easy, but you require to understand very clearly, right? Just observe that. Have a look once, sir. Class P I'm taking. Regarding class P I'm taking. Sir, here public void M1 of int dot I. Regarding public void